Are you ready for the next chapter in your life? Do you go to sleep at night after reviewing your plan for the next day and then wake up in the morning refreshed with an unclouded vision of your purpose for the day? Do you have business goals, personal goals, or financial goals that excite you as you think about executing those plans and reaching those goals? Do you feel like you're living your best life? If you have any doubt about any of the questions I just mentioned, you do not want to miss the Vision Room. On December 18th, successful entrepreneurs, CEOs, authors, and international speakers from around the world will come together to share their trials and triumphs and some of their most impactful advice that you can use for this next chapter of your life. Join us, listen in, take notes, ask questions, engage in the surveys, engage in the competitions. You can even let us know if you're interested in being a writer for one of the magazines for Life Innovation Global. Or maybe you want to have an episode on Life Innovation Global TV. Don't wait, don't hesitate. It's your time to be great. Join Krystylle and all of her special guests from various countries and enter the Vision Room. If you are in the Arizona area, feel free to come by for the live experience. Otherwise, check the post for information on where you can view the Vision Room and engage with us online. Until then, keep rising.
Hey, everyone. This is Krystylle Richardson. So excited to be with you today and to be with you, Larnie. How are you doing?
I am great. How are you?
I am doing great. You're clapping like, yay.
It's been a long time that I've been side by side with you, and I'm just so happy to have the opportunity again to do this with you.
Yes. You are amazing interviewer. So we wanted to make sure we included you in this experience. And I see His Royal Highness is backstage, Dr. Rivers, and one of our other co-hosts. Let me just bring her up here real quick. Hey, Miss Linda.
Hi, how's everybody doing today? Good to see you.
Doing really well. Do you have like a big sumo fan on or something?
No, you know what that wasn't me, but there. I have a heater on and it's really loud. I just
you had a heater on. Okay.
It's freezing here in San Diego.
Okay, let me see if I can get you off the bottom there. Let's see. Okay, there we are. Our faces. Oh wow, our faces are big. Okay, these are our co-hosts today, and this is the Vision Room. Everybody say the Vision Room.
The Vision Room.
People who are here in the studio say the Vision Room.
The Vision Room.
Awesome. So we have our live band. They're sitting here ready to go. They're going to do some DeBarge and some what? Some Christmas music, and my favorite song, Larnie, Feliz Navidad. At the end, we're going to sing it 1,000 times, Dr. Rivers in the background. I don't know why I like that song so much, but we have some of our delegates that are going to be coming in from Ghana, Zambia, and the UK, and we have some that are here in the studio already. We have some amazing singers. We have some national, international award-winning recording artists that are here. And so this is what I've done several times at the end of the year, just to springboard us into impact for next year. And to do that, it is real raw talk, okay? Because everything isn't always peachy. It's just not. Especially in my life too. I had COVID in 2020 and I ended up having long COVID. There's been some things that I've been able to do, some things I've been late on, some things that I still don't have done because I'm basically a person who likes to get things done, as all of you all know who know me, right? Yeah. And so I had to pull back a little bit. And so it did cause a few things to be delayed, but not denied. So there's going to be a number of things that we're going to talk about related to that. The ladies that are on the screen have some amazing stories as well, but I am going to take them off now. It is right on time for the 1:15 hour here to have His Royal Highness, he's the Development King in Ghana, is going to give our opening remarks. And so, ladies, I'll see you in a bit. All right.
See you, everybody.
See you. Linda, you just.
I did my hair just for you, Krystylle.
I can't get you off the screen. Here you go. All right. So this is the vision room. And as stated, there's going to be a number of things that we'll be doing today. And in between the speakers, of which they will have 5 to 10 minutes to share various things, I'll be interviewing them about what they've been going through, what they've been doing for not just this past year, but what kind of trials and triumphs have they had? And how can they help inspire all of us with their stories in a compact, concise way, as well as what they plan to do for next year. With that, we're going to be doing some vision exercises, and we also are going to be supporting Chemo Buddies for Life. You're going to hear from her later, Tamara Hunter, who is the founder of that, and Next Gen Innovators. There's one young man who's here that he's not necessarily an official part of it, but he will be. He doesn't know it yet. But I'll have to ask him about that. His name is Koda. He's an amazing speaker, amazing human being with a really great story. And then we have Mukupa, Israel, and Genius that are going to attempt to come in from Ghana, Zambia, and the UK. Sometimes they have connectivity issues, but we're hoping to hear from them and what they're doing to be innovative and to start their businesses and some other things. But before that, I want to bring up my king and my mentor, Dr. Rivers, to share with us and to give us some opening comments. So in the studio audience and online, let's put our hands together. Awesome, awesome. Big smile, big smile.
Dr. Krystylle, always blessed to be in your presence. You are a forerunner of forerunners, and I'm telling you, you're one of the best I know in the world.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. You're always so encouraging, and you always have such great words when we are on your live. And those who don't know him, I'm going to have him introduce himself. But when he goes live, there's like hundreds and hundreds of comments and like, oh my gosh, that's a revelation. This is amazing. And not just fluff. Like so no pressure on saying some really great stuff with your opening comments, no pressure at all, but just really, really impactful all over the world. And he is the founder of I Change Nations, who appointed me several years ago as the global ambassador of innovation. And also I'm working on my doctorate right now. You may have heard him say, hi, Dr. Krystylle. And so that'll be happening the beginning of next year. Just super, super excited as well. So without further ado, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself, and then we'll get into what you have to say to us.
Yeah, really briefly, I'm Dr. Clyde Rivers. I'm His Royal Highness. My life is a God story, and I have to come on and share what God's done in my life. I was special education, rode a short bus to a special school, found God. My life's been impacted. I was appointed as the honorary ambassador at large for a country in Africa, Burundi. After that task, I was enthroned as a king, and I can tell you, with God, all things are possible. Dr. Krystylle, you know what I'm talking about. So I'm just happy to have a couple of minutes to inspire people.
Awesome, are you ready? Awesome. Go for it. We're ready.
Okay. Right now, the world's looking for one thing: sustainability. Sustainability. Data in many institutions is gone because it changes every week. It changes every day. So this is a prime time for innovative people to do something different. Now watch this. One of the most important things, Dr. Krystylle, that people have to do is you cannot be afraid to establish brand new nomenclatures. You have to create words. You have to redefine things, because that's what's going to get you in the door now. Is not your old algorithm. It's going to be, does your idea make sense to help my company, my country, or my industry? So right now, in my opinion, for the next 5 years, it's going to be about innovation, because every country, every system, their policies are changing because of the effects of COVID, and some countries are just opening back up. So they have no idea what the issues are or issues that have been caused as a result of the world going silent for 2 years. So this is what I say. You have to be able to take your ideas. You have to verbally engineer every change that takes place in the world. Somebody verbally engineers it. What does that mean, Dr. Rivers? It means they find a new way to like say an old thing. So what happens, this is the day for the new innovators to open their mind. But here it is. You stop thinking about interrupting the game, and you have to create the game. You don't want to interrupt. You want to create a new paradigm because people are looking for what to follow. And this is what I love so much about Dr. Krystylle. Man, whenever you talk to her, there's innovation. She's one of the great innovators of this world. And I want to tell you, I work at the top of the world. And you know what? Let me tell you, Dr. Krystylle, people, when they get access, they don't know what to do. I'm a king. I have people that come to me with ideas, and I'm going, it's the most foolish idea in the world. And I'll tell you why. Because sometimes what you have to do, you can't, if it's not perfected, don't package it. Most people will actually package when it's not perfected. If you package when it's not perfected, what takes place is this. When you get in the game, it fails and nobody ever comes back. So you have to perfect it before you package it. All right, Dr. Krystylle, talk to me. What are your thoughts on that, Dr. C? Dr. K?
Wow. Well, I was over here taking notes and you had me stop taking notes to come back on. But I really believe that. And, you know, you work with some of the most influential people all over the world. And for those who don't know, you know, he said a little bit, but sometimes I feel that you're being modest, just a tad, because there's kings and presidents, not just in Africa, but kings, presidents, royals, politicians that get counsel from you, like before they make a move on various things, not just people like at my level and beneath, like world leaders gain counsel from you before they make a move. And so sometimes you say, like you just said, that an idea is not ready, it's not perfected. And you point blank let us know, you know, well, I think you need to do this, 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 and this. And everyone takes notes when they listen to you, when you have that counsel. So I'm in total agreement with what you just said. Total agreement.
Thanks, Dr. Krystylle. And you know what? Please never be afraid to have that doesn't see it like you. Your greatest advantage in the world, because when you get to the top of the world, you win because of one thing that people didn't think about. Many people that I see are so invested in their idea that they can't hear criticism from others. Learn that every criticism isn't bad. Some of the criticisms that people may have when you're excited about a new idea may be an answer to help you literally get in the game and know how to work it at a certain level, because everyone doesn't qualify to have access to the top. So what you have to do when you acquire that access, make sure the people around you have the ability to speak into you with the pros and the cons. Now, watch this. Whatever you create, master it. So there isn't a question that they can't ask you that you can't answer about your narrative. And if I can advise you, don't make your narrative so big. Make it small so you own the content of it. When you own the content, you are the master of the dialogue of it. And now, another secret. Out of your excitement, don't actually share too much. with key people because they have better machines. They're smart enough to actually take your ideas and have someone else do the idea because you talk too much. So never give too much when you're meeting at the top. Give small sound bites, but never give them enough information to piece it together without you. Huh. And when you step on that stage, sometimes, as I first started working with presidents and leaders, I had to put on courage. I had to put on confidence because when you meet with a king or a president, man, they have all authority and they have all power. So you have to have the confidence to walk in that room and put on confidence and tell me why I need you. And when you understand and please out and nowadays, it isn't about the person that comes in with the hyper energy. Hi, I'm so and so, and I will do this. Man, we've heard that stuff so much. It's emotional fluff. Where is the actual substance? And one thing as I close, make sure that you have evidence and results because evidence and results are traceable. People do not buy air, they buy evidence and results. And I believe if you're a part of Dr. Krystylle's event, I'm calling Dr. Krystylle because the wisdom this woman has, come on. If you get a chance to spend 10 minutes with her, her mind, she's a genius. Her mind's able to put things to connect dots, and she's a big picture and a small picture and an in the middle thinker. So you're honored to work with Krystylle. Krystylle, thank you for having me. I'm honored.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Rivers, and all the accolades. It's very humbling, and I just remember how I met you was like you said, it's a God thing, right? That we even came together. Part of who I am is because of you, and because God placed you in my path. And I just want to say to people right now with you on the screen, just for a few more moments, and then we'll see if anybody has any questions. There's a couple comments on here. Let me see if any of them. Oh, we get to show some comments. Okay. So I'll be putting up the comments on here. Thank you, Sally, so much, and Summer, and saying truth. Like, you're really speaking to people here today, people that are tuning in. But I want to say to you all who are here, and for those who are listening online, is that when you ask God a question, be prepared for the answer, because sometimes he answers in a way that is not necessarily what we expect, but it is in it, and it's not where it always takes the amount of time that we think it's going to take, but it is for the greater good, because this is not necessarily a religious show, but God is in me, so it's coming out. That all things work together for good for those who love God and who are called according to his purpose. And so when COVID first started in March of 2020, I'll say March, even though there was discoveries in January, I asked God, it was just so much going on. So many people were so confused. We're used to it now, that I was like, well, God, what is it that you want me to do? Like, oh my gosh, I was supposed to go do this and do that. I was supposed to actually meet President Trump at the time, speak at an event that he was speaking at. It was supposed to be 40,000 to 50,000 people there. And more people were being added to come and see our talk about what we did in Ghana for missions and medical missions and whatnot. And I was like, well, I can't do that, but what can I do? And that, Dr. Rivers, was when I launched the Mindset Summits, the online Mindset Summits. And I had the Women's Summit. It was phenomenal. And I thought that, they were the stuff, I was the stuff for having this. But when we had the men, OMG, it was so amazing. And one person on there is the person who catalyzed all of this. And it was Don Green, the executive of the Napoleon Hill Foundation. And he got on, and his words were just fire. And little did I know that Psalm Ibube knew him. So he was watching because of Don Green. and was commenting about Don Green. And then I looked him up because I'm like, who is this person commenting? Because, Psalm is like, he's like on it, about different comments and stuff online. He loves to comment. He was commenting so much. I'm like, let me look him up. I looked him up. He's in Nigeria. I contacted him, and it was just impact at first sight and at first words. We were on for like a very, very long time. He's like, you know what? You need to meet Dr. Rivers. And I was like, well, who's Dr. Rivers? And so he told me, and then we met. And then all of this related to innovation, all the different things that we're talking about transpired because I asked God a question: what am I supposed to do about the pandemic? And so how God just connects things, and how we're here today, and how I'm a royal ambassador for Ghana, and we're going to be doing some more things over there. I mean, it's just life takes a turn. When you ask God a question, you wait for him to answer. Sometimes he answers slow, sometimes he answers faster, but then you have to go with it, because if you don't go with it, that's considered disobedience. And so I want you to give your closing remarks and just help inspire us. And if there's anything, I have my calendar here. I'm going to have it with us the whole time. This is the 2023 calendar. It's right here in my lap. I'm going to be writing down some things. So if there's anything that you want us to know, whether you let me know today or another day that you want us to keep in mind, you can do that. But I want you to give something related to vision for 2023.
Yeah, what I say is this. This year, Krystylle, I'm working on giving people access to the top. When you gain access to the top, and please, I'm going to go. When you gain access to the top, be prepared. And this is what I want to say, and this is wisdom for everyone. Sometimes you have worked the idea so much in your head that you think other people know it. They don't know it. So don't be too fast with the issue that you've worked in your head for so long. Other people don't know what's in your head. So many times I see people that have it in their head, but they haven't perfected how to get it to the minds of people that are potential customers. So just because you thought about it for 2 years doesn't mean the person on the other side knows what's in your mind like you do. So take time and paint the picture in the mind of the people that are potential customers, especially when you're bringing something new to the table. And let me tell you this here, never ever label your stuff like someone else. Create a new way of saying what you're doing, because when you create a new way, you open the minds and the thoughts of people to a different entity or product. So take time to be different and be unique. And also, it doesn't take much to be unique. Just do one thing different than everybody else. Thank you, Krystylle.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I have a half a page of notes already. So I'll be summarizing these yes, sir.
I'll talk to you tomorrow morning. We have our call scheduled for tomorrow.
We do. It's on. It's really on. Here's to 2023. Thank you for your opening remarks for the Vision Room. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Let's give King Rivers a hand. Awesome. So he is gone. And let me just bring up Linda here to get her remarks, and then I'll get Larnie's remarks. She's going to be doing some interviewing here for us. And then we're going to hear from our band. Are you all ready with your first song? Do you know what your first song is going to be? Oh, you do? Okay, great. Linda, you have that heater on again.
Oh my gosh. There, it's off. It's freezing here in San Diego, okay? I can't help it. That was amazing. That was just so amazing. There were so many different things, like, Sally mentioned in the chat, so much to unpack. in that short chat. And I loved how he said this one phrase right here: stop interrupting the game, create the game. That is what innovation is all about. And Krystylle, that's what you're all about, is innovation, innovation, innovation. So I love how he said that, because it really got me thinking that, you know, a lot of times I've spent a lot of years of my life following others instead of creating. And I'm stepping into that creation, innovation. Super excited to see what 2023 holds for me. I don't know what it is, but I'm open to it.
Yeah. And that's the thing. And you and I had some candid conversations about that as well. And where, you know, a little bit of counseling, coaching, or whatever, or just friend to friend conversation with you before you started your publishing company. So I am super excited for you to introduce that and introduce some of the people that will be on with you, including Sally, who has been leaving some comments. Sally, that is a really beautiful picture of you, by the way. You're listening. I really love that picture and love your smile.
Thank you, Krystylle. Thank you. She says thank you.
So we have the glasses too. That was not a good impersonation of her.
Oh, you're right. You guys, let's get to her voice in a little bit.
Awesome. So I will bring on Larnie to hear a few of her comments, and then we will hear from our band. Miss Larnie.
Hello. Oh my goodness. You have a page of notes. I was in the back room, so I'm just like writing everything down.
I saw your head was down. You're a good note taker anyways. Like whenever you meet, like you're always taking like tons and tons of notes.
Yeah, I have a lot.
Yeah. So what was one thing that stuck out to you?
It's actually one statement that you brought up as well. It was perfect it, your idea, your innovation idea, perfect it before you package it. And that is something I've worked on since 2020, since we first met. And now it's kind of coming out a little bit in how I speak, because I've learned from you, and I continue to unpackage it. I continue to perfect it every time I do one of these events with you.
Awesome. And I really appreciate you. And it's really great to see your growth. And we'll talk a little bit about your records and all the different and how I used to get on people when they would shortchange you, saying 400 pounds was your lift or whatever. I'm like, no, it was 402. The record was based on 402, not based on 400. So that extra 2 pounds counts, right? So
that's right.
They'll hear more about that. But yeah, thank you for that comment. So are you all ready? Okay, so you'll have to give me a thumbs up. I'm hoping that you'll be able to hear this. We had, as a lot of programs do, a little bit of technical difficulty, which is why you see the screen like this as opposed to how I wanted it to be seen. But give me a thumbs up in the back room if you're able to hear the band okay. And without further ado, what song are you going to do? This Christmas? Aw, This Christmas. Is there anybody that knows the words? That's a lot of words to This Christmas. Does anybody know those words? Some of our singers here, everybody's like, hey. They're like, no. All right. Okay. So no, we're going to go ahead with them. And here we go, Larnie. Let's see. All right, band, take it away. This Christmas. My camera action wasn't the best, but I wanted you to be able to see who was playing. You guys can, you can clap in the studio, clap in the studio. Awesome. Okay, look, we have a comment on screen. It says, sounds great. Oh, that's somebody's relative that said that. My wife. Your wife. My wife. He's a newlywed, and I'm just still not used to him being married, but it happened, and I'm just so proud of him. And his wife is amazing. She's amazing. So maybe in one of the next programs, she can talk about all of her businesses and her creativity as well and vision for 2023. Oh, and then we have another comment. I love that song. Linda was like, oh, I love that song. So as long as you all were able to hear it pretty well, we are going to have professional coverage. There's professional people. There's Josh and Josh that are here to help film. And so it will be where you'll be able to see the professional filming and not me carrying my computer around. But amazing song. See, like you guys are like a hit already. And what is this? Well, I am going to sing, Larnie, but just not yet. I'm not going to put that comment up there. You know I'm going to sing Feliz Navidad. Everybody here is going to sing. All right, so get your next song ready. You can figure out what your next song is going to be. And for those who are singers here, if you do want to go and quietly converse with the band to see what you're singing, I know that our sound guy has some MP3s for a few people. And so we are going to have some entertainment here a little bit later. All right, let's see who we have in the back room. We have Sally with her pretty picture. She's here. And Miss Angel left a comment and she's here with us. I'm so excited to have her here in the studio and all those who have joined with us. I'm waiting to see also if some of our next gen innovators will be able to get on. And Larnie, if you can check with them in the WhatsApp. I see you said you shook your head. Yes, if you can check with them in there and see how they're doing, if they'll be able to get on. It's late there. It's like 9 or 10 or 11 o'clock at night, but they were going to try to come on and share with you all. So while we're waiting for them, I would like to bring up Sally and Debbie. First, I will bring on Linda so that she can talk about her company. Very good. You are very good in the background. I see you making some adjustments. You learn quickly, Miss Linda. Good job. Good job. So we will bring you on first. And then Debbie and Sally, get ready.
Yes, I turned off my heater. Okay, I turned off my heater.
Okay. All right. So this is Linda Sunshine West, and she has an amazing, amazing company. I'm going to go off screen so that you can hear a little bit about what she does and how it's related to the several people that I'm going to bring on after she does the introduction. Without further ado, Linda.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Krystylle. First of all, thanks for hosting this event. I love when I'm in, just anytime I have an opportunity to be in your space, because, Krystylle really brings the heat. She brings amazing guests all the time. And I'm just honored to be part of this. My name is Linda Sunshine West, and I'm the founder and CEO of Action Takers Publishing. This year is really the year that we really took off. 2022 is the year we published 8 books, and we're already slated to publish 15 in the first half of next year. So talk about innovation, right? We're really moving forward and making it happen. And I love sharing people's stories with the world because of what it did for me when I shared my story, not only for me, but also people who read my story. I wrote a book called The Year of Fears back in 2017. And when I put that story out there, I was terrified, absolutely terrified to share my story, thinking people would judge me and say all kinds of things about me. But that's not what happened at all. Instead, it helped them to be able to break through their own fears that they had. And so I saw and recognized the power of our story. And so I started embarking on this journey of sharing people's stories in books. So we're looking forward to you. If you have a book in you, which I know you do, everybody has 1, 2, maybe 50 books in you, then it's time to put it out there into the world. Whether you work with us at Action Takers Publishing or somebody else, just get your story out there because it's waiting to impact somebody else's life. So Krystylle, thanks so much for having us. I'm excited about the guests that you let me invite some of our authors to the event. Super excited to hear what they have to share today.
Awesome. So without further ado as well, Miss Sally and Miss Debbie, hopefully you all are ready to come up. Here we go. This is Miss Debbie and this is Miss Sally. Hi, ladies.
Hi.
So awesome to see you all.
It's exciting to be here.
And Debbie, do you have your mic on? I see your lips.
She had the challenge before too, and I had her on, so she'll get that figured out in the background there.
Okay.
You definitely want to hear from her because she is an ex-mayor and congresswoman, and she just has an amazing story to share. So we definitely want to hear from her.
Awesome.
There we are, bigger than life.
Whoa.
Okay.
But I'm gonna have Linda. I'll have you interview Sally.
Okay. Awesome. First of all, I want to say I'm just so honored and blessed to have Sally in my life. Sally, why don't you introduce yourself and tell people how we met, like the shorter version.
Yeah, well, 2020 was a turning point for me. And I went on this journey of self-discovery, and I realized that, I was really bad at taking care of myself. And so I started just taking online classes and doing things for myself that I hadn't done in a real long time. And one of the things I did was say yes to be in a collaboration book. And this book had 150 different authors in it. And I started reaching out to all the different authors in there. And Linda was one of them. And so that's how I met Linda. I joined her Saturday morning a networking event that she had. And I signed up to be mentored by her and joined her mastermind. And so here we are.
Yeah. And I want to share that what I absolutely love about what Sally did, because I want to share this from this perspective, is for you to take this away also. But what Sally did, she was in a book and it had 150 authors in it, a collaboration book. And she said, I'm going to reach out to all of these authors just to see if there's something that we might have some synergy. So take a line from that, because by Sally doing that, it really moved her into a whole different world. Like, are you in a completely different world now than you were when you, yeah.
Oh my good. I mean, and, I never knew any of these kind of people existed. I mean, I have my
little bubble, right?
Exactly. I'm in my little Connecticut bubble here with my family and friends. And, I never really, went outside of that. I was kind of comfortable and living my life. And so this opened up a whole new world for me. Connecting with these people was just, it's just amazing. And
yeah,
it was so much fun.
And Krystylle has been one of the ones that you've met along this journey, right? And there's so many people that you have met. And what I love about that, Sally, is because we all are in our own little bubble. But what are we going to do to get out of that bubble? Sometimes it can be scary, that comfort zone that we're in. We're so familiar with the surroundings. But, and reaching out to new people can be scary for people. So I would love for you to share, Sally, during this last 2.5 years, since the COVID started and you started this journey, what would you say is like the number one thing that you would love to share with people about that you learned during this journey?
I think it's just, connecting with different people and being, and not just to try to get something from them, to try to do something for them. My whole thing was, what can I do for these people? How can I help uplift them? When any time that I'm in a room or someone says, hey, I'm doing a course, if I show up for them, I'm there, signing up for things and helping these people out, because I know how frustrating it is to create a course and have nobody sign up and have nobody show up, So, when it's somebody that I admire, somebody that I want to be with, I take it upon myself to be that person that's going to, help to lift them up.
Yes, and definitely. And she does do that. She's not just talking, right? So a lot of times we want to make sure that whatever we're doing, whoever we're surrounding ourselves with, that is not a take situation. There's a book by Gary Vaynerchuk called Jab, 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 Right Hook. It's all about give, and then ask. And it's not about asking from the people you gave to. It's about asking the right people that can help you to get where you want to go. And today we were talking a little bit earlier about innovation, and Sally, like innovation. What does that word mean to you?
I think of innovation, and I think of like creativity, and in seeing something that's not there, looking at something. I mean, looking at like a blank piece of paper and all the possibilities of something that could occur on there. It's the same way, that's what innovation is. It's tapping into that creativity and pulling that outside of you and going for it.
Yes, definitely. I see Krystylle is back. Sally, thank you so much for being here, being part of my sphere. I just love having you in it because you are truly one of my greatest gifts that, God has sent my way. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And thank you, Krystylle, for having me.
Oh, Krystylle, you're muted, or we can't hear you. Well, I can't hear you. Can you hear her, Sally?
I can't hear her now.
No? Okay. There she is. She's back. Yes.
Yeah, I said, wow, what an honor that should be to be called one of God's greatest gifts. That's really great. And I remember her talking about you like on and on and on. No, I'm just kidding. When you guys first started the company.
Yeah. No, she's not kidding. I was talking on and on about you.
Well, I do the same.
Well, thank you.
Really great. I'm so happy. And we're going to be doing some things in the future with you all. And the thing, my issue is I know I think about 6 or 7 of my dearest friends, of which Linda is, 6 or 7 of my friends have publishing companies. So I'm just spreading myself around and the different people. This book with this person, this, but but we're going to be doing a series with action takers. So
awesome.
Thank you, Sally.
Looking forward to it. Thank you.
And as soon as I find Sally, okay, here she is. Debbie, let's see.
Love it.
Is it better, Debbie?
Now?
Yes.
Good. I have a touchy microphone. It worked for New Zealand this morning, but it won't work for
for the US.
Some of us.
Oh, wow.
Well, I want to hear your message because Debbie is here. One of the things she's doing that I absolutely love is she's exposing corruption in different cities, and this is so big. And I think that's why her microphone wasn't working, because it's the devil trying to attack us and not let her get the word out. Right?
Well, I would love to hear some on that, and so I'll go ahead and let you all have your 5 minutes. I'm so excited that one of our next gen innovators is behind stage, and so from I think she's from Zambia, and so Larnie, we will be getting her on here right after Debbie. Go ahead, Linda.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much, Krystylle. Yeah, Debbie, I met Debbie just a few months ago, and it's interesting how when we connect with people, and there's some people in our lives when they come in, the minute you meet them, boom, you have that soul connection, right? And this is what I felt with Debbie. And Debbie, hopefully you felt the same thing, because
I did.
It's definitely, we just connected on so many different levels, and it was immediate. And this is what I love about, Debbie and having her in my life. She and I both are working on our TED Talk. So we're going to meet each other in person for the first time in January to go watch a TED Talk. So that's like what can happen when we really connect with people. But Debbie, I would love for you to just, introduce yourself. It's just a short introduction, and then talk, a little bit about your book. And you're in one of our collaboration books that's coming up called Wickedly Smart Women, Trusting Intuition, Taking Action, Transforming Worlds. That one's launching January 11th. But I'd love for you to talk about your book about corruption, because this just blew my mind that I actually met somebody who exposes corruption for what it is.
Okay, I am Debbie Peterson, and I am the former mayor of a small town called Grover Beach, California. And I wrote the book on corruption. It was the corruption that a group of citizens and I uncovered while I was the mayor, and how we partway took it down. And then it got to the point where unless I wrote the book, we weren't going to be able to take it any further. So we ended up we got a drug dealer in jail, and a few other people moved out of local government, and some embezzlers convicted, but we really couldn't get far enough. And the name of that book is The Happiest Corruption: Sleaze, Lies, and Suicide in a California Beach Town. And I wrote that first to get people's attention. And I have another one coming out just before this Wickedly Smart Women one, which Linda gave me the title for. I'll tell you that in a moment. But I have another one coming out called City Council 101, Insider's Guide for New Council Members. Because once I've got your attention, I want to help you know how to do it right, how to help you do it transparently and in a way that really helps people in your community work with their local government to make their community better. So the one that Linda helped me with is coming out on January 11th, 3 days after my new one comes out, and it's called The Dirty Little Secret of San Luis Obispo County, because Linda said to me, and this is why we hit it off so well, she said, Debbie, you must be famous in your town. And I said, well, yeah, some people think I'm a hero, some people love me, and others don't, because they don't really want the message out there that there's corruption here. And she said, oh, you're the dirty little secret of San Luis Obispo County. That's what we named it. So thank you, Linda, for the name of the chapter.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. And I love what you do, because, it could be scary doing something like this. A lot of people wouldn't want to put themselves out there. So thank you so much for doing what you do to expose that corruption and to help to change the cities around the world. Well, the US maybe. Yeah.
Well, it's an international message.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you. Krystylle, you're muted.
Hi, how are you?
Well, I want to say something really quick before.
You just had to expose me, right? You're muted. But okay.
Well, wait. So Krystylle, before you go on, I want to just share something. So Debbie, she sent me a message the other day that she was going through, a couple hundred emails that she's gotten requests for her to speak at different places. And so really, she's really getting out there, getting her message out there. And I think that's one of the things I love to share about books, is that it helps you to get into the eyes of people that really want to get you on their stages. So it's just great what she's doing. And I'm so honored and blessed to have her in my life.
Awesome. Well, thank you. And I'm glad we were able to work out your technical difficulty, because that's really important. Corruption is something that is close to my heart with a lot of things here in the United States, but also across Africa. And so with some of those initiatives, I might be contacting you to put you in touch also with Dr. Rivers and what we're doing with corruption worldwide. How does that sound?
Well, I would love to talk to Dr. Rivers, because I'd love to have him on my podcast, Corruption Chronicles. I think he could help us over here too.
Yeah,
definitely.
I love it. That's a W, a win. This is a win.
It's a win. It's a win.
Absolutely. This kind of a win.
This kind of a win too, yeah. So for those of you all who do not know Linda, she is a part of my lifelong comic relief. And so if I'm ever in a coma, just bring her down and I'll probably come out, because I'll be busting out laughing inside. So just everybody write that down, the whole coma thing. But I digress. So thank you, Debbie.
Thank you.
All right, Linda. So stay on for other things that are going to be happening. You can stay for a bit, right?
Yes, I can. And I just want to share that every time I write a message to Krystylle, I think, I know she's cracking up right now. I do. I just send her little silly quips here and there.
Goodbye, Linda.
Bye, everybody.
Goodbye, but not goodbye. All right, Larry, are you ready?
Yes, I am ready.
Awesome. So we have Mukupa and Israel. Can you all put your camera on? If you can't, that's okay. Sometimes for the international connections, it has where they can't talk and be seen at the same time sometimes. So are you all able to come on camera so that I can bring you up to the stage? Mukupa? There she is. And you have to turn it to the other side. And then I can bring you on. There you are. Awesome. And Israel, can you put on your camera? Israel? So while we're waiting to hear from Israel, I'm just going to hold up this this picture. These are some of our students and young people. Like I said, Coda is not even, he doesn't even know what I'm talking about, but I have his picture on here because he is a next gen innovator with the different things that he's doing to help speak into the lives of young people. Makupa is on. I'm going to go down and see if Israel is still there. Okay. All right. So we'll bring Makupa up and we'll talk a little bit about the program. And Larnie has been instrumental in helping to get this organized as well. Makupa, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I am awesome and amazing and great. Let me see. I want to make you bigger and make me smaller. And I just actually did it the opposite way. Let's see. Here you are. And we're just going to get this worked out. Let me just try one more time. Okay, there. You're on the top and I'm on the bottom. Great. So Makupa is one of our students. Say hi to Larnie.
Hi, Makupa.
Hi, how are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
So Next Gen Innovators is a program that I have created to speak into the lives of youth age 19 to 29. There's a few that are a little bit older than 29, and we help them to develop a business mindset. We help them to develop businesses and leadership skills, finance skills, and understand how things work in the world. So a lot of what is in books, it doesn't necessarily get you prepared for a business. And Makupa is one of the ones that has excelled with the various phases that we've had. And there's actually a competition that we have. And so for those who are able to go onto the Eventbrite and to donate, part of the money will go to Chemo Buddies for Life, and the other part will go towards this program. There's various scholarships that we need to help them to launch their businesses, as well as a grand prize during October of next year, October 2023, where a male and a female is going to get a chance to come here to the United States and work on some things related to their businesses. So Makupa is killing it. And so I want her to introduce herself. And then Larnie is going to just ask you some questions. Number one is going to be about why you want to be a part of Next Gen Innovators. Number two is what is your business? And then number three might be, what is something that you would like to say to encourage youth moving forward? So why you join Next Gen Innovators, what is your business, and what is your vision on moving forward for this following year? So, but for right now, just go ahead and introduce yourself and let them know something about you.
Okay, so my name is Makupa Chisha. I'm from Lusaka, Zambia. I'm studying law at the University of Lusaka. I'm in my third year, second semester. Thank you.
Awesome. All right, Larnie.
All right, I am on. Hi, Makupa. I know we've talked on the WhatsApp, probably back and forth a little bit here and there. So it's finally good to see a face to the name. So I'm so glad that we can see each other. So tell us first, what made you decide to be part of Next Gen, the Next Gen Innovators?
Oh, okay, thank you. Good question. So, well, I felt like I had a lot of ideas and I wanted to express them, but I didn't know how to express them. I used to keep myself in a box. So when my friend told me about this program, I thought it would be a good idea for me to come on this platform so that I can actually put these ideas into place and form a business so that I can help others in areas that I'm good at as well. So this was a great platform for me to actually grow as well as come up with better ideas for everyone internationally as well as here home. So yes, that was my reason for the Next Gen.
So what is your business? Tell us a little bit about it.
Okay, so my business is a poetry art course. So I'll basically be teaching people about poetry, how to do poems, how to be creative, and how to speak to an audience when you're performing your poetry art and everything like that. So basically, I just want people to have different ways of expressing ideas, different ways of finding ways of making an income, because poetry is entertainment. People love entertainment. So I thought this would be a great idea for other people to learn about poetry and brighten up their ideas. Thank you.
I love that. I love that poetry art course. I love that. I mean, I can't wait to see that come and build people's creativity and thoughts, because poetry is hard for me. I don't rhyme very well, even even with like little things, but I think that is wonderful. And to hear that this is something innovative for you, how, what encouraging word do you have for people to be innovative in 2023?
Okay, so what I would advise people is that they shouldn't be inside a box, because I struggled with being creative, and because of being in a box, I never wanted to do anything new. I would like to just sit home, do nothing. But when you come out of your box, you get to have new ideas, new things, learn to teach others, teach yourself, so that you should evolve around like the new technologies of the world and everything like that. So I would advise people to continue to come out of their box, learn new things, and just, explore different things that would work for them.
So last word I want to ask you is, what made you think of this poetry art course?
Okay, so I've been seeing a lot of poetry around the world. Like, it's there, but it's minimal. And I feel like it's a good way for many people to express themselves, even those people challenged with depression, mental health problems. I thought it would be a good idea for people to use different ways of expressing themselves and not just keeping it in a box. And it's not like it's not like it's something new. It's been there for a long time, but I would just like it to grow bigger, like singing, like music, acting. I would like poetry to be somewhere on top. So this is what made me think of doing a poetry art course.
I love that. That is super cool in my end. I love that because it's lets you use your mind and everything. I'm so glad that this is going to be come out now. If you ever thought about writing a book, I think Krystylle knows some people that can connect you about your thinking out of the box story. So just letting you know that. So thank you, Makupa, for letting me interview you and talk to you a little bit, because I think your innovations are going to be changing the world in the future.
Thank you for having me. My name is Makupa Chisha from Lusaka, Zambia. Thank you so much. Bye.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. It was great to have her on. And we have another special guest. Let's see if we can get him up. Israel, hi. Can you hear us, Israel?
There he is.
Hi, how are you?
I am good. How are you?
Yes, ma. How are you?
I am doing great, doing great. Good to see you. And we have Genius on as well.
I'm fine.
Awesome. Hi, Genius.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you and I can see you. So
Hi,
lovely.
It's amazing to be here. Hello.
Hi, Genius.
Hi, Lani. It's been a while. It's good to see you.
Good to see you.
It's so good to see you all. Israel, we want to start with you and hear a little bit about why you are a part of Next Gen Innovators.
Next Gen Innovators. I was introduced by Genius, and Next Gen. I was told about Next Gen, the importance of Next Gen. I was told how I can be innovative, how I can interact with other people, and yeah, I've been able to interact with other people. I've learned from other people and what other people are doing.
Awesome. And Genius, why did you join? You're one of our main recruiters and main lead ambassadors. So you have a leadership role here. Why did you join?
Exactly. I joined because I liked the vision behind it to help young people to come up with something because, of course, you believe that we have the potential and we have those ideas locked in within us. So it was a really good thing for me to come along, in a platform where there's accountability and there's someone to help me, go for it, to help me go for those big dreams that I have. Someone who's there to look at it and say, this is not crazy. This can actually be done. So for me, it was just so exciting to be part of this initiative. Yes. Thank you.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you. And Larnie, what question do you have?
So for Israel, first of all, I'm so glad to put a face to the name through some of the messages that we never we sometimes we go back and forth and we never get to see a face. So Israel, thank you so much for being on today, and I could see you. So what is your business? Let us know what your business is about.
It looks like he's trying. Israel?
Or maybe there's a delay on his end.
So my business is called Easy. I deal with meat supply and meat processing. We also deal with farming, which we specifically in keeping livestock such as pigs, chickens, and cows.
So Israel, what is? Oh, darn it! I had a great question.
Well, he might be back. I'm trying to navigate the back room here because there's a number of people. So if you, ladies and gentlemen, if it's not within your hour of your talk, please do not come to the back room to sit for 2 hours or so because we have other people that need to get in. So just log in during the hour time frame of your talk. Okay. Thank you. And we have
Genius.
Genius. Go ahead.
Genius, I love you. Love seeing your face on this event. I'm so glad to be alongside with you on one of Krystle's events live here. So tell me, what is your business? Tell us what is your business and a little bit more about it.
Okay, so I'm representing our NGO. It's called Educating Girls and Young Women for Development.
I'm pro woman, so I'm like, yes. Okay,
exactly, because for me, one thing about one of my values in life, or I would say my purpose in life, is to make a difference in people's lives. So coming alongside the NGO, it's small, but I believe we are getting somewhere. And so with this NGO, we help young women, we empower them economically, civically, educationally. And so this for me was a very amazing opportunity because I get to, learn more skills on how to better the NGO, on how to put it out there so that more people are aware that we need to help these young women. Amen. I said amen. See, my passion for God. Sorry, we need to help these young women. Yeah. So for me, that's what I'm all about. We are mentoring young women, helping them, empowering them. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for that question.
So lastly, I want to ask you, what word do you have? What encouraging, innovative word do you have or thought for 2023 to encourage other people to be innovative as well?
First of all, I believe each and every one of us have something within us that we can give. And I believe sometimes we are held back because we feel like, oh, maybe this isn't it. Maybe there's something bigger, there's something better. But that's the thing. We want your unique thing. People may be doing it, but the way you do it is very different. So my encouragement for 2023 is don't limit yourself. Just go for it. If you have an idea, go ahead and start. So yeah, just go for it. Don't limit yourself. You can do it. And we are, the world is waiting for you. What you have to offer as you, we want, people are looking for something unique. And so what you have to offer is very different from how I do it. Yes, I'm doing an NGO. You can also do an NGO too. The way you do it is different. And so, yeah, my encouragement for 2023 is don't limit yourself, just go for it. Yeah.
So Genius,
Thank
if you ever want to decide to go for it and show your story in a book, I'm pretty sure Krystylle knows a few people that can help share your story of that unique thing that you found in yourself to share with everybody. I think it's a great motivator for others in the world as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Lani. Thank
Yeah,
you.
and she's doing very well as a leader, but just because she's a leader doesn't mean that she doesn't have to do her assignments. So she's in the she's also in the running to come to the United States. So she's been handing in all of her assignments, and she has some extra she's going to be doing. We have deadlines, they get points. It's real competitive. And
yes,
so we started out with what, 52, and then we were at 30 something, and I think now we're at the high 20s. And so the numbers are getting smaller, but whoever has the highest points are going to get those scholarships and also get the opportunity to have a free trip here to the United States to do some business here and to further their mission as a next gen innovator. So thank you very much, Genius, and thank you, Larnie.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd really like to say thank you so much, Krystylle, for what you're doing with us. It's mind-blowing that someone can offer us such valuable resources, such valuable opportunity, and at a free cost. It honestly means the world that someone like you can pour into us. And I just pray that God will keep blessing you and helping you as you continue. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And you all make it so easy. We meet on Thursdays, and no matter what I'm doing, I sometimes I do have to miss, but I'm like, it's Thursday, it's almost 11 o'clock, like I gotta go so that I can get on with you guys. So thank you. And Israel is back. Thank you, Genius. Can you hear us, Israel?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Larnie, you had one last question for him before we move forward?
Yes, I wanted to see what encouraging statement he had to continue the innovation in 2023.
The encouragement I have to my fellow youths is don't give up on your dream. Start small, believe in your dream, and keep working hard. It's not easy. You're going to have difficulties here and there, but always believe that you can do it. Yeah, thank you. I'm Israel from Lusaka, Zambia.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Israel, for being on with us today.
Awesome. Thank you, Israel. And I thank him for his perseverance and getting back on.
Good job, Israel. Good job.
And Larnie, I just really, really appreciate you. I know you have some other things going on, and it is the holiday time frame and family and whatnot. So thank you for helping us with some of our interviews today.
Thank you so much for asking me to do this. This is, again, part of the innovative part of me is getting to practice my craft of interviewing and getting people's stories out there.
Well, great. So go ahead and just tell people a little bit about what it is that you do as you get ready to exit today.
So I am Larnie Mulvey. They call me the Power Lady. Actually, Krystylle calls me the Power Lady. I just kind of continued on with it and just kept it. But I am the speaker of strength. I love talking about strength. And what that means for me is I see strength in everything, whether it is in something physical or something that I do. I am a strength athlete, so I do a lot of heavy lifting physically, but really what that part of me is, that strength is in my mind and in my heart. And I use a lot of the lessons that I've learned, strength training, as part of my teaching and mentoring of others, especially women, young women who don't realize that they are a lot stronger than they think they are. And it comes from within us. And I really do encourage people to find that strength within them, because it does trickle into their lives out in the world, with relationships, with things they're doing and how they see themselves. And I make sure that people are seeing and believing that they are stronger than they think they are. So that's what I love talking about strength. Krystylle knows I talk about strength all the time. So
awesome. And you are the power lady. There's the voice that's here too. He's going to be on Mr. Dezo. But you're going to be leaving. So Dezo, come say hi.
Miss you, Dezo.
Watch out for the cord.
I'm watching. Hi, Larnie. How are you?
Good. How are you? Looking great. Looking fancy.
Well, thank you very much. You know, I couldn't just come to this event, you know, looking any kind of way, especially with Miss Krystylle here. You know, I probably would have gotten my hand slapped in the back of my head. But it's good seeing you. You're looking great, hon.
You too. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right.
And now Linda's saying something to you. What does Linda say?
Oh,
I just
Linda.
wave at Dezo. Wait, let's go right here. Thank you.
I waved at you and you couldn't even see me. I'm like, what am I doing? Good to see you.
Good to see you.
So the family reunion will have to continue at another point.
At another point. Okay.
All right.
I'm gone then. Thank you. Bye.
All right. So yeah, we've had a number of programs here. Linda has been here on site at the UpLift Center in our studio for the Emerge experience. I'm going to play a commercial related to that. And Wayne, I see that you are behind stage. If you're ready to come on camera, we'll have you come on next to help introduce some of your people. We will have Mr. Dezo, the voice. He does a lot of my voiceover work. I have a number of other people that have signed up to be a part of the voiceover school. And Dezo is going to be helping to lead that. So he has been given the name The Voice. Larnie has been given the name The Power Lady. And I didn't realize, like, I just give people names and they keep them. So that's really pretty cool. And Wayne is my cousin, but he does a lot. He does a lot with some amazing people. Some amazing authors are on. He has all different kinds of people that he works with his agency. And so you're going to be hearing from him in just a moment. And I'm going to play this commercial about the Emerge Media experience. We're going to maybe have it mid next year, where you can come here to this studio and not just learn public speaking in relation to my new book that's out. I'll talk more about it in a moment. The 51 Powerful P's of Public Speaking. It's just now come out, and it's trending in Europe. It's trending in several other places. Very excited about that. And you'll hear more about that. But what we're going to do right now is hear some music. I'm going to move out of the way so Dezo can use his voice to sing to you. What's the name of the song?
It's Silent Night.
Silent Night. Okay, it's a version of Silent Night. Then I will introduce Wayne, and we will have Norma here in the studio will be interviewed next, and then some of Wayne's delegates. So it's the song, Norma, and then some of Wayne's delegates. So let me just go ahead and play Dezo related to the Emerge Media experience.
My name is Dezo James McGill Jr., and I found out about Emerge, of course, through my good friend and choir director, leader of DIGA, Divine Intervention Gospel Alliance. I've done a number of things together already. I've done some voiceover work for her, and she mentioned about Emerge because she wanted me to push my boundaries, to be able to come out of just doing the regular 9 to 5 and doing something that I love to do anyway. And it's been a great experience up to this point. The opportunity to be my superhero self, to be able to mingle and to intermingle with other people who have like minds, who are ready to do more than what they have been doing, and to be able to do even more after that. So this has been a really great experience. It's something to have a better sense of worth for myself and others.
Hi, my name is Larnie Mulvey, and I am here at Emerge with Krystylle Richardson. So far, it's been a great experience. Coming in yesterday as my first day at the event, I learned so much about myself, but also learned how to have a few tricks to project my voice, to dig deep within myself, to know what my superhero power is and what my superhero name is. And from what I've learned, I have my own personal superhero name and magic and power within myself, and Krystylle has brought it out of me. So you can call me the Power Lady all you want.
Hi, I'm Carmel Jean-Francois from New York, and this is my second day of Emerge, and I'm excited because what this experience is allowing me to do is that I'm able to focus on my brand emerging in a sense where I'm honing in on what my idea is, what is the value that I'm bringing to people. So I'm excited what the rest of the weekend is going to bring me and how I'll come out from this experience. Carmel Jean-Francois from New York.
Merry Christmas to all of you. Merry Christmas in my mind. Silent night, holy night, all is calm, all is bright, round the young virgin, mother and child. Holy infant, so tender and mild, sleep in heavenly peace, sleep in heavenly peace. Silent night, holy night, shepherds wait at the side, glory streams from heaven afar, heavenly hosts sing hallelujah. Christ the Savior is born. Oh, yes, He is. Christ the Savior is born. Merry Christmas to all of you. Oh, thank you, Lord. Thank you. Here we go.
Awesome. That was great. And my voice goes that low as well, ladies and gentlemen, but I just choose not to use it. Okay.
Right.
You went lower than I've heard you.
Okay.
You went lower than what I've heard you do.
I'm a baritone,
Recently.
okay?
Like, wow.
So I get a chance to every so often go down and, be comfortable. Then you take me out of my comfort zone, but I'm going to let you go.
Awesome. So Wayne, are you ready? We will bring my cousin up. Some people think that I have like a lot of jobs, but this dude right here, he's trying to take my title away, cousin.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good.
Great. This is really awesome. I mean, where else can you come on and the program is opened up by a king from Africa and then congresspersons who expose corruption, body lifters. I mean, you are right in the middle of Proverbs where it says, seest thou a man or a woman going diligently about their business, they will stand before kings. So thank you for letting the prophetic word be fulfilled during your broadcast on today. Hey, how you doing?
You know I'm international.
Listen. I've seen you live in a living color. And so I know that you do the work necessary, right?
I have 14 jobs, 15, 16 or so. But you look on here, look on the screen. Look at what does it say?
I am seeing partially what it says, disrupt lead, that part.
No, it says I love Wayne's glasses. You had to take
your
glasses.
Thank you. Okay. Robert Graham, a guy who makes a couple of shirts. His name is Robert Graham. He made a couple pair of glasses.
So we're getting a little bit of feedback right now. I'm not sure what that's from. Let me see. I'll just put other people on mute that are in the back. See if that helps.
Can you hear me that well now? I might have to open the door or something.
Mute. And it's echoing. Okay. And just put a few more people on mute. Okay, great. So yes, tell us a little bit about what it is that you do. And then I'm going to have an interview here live in the studio. And then we're going to bring on some of your folks. You have some amazing folks that are authors and a lot of different things. So go ahead and talk about TAP.
That's kind of hard to do, but not hard to do. So I'm going to talk about what we do and probably not myself. Sometimes they don't. Well, I am W. Taft Harris Jr., and we were able to create an agency that actually supports creative in fulfilling their visions and doing the work that they do. It was not by happenstance. It was because I was managing celebrities, quote unquote, and I saw the need and began to fulfill that need. And all of a sudden, I find myself in this position of not was resources as before, not just running a hospital as before, not just pastoring the church as before, but actually fostering ideas and visions of persons who needed someone to represent them in community and to place them in communities such as what you have presented to us here today, Krystylle. This has been a dynamic venue. The myriad of people that you presented here so far, since I've been sitting here listening, has been dynamic. And so what we do is we have an agency called the Taft Agency Unparalleled. That is because we definitely believe in providing unparalleled experiences, unparalleled contract negotiations, unparalleled bookings, and unparalleled discussions and leadership to all of those that we do represent in the Taft Agency. It is a brave job. It is a big task, but this is definitely a big world, and it's very fulfilling, very, very fulfilling.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. And I got a chance to meet one of the people that you represent. You were here in town, and I wasn't really sure what I was going to, but I was able to meet one of your people, and so that was a really great experience. And people need people to represent them, and so I want to encourage you. You know, if you do need a talent agent, to contact Wayne. And we can have where we provide your information as part of the details that will be coming out from our professional videographer people that are here assisting today. And so I'm going to thank you for being on, and let me know in the chat, if you will, who the first two people are that you would like to bring up.
Awesome.
A number of them are waiting behind stage, and so can't wait to meet some of your folks. All right.
Awesome.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to play another commercial. We're going to get set for a live interview here in the studio with Norma. And Norma has a number of things that she does. One is in relation to health. And so I can't wait to have you meet her. We're just going to have a quick conversation about what she does. She's involved with a number of the different things that we do here within Life Innovation Global. And it is great to have her here in the studio with us. I'm just going to play another commercial related to the Vision Room, and then we'll get started.
Are you ready for the next chapter in your life? Do you go to sleep at night after reviewing your plan for the next day and then wake up in the morning refreshed with an unclouded vision of your purpose for the day? Do you have business goals, personal goals, or financial goals that excite you as you think about executing those plans and reaching those goals? Do you feel like you're living your best life? If you have any doubt about any of the questions I just mentioned, you do not want to miss the Vision Room. On December 18th, successful entrepreneurs, CEOs, authors, and international speakers from around the world will come together to share their trials and triumphs and some of their most impactful advice that you can use for this next chapter of your life. Join us, listen in, take notes, ask questions, engage in the surveys, engage in the competitions. You can even let us know if you're interested in being a writer for one of the magazines for Life Innovation Global. Or maybe you want to have an episode on Life Innovation Global TV. Don't wait, don't hesitate. It's your time to be great. Join Krystylle and all of her special guests from various countries and enter the Vision Room. If you are in the Arizona area, feel free to come by for the live experience. Otherwise, check the post for information on where you can view the Vision Room and engage with us online. Until then, keep rising.
Hello, everyone. You can go ahead and let me know if you're able to hear us okay online. And I'm here with Norma. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you, Krystylle? Thank you for having me.
Great, great. This is a directional mic, so just have it up like this.
Just like this?
Just like that. Hey. So we are in studio, and everyone that's here, if you can put down your devices just for one moment and give it up for Miss Norma.
Thank you.
You got music, Norma.
Wow, what an introduction.
And now.
That's my line.
It is, it really is. All right, so go ahead and introduce yourself. Now, we've known each other. Has it been 20 plus years?
Yeah, as long as you've been in Arizona.
Yeah. So go ahead.
We're not aging ourselves.
We're not at all.
Yeah. So for those of you that don't know me, hello, I'm Norma McCormick. I am passionate about changing people's health or walking them through that journey of better health, because without your health, there's not much that you have. So health is the new wealth.
It really is. It really is. And so in relation to wealth, go ahead and just share your initiative, your business. Everything that we do is talking about, people's businesses. That's what I do, is I help people with their business. And so you've been one of my clients related to that. Just go ahead and share what it is.
Well, for many years, I've been in the cleaning industry, and I've realized what toxins do to our bodies. And then what really, alarmed me is when I started learning about our food and all the preservatives in it. And what you don't realize a lot of times is with your food, those preservatives affect your mind, body, soul, and spirit. So if you're wanting to connect with a higher source, you better start cleaning your diet, because we already know that through studies that it's blocking the pineal gland, which is your direct connection. And that really upset me that people in the food industry know this, and they still serve us the same food, and it's just wrong. So I guess you could say I was a little feisty about that. I feel like someone needs to stand up and talk about it, and that's my job. So,
and she is feisty is a good word. I was trying to find a word for you like the last time we were together, because you're like, okay, come on, everybody, come on. Like, who's with me? In relation to, because we need to be really serious about our health. And you are so serious.
Yes. And I think it's because when you start seeing the extremity of it, and people don't realize it because they haven't looked and they don't know. Or if you're like me, I had a lot of trust. I had a lot of trust in my government. I had trust in the food that I was eating. There was no reason for me to second guess it. And the more I started diving into health, I realized that we've got a real problem here. And the saddest thing is we're affecting our children. And children are at 15 are having obesity, they're having cardiac arrest, high blood pressure. This is wrong. We as adults are the stewards of these young people. It's up to us to start making that change.
Right. And so I want to, we've had where we've done a little bit of an overview, and this is to be short and concise. And so give us some specifics. We talk a lot about sugar. There was an ad that my husband and I just saw that showed for a Great Crush. It was a Great Crush. I don't know how many liters this is. Just that tall.
Yeah.
74 grams of sugar. Sure. Now, if you want to get out your calculator, there's 4 grams in 1 teaspoon. So if you go home and scoop out 4, that's what's in that one bottle.
Yes.
That's what's in that one bottle. And people don't even know.
No, and it's really alarming. I was listening to a statistics the other day by Dr. Mark Hyman, and he talked about Americans are eating about 1.3 pounds of flour and sugar every day. I mean, it's just way off. And this is not the wheat that we had when a lot of us were growing up. It's not processed the same way. It's not the same quality. And This is the health issues that we're having. And people don't know. So my job is to be that voice, sorry, Desmond, I'm going to borrow it just for a moment, to start sharing the importance, or just look at what we're consuming.
Right.
Yeah.
And part of it has to do with, it's something as simple as, everyone has heard this, read the labels. Right. Read the labels.
Yes.
And not just the front, because on the front, they are allowed to put things that are not necessarily totally true. And when you look at the back and then see what they do have to do is put them in the order of their significance on the label for the ingredients.
Exactly.
And there's some things like you can't even pronounce it, so you probably shouldn't be putting it in your body. So talk about your power of one, like one word.
Well, I think, it's interesting because a lot of us, especially some of those are well known and versed. Some of the doctors will tell you, eat the one word food. It's an apple, it's a kiwi, it's a strawberry, it's a potato. If you're going to the grocery store and you're looking to buy something, first of all, if there's more than 5 ingredients, you probably don't want it. If there's something you can't pronounce, you certainly don't want it. And I think as we start going back to what's natural and what works and what God gave us, this is what God made. So we tell people, eat what God made, not man-made.
Right. Yeah. Right. And so there's a book that we'll be working on. She changed the title. I'm leaning in to tell you, she changed the title of my book. It was
Buy one.
Buy one. Oh yeah. And you're the one. Okay. Now, there's a thing on the screen. I'm gonna have to change the comments because everybody's asking for me to name them now that they know that I name people. Genius is like, I want a name. And then Sally was like, you need to give us all names. And now Lynn is like, I need a name. And so I'm gonna call you the one word lady.
One word lady. All right.
Because that is what your health is. And that's how you change the title of my book. For 2023, we're doing the 100 health habits of it was 100 health habits and some other things. And so when we did our last interview, and she's like, yes. And just like in Krystle's book, 101 health habits of this. I'm like, that is not the name of my book. But I guess it is now.
It is now.
I haven't got the ISBN for it yet. And so when I register it, you're the one word lady.
Let's do that.
Health lady. And so I'm going to have where you're going to have a special section, like a bigger section than everybody else. How about that?
That would be sweet. That would be sweet. And I would be very honored, and I will take that challenge, my friend.
So what do you have for inspiration and vision for 2023?
I kind of thought you'd ask about this, and I don't have one word, but I have 2 words, and I'm going to tell you to be present. We are too busy. We're too scattered. We're too waiting for the next thing. honor the people that you're with and be present. Because when you're not present, you can't hear a divine inspiration because you're scattered. And I would just ask you to try it out. Just be present, be calm, honor the people that you're with, even if it's yourself and your own thoughts, be present.
All right. And with the loudest voice that you have, I want everyone here in the studio to say, be present.
Be present.
Say it again, be present.
Be present.
Honor the one that you're with.
Honor the one you're with.
And everybody say thank you, Norma.
Thank you, Norma.
You are so welcome, everybody. My honor.
All right, let's give it up for Norma.
Woo!
Awesome. So we will be interviewing Wayne and some of his guests next. And our next in-studio interview will be with the one and only Coda. He is here. And then after that, the next in-studio interview will be with Miss Angel. You all have seen some of her comments already on here. She's jumping around in the background already. She's really all energized all the time. Everyone who knows her knows that. So I really appreciate you being on. Let's give it up and we'll change over the set. Awesome. And yes, we did have technical difficulties earlier. So this is not how I'm supposed to be changing this, but it is right now is what we're doing. So let me play a commercial for one of the other people that came to the Emerge Media Experience.
My name is Mark Hopkins from Chicago, Illinois. I'm so thankful to be here at Emerge. This is a great time that we're having. A lot of information that's being passed forward, some practicing that I enjoy getting, and some things that I'm working on perfecting in my life that I can take and move me to the next level. I've met Krystylle about a year ago online, and this is an organization that she has, which is a great organization that I enjoyed. And I thank God that I'm able to be here today, meeting some of the members, doing some positive things, investing in themselves, investing in their speaking techniques and their stage strengths. So this is a great thing that we're in, and I believe it's going to get even better.
Hi, my name is Tandi Miani, and I wanted to share with you my day zero experience, which actually was in the Grand Canyon. We went on a hike, and for all the steps that we went down, eventually we had to come back up. But I had to keep in mind that if I just kept taking one step after the next step, that eventually I would reach my destination. And that for me was the perfect metaphor for my life and my business. That was the lesson that I learned on the first day, and I'm so happy to meet so many phenomenal women, and I'm happy to share this journey with them, and I'm so thankful to Krystylle for organizing this.
All right, so we appreciate being able to hear Norma, and we have a number of people here in the studio that will be sharing with you. I'm going to bring Wayne up though, and he's going to let me know who the two people are. We have some feedback still. You have Jesse. Okay, great. Jesse, are you ready? Okay, we have Jesse. Hi, Jesse, how are you?
I'm great. How are you doing?
I am really good, really good. And you said also, how do you say it, Recondas?
Yeah, I think he should be on now. That's actually the reverse order that we listed it. If you scroll up a little bit, you'll see more people, but we can go with this. We can fly with this. This is not an issue.
Okay. I did not scroll properly.
That's okay. That's okay. These things happen.
And I am going to, I see Abrams ready. So we're going to get Abram with his really nice suspenders on. He's ready. Here we are. Hey, how are you?
Yes. Doing well. How are you?
I'm doing good. Doing well. And so thank you, Wayne, for being on today. So I want to just go ahead and have you introduce them, and then we'll ask a few questions.
Great. We have two very prolific authors, not just that, but just minds, creative minds. And when you read their work, when you experience simple conversations with them, find is that they are definitely top tier thinkers. They think futuristic, if you want to say, as well as right now, and able to help people cope. And I think this was a good pair right here because both of them work with people, and they work with people improving their lives. And so I know this will be a dynamic conversation. So Abram Turner is here, and my friend Dr. Jesse are both here.
Yes.
Hey, y'all. How y'all doing?
I'm excellent. How are you?
I am more than well. You all, I am in the woods of Connecticut. So, Krystylle?
All right. So yeah, if you could introduce, have them introduce their project, and then I'll ask some questions. So each person can introduce their project.
Great. Let's start with Abram. Introduce what you're doing, who you are, and this book that has just blessed people.
Okay. Oh, well, first, thank you, Krystylle, for having me, and thank you to the Vision Room for allowing me to be here. So my name is Abram Turner. I write under the name Abram Writes, but I took a journey about a year ago. I was pursuing a degree in forensic psychology. And so part of that journey was, getting back in touch with the things that, were important to me and choosing me. And so as a result of that, I was able to come up with a journal. And the journal is called The Subtle Art of Choosing You. And so part of that is now I'm able to even use that in my profession because I'm also a licensed therapist. So as in the mental health space, as we know, is so paramount. It's so important. We hear about it constantly throughout our communities and even globally. And so being able to be at the forefront of mental health and being a person of color, also in that fight, also empowers me to be able to really dive in, basically feet first, and be able to then kind of drive and participate in the conversations that are necessary to move us forward.
More than awesome. Would you like Dr. Jesse to also introduce himself at this time before you go to your questions?
Yes, please.
Hey, Dr. Jesse, will you tell us about your book? I know you partner with someone on the book, so I think you're representing both of you all well here today.
Yes, I am. And just to kind of piggyback, Krystylle, I thank you and the Vision Room for also having me on here. It is a humble honor. I see you are like your cousin Wayne, holding a lot of hats. I see that is very evident. So I salute you. That's true leadership. So I salute you. But I am Dr. Jesse Sanders. I'm a mental health therapist. I'm also an author. And Wayne is correct. I co-authored the book with a colleague of mine, Dr. Matt Wilmot, here in Columbus, Ohio. The book came out in May of this year and is You and What Army? Redefining Self and Community. I tell people it's not just your standard self-help book because it gives people permission to explore. A lot of times we do not explore into our authentic selves. And a lot of people know, whether you're in the mental health field or not, over 60% of people live with the effects of childhood trauma. And so sometimes we do not address that trauma. And a lot of times we're told to be ourselves, to be you, to live your best life, to create your own dynamics in your life. But a lot of times we don't know what that looks like. What is the framework of my authentic self look like? Because a lot of times we're preconditioned, whether that's in our culture, our environment, family, etc. And so this book gives people permission to dig. And I tell people all the time, digging hurts, I don't care whether you're a spiritual person or a non-spiritual person. Digging hurts because a lot of times we have to tap into places that we thought we healed from and we did not. And a lot of times we just get over things, but we do not get through things. And getting over it simply is just disregarding it. And we know disregarding is not healing. So we created this book to kind of give people permission to start their digging process and to become their redefining self, their transformed self.
Awesome. Awesome. Yeah. Thank you for that. That is a comment here that says, true. So true. So Carmen was really resonating with what you were saying. And so I want to ask Abram a question related to inspiration and what inspired you to write. And what I mean by that is as a youth, was there anything that transpired then as well to inspire you? You may have heard already, we had some next gen innovators on, and we want to do all that we can to inspire that age because they are our next generation leaders. So what inspired you?
So for me, really inspiration started from way before. I always say that writing was my therapy before I could afford a therapist. And so writing was my way that I processed how I got through things. So I remember writing my very first book at 19. And so being in a position where I had to kind of get it out of myself. Then from an inspiration perspective, I've had the honor of also working inside of some of our correctional institutions and working with persons that, are currently incarcerated. I actually have an opportunity to really be inspired. So I take from them as much as, I'm able to give to them. In that the process is really about how do we enable each other to move forward in our journey, because each of us, we're all on a journey. And although it seems like we're in separate populations and separate places, we're still on this journey together.
Mm-hmm. That's true. That is true. We are on the journey together. And what about you, Jesse?
So, and can you repeat the question again, please?
So we want to make sure that we're doing what we can do for 2023 to inspire our next generation youth and young adults. So what inspired you to write? And is there something specifically for young people that you can say?
So what inspired me to write was learning to walk in my true authentic feelings and learning how to process my emotions. And I'll use for an example, a lot of times when I deal with clients who are dealing with things in their lives, as we all do, a lot of times people are told that they're not to be angry or they're not to ask questions. And so I tell a lot of my clients that anger is actually a healthy emotion, but when it becomes unhealthy, it's when we drill into our unconscious mindset and we allow it to be buried with unhealed pain and unhealed problems. Then it becomes the demon of destruction that begins to destroy us. So I tell a lot of my clients to allow yourself to feel. And for me, I had to get through that as well. There was a personal journey I went through in writing this book, and I had a ball of emotions. And even being a mental health therapist, I had to process and try to navigate through those emotions, understanding I wasn't giving myself a license to remain in that position, to remain unhealed, but yet recognizing my emotions. And I think a lot of times we don't walk in the land of reality, that we kind of create these delusions. And I tell even a lot of my spiritual and religious clients that it's okay to be spiritual, but yet admit that you're in fear. Yet admit at times you do not know what to do. You're not a demigod. So it's okay to walk in that emotion, because it's acknowledging that emotion that allows us to address that emotion. And so what inspired me was, what do I feel? Not what I'm told, or not how I'm told I should feel or how I should think, but what do I feel? And I had to address and deal with those emotions. And I think when we do that, we can begin to walk and embrace authentic and redefining self.
Mm-hmm. That was good. That was really good. And I really appreciate that, because a lot of people nowadays don't really talk about feelings. And I'll be bringing up several times during this broadcast, that we have a site, don'tcommitsuicide.com, I think is the actual name of the site. Mm-hmm. And it is because there's so many people that have where they have mental health issues that are going unaddressed, but not necessarily because they haven't reached out, but sometimes we're not listening. We're not listening. And so those of you who know, what has recently happened, there's a lot of people that commit suicide every day. I think it's like worldwide, it's every 8 seconds, something like that. But Twitch just had, where that happened, a beautiful face, beautiful personality to many. And just not even understanding, why, at 40 years old, he seemed to have so much going for him, but inside he was obviously hurting. And so we need to do more listening. So I really, really appreciate that. And everyone who is an author, how we listen to the words that we read in these books that can help us to move forward with great vision. So as we close, what is a word of advice that you have helping to provide vision for people for next year? Very clear and concise. And we'll start with Abram.
So I would just say embrace the journey. Is that we have a winding path. Each of us have been on any number of different places and different phases of our lives, but embracing the journey, embracing your path, understanding that it might be windy, it may feel straight sometimes, it may feel perpendicular other days, but being fully present, being fully aware, being fully dialed into your journey and allowing it to take you where you need to be. It's kind of like that thing, running your own race, making sure that you stay the course for your race in your lane.
Awesome. So in a couple words, what you just said, what's your short version of what you just said, so I can write it down?
Short version, embrace your journey.
Embrace your journey. All right, thank you. Brother Jesse?
For me, my advice would be to the people is to confront, conquer, and celebrate. Do not be afraid to confront whatever the issue may be. And if you're fearful in that moment, take a moment to breathe, take a moment to digest whatever that emotion is. So confront, and then create a strategic plan so that you may conquer it, and then celebrate every win. I don't care how small it is. Every win deserves to be celebrated. So confront, conquer, and celebrate.
That's great. And I'll have to talk to you because I do have a book coming out about small wins too. So there's a number of books for 2023, and I'll have to talk with Wayne about that so that we can make sure everything is coordinated and legit and on point with the agency. But I really appreciate both of you all being on. Thank you so much.
Thank you for this opportunity.
All right. So who do you have next?
I didn't know you were going to have me here sitting on camera, like looking, so I'm trying to get my best poses because I'm usually behind the camera because they are definitely the people who you want to put out front.
I'll put you behind the next time. I saw you like the grandfather, like the godfather, like
No, not at all. Listen, they are definitely the ones.
Yeah, I'll put you behind on the next one.
I would love for you to pull up Dr. V and Dr. Harding, Dr. Wheeler Harding and Dr. V.
Okay. So Dr. V and Dr.
Wheeler Harding. O is the beginning of her name. Begins with the O.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so we will be pulling them up next. We do have one of our musical artists that's going to give a selection, and then right after that, I will be pulling them up. Is that okay? Okay, he was a little bit frozen there, but yeah, we'll be pulling them up next. And so, sound man, are you ready? Okay, all right. So we have a national, international award-winning recording artist that is here with us on today, and he is going to share one of his selections. As we move into 2023, I totally believe that we are not only supposed to focus on our business and on our health, that we need to focus on our mental health and our confidence, as I talked about related to suicide. There's a lot going on there, but also our spiritual health. And so although this is not a spiritual program, it is in the sense that is one of the areas of life innovation. There is, let's see, which way can I go? This way. Woke has gotten some bad press here lately related to the word, in a political sense. But for me, that is the Kingdom Innovation portion of Life Innovation. And it stands for War Ready, On Fire, Kingdom Minded Every Day. So WOKE, War Ready, On Fire, Kingdom Minded Every Day. And this next individual is definitely that. So I'm going to encourage you all in mid 2023 to be a part of the Emerge Media Experience. I'll just pull that commercial up so that Reggie can come over and get ready to share with you.
This process has been, for me, to just keep pushing and keep digging, really pressing for my goals, have some pretty big ideas about things and some things that I want to do. And this is really helping me to hone in and really fine tune what I'm trying to do and to really not give up because something doesn't happen as fast as you want it to happen or as soon as you want it to happen, and to not lose heart in what the goal is, but to keep pressing, keep digging, and partnering with the right people. And Krystylle, for me, we go back many years, and she's always been a pusher of my gifts. This is not anything different from that. This is just her still being in my life saying, keep pushing, keep digging to accomplish those things.
Hello, this is recording artist Reggie Campbell. It was your love that lifted me. Your love that lifted me, yes. Your love that lifted me. Your love that lifted me when I couldn't take it. When I could make it all. When I could take it, yes. When I could make it. Oh, what love, yes. What peace, yes. What joy he gives, yes. I was singing deep in sin, for from the peaceful shore, yes, very deeply, shame within, say it to rise no more. But the master of the sea, yes, heard my despairing cry, from the waters. He lifted you and me, now save am I. Oh, what love, yes. What peace, yes. What joy, yes. He gives. Oh, I call him holy. I call him faithful, Lord. You are so wonderful to me. Yes, you are. Yeah. Holy, 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 so holy and mighty. That's what you are to me, holy and mighty. I know you are so faithful. Yes, you are. Yes. Oh, you're holy, 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 holy. Yes, you are. You're holy, holy, I know you are so faithful. Yes, you are. What love, what love, what love. What love, what has lifted me. What love, what love, what love. Your love has set us free today. Oh, God's love. Ooh, yeah. God's love. God's love.
Awesome. Let's give it up for Reggie. Great job. Great job. Awesome. What love. And we need more love in the world today, don't we? Yes, we do. We do. Thank you for that selection. Let's see, we have some other comments that came in. Sally said, wow. And then Linda said, what a beautiful, beautiful song, Reggie. Thank you so much. And there's a number of people that are here. People keep trickling in to the UpLift Center for our vision room. Everybody say the vision room. Vision room. Oh, you can do better than that. Everybody say the vision room. The vision room. Awesome. So what we're going to be doing is talking about how we use the model of a room to prepare and write out things related to our vision for this upcoming year and beyond. There's various ways that we can do that and be effective in our life. And so you'll be hearing more about the vision room talks as we move forward. But I'm going to bring Wayne back to introduce two more of the people that are with him. And we have a number of speakers that are all lined up. And we will get some of the other ones on in just one moment. Here we are. Brother Wayne, how are you?
Hey, how are you? I'm well.
And I was supposed to say Cousin Wayne.
You know, and nobody knows who Wayne is, but people that's my family, right? Everybody else knows Taft, but we'll go with Wayne. That's fine.
You're Wayne. So I have Dr. V. She has a beautiful smile. I see her in the back, and then Dr. O.
Mm-hmm.
Ready to come on. She's smiling too. So all these smiles are getting ready to come up here to the forefront. Hello, lady.
Hello, how are you?
Hey.
Doing well. How are you?
Amazing.
Awesome. And Dr. O, is it, how do you pronounce it?
Wida.
Wida?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Would you like to introduce them?
You know, Wayne is fine. We're there now. There's no problem.
No, it's on now.
I don't know. I don't know how. We don't have a lot of time to introduce people because these introductions will be very, very long. Let me start with Dr. Veronica Williams. Met her at Tampa, Florida. I was there teaching during National Church Conference of the National Council of Churches. She heard I was there. She brought me over to her school, got a chance to speak. It's my sister ever since. She's stellar in what she does. She's an author and writer. I had with Dr. Rita Hart. We were teaching at the same place, and I was trying to figure out why all the people didn't spend outside her class, like, you know, hanging off the rafters and stuff. And it was because it was Dr. Rita Harding major, retired military, Dr. Hart, professor, and all of that. And so these two spirits you have here are the same spirit, actually. They have like-minded spirits, and you're going to definitely enjoy speaking with them about what they are both doing. Dr. Rita Harding, rethinking the music ministry in the Black Baptist Church, and Dr. Veronica is going to be right there, and she has to tell you how she gets her following every day to show up early in the morning for her words. Okay, thank y'all.
Okay, awesome. So, hello, ladies. How are you doing?
Amazing.
That's awesome. I'm going to put you up top to honor you here. I'll put myself at the bottom. There is some feedback coming from you, Dr. B. So we'll start with Rita, and go ahead and just tell us a little bit about your book.
My book, Rethinking Music Ministry Leadership in the Black Baptist Church, has a lot to do with us being able to recognize that every person that leads music in the church is not necessarily qualified to do so. We have so much ambiguity. Yeah. Between music leaders who are minister of music, what is that? Director of music, what is that? And the problem with this, the problem is not with the music. As pastors say, I have a problem with the music. My comeback is, no, pastor, it's not the music. It's who you have leading the music. And my perspective is, if a pastor can preach the word, and you have choirs, praise teams, soloists who are functioning under your vision, then why can't they sing the word? And I'll stop right there for now.
Okay. All right. And Dr. B?
Yes. Listen, first of all, Krystylle, thank you so much for having us on. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Now, listen, I have to apologize in advance. We are a family traveling. We were supposed to already be at our destination, but I have 2 granddaughters, and there was an accident. So what I am and who I am is I'm a prophetic life and business strategist. I'm an author. I'm an educator, a college professor, and I am a visionary. One of the things for me with vision is helping people to move forward after the things of life happen. When you get through going through things, how do you stay forward focused and keep moving in what you're doing? And that's what I'm going to be talking to you about today.
Okay, awesome. So for each of you all, just very clearly and concisely, Rita, we would love to hear from you on, based on your book, which is speaking about the church. What do you have that you can give us for what you think we should be doing in 2023 related to music ministry?
Understanding what ministry is. If we're talking about the Christian worship service, understand what worship is. Understand the question of, well, then how do we worship in a way that God will be pleased? And what are the different markers we need to put in that we can work from so that people will be empowered. When people leave church, they want to leave with something and not baggage. And so how can we make things work for them through the music, through our understanding of ministry, if we understand what ministry is?
All right. So understanding is one of your key words. Understanding. Awesome. Dr. B?
Yes, for me, it's forward focus, staying focused on the future and not stuck in the past. So often when we experience things in life, we find ourselves focusing more on the past and on where we're going, and really getting God's will for our life so that we have the vision that He has for us and we're able to execute it.
Awesome. So as we get ready to close, if you just had one word to leave our audience with today, you said forward focus and you said understanding, but if we had just one other word we needed to pick to have people hone in on that for 2023, Dr. V, what would be your one word?
My word is actually 2, and that is manifestation of promises. Manifestation or promises manifested, because that's what God is doing in 2023.
Okay, awesome. And Rita?
Know your why.
Know your why. And both of those are things that people hear all the time, but it is where it still is true today, you know, manifesting the promises. So first you have to know what the promises are, and then have where you understand from a manifestation perspective, and then knowing your why is huge. And that can be a whole 45-hour kind of talk that we have on that. But I really appreciate you all being on, sharing more with us about your book. And, you know, we are raising money for 2 initiatives. Chemo Buddies for Life, as well as Next Gen Innovators. But we will be getting the specific information about your books when we do our professional highlight of this, where people will be able to find your book and purchase it. So thank you so much for being on.
Thank you, Krystylle.
All right, well, we appreciate them. Let's give our authors a hand. And Linda left a comment there. So we have a full backstage. There's a lot of people that are waiting to get on. We also have people here in the studio. Our next interview will be with Coda, and then it will be with Miss Angel. And we have some of Linda's additional authors who will be on as well. So we'll be going to them next after that, but we'll be having a musical selection. And I'm gonna figure out what selection we're gonna do. We have like a lot of people here to sing and share with us for this holiday season, including a very, very talented, gifted soloist that has a beautiful voice that I can't wait to hear her. She's going to be sharing. And while we're doing that, after the next about 10 minutes from now, we will open up the back for people to also have a plate. If you're here, if you want to drive over real fast, you can. But there's food that's already warming up. So we'll ask some people to go help, go in the back and help to get that ready, because we'll open up the refreshments for people to be able to have some things that I made personally to share with everybody today. And so I'm going to go ahead and go to one of our other commercials for you to just see a few things. We'd like to thank E360 TV for having us on. We are on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and Android TV on today through E360. Awesome. Thank you, E360. And I was just told by Angel, who's here, that is also on E360. It's on Spotify and iTunes as well. So we're broadcast all over the place today. And we had some international guests on. The Development King from Ghana was on, as well as Makupa, Israel, and Genius from Zambia, Ghana, and the UK. So really appreciate them being on and sharing about next gen innovation. And so we are going to have where we just kind of shift the schedule here a little bit. And Wayne, I will have your next two people after I do this next interview here. We'll have you and kind of just juggle a few people around. So let me play this, and then our stage crew will move this so I can interview Coda, and we'll go on with our program.
Hi, my name is Shania Grenache. I'm having a wonderful time. I'm having a blast at Emerge. This is my first time also meeting Krystylle. I've been in her group for about a year now, and I've learned so much. I've consumed so much information. Coming here today is just bringing it all together. Just everything we've ever spoken about, just putting it all together and bringing it into this one atmosphere. I recommend anybody come to these events because it makes such a difference. I am so thankful to meet every single person that's here. Having these conversations is so important. I feel like it's not only making a change in my life, it's making a change for all of us, and we're going through it together. I'm very thankful for this experience.
All right, so I am here with Coda. How are you?
I'm fantastic. How about you?
Awesome. Let everybody in the studio on. So let's give it up for Coda. So thank you for being here today. Now, I've only met you once, and you just had such an impact on my life. I'm like, I have to have you, not just here at the program, but there's some different things that I'm looking forward to working with you on in relation to young people. So go ahead and introduce yourself.
Yeah, so my name is Coda Grayton. I'm 24 years old, and I feel like, based on the observation that I've had, I'm one of the very few speakers under the age of 30 that tries to impact kids. And when I first found my inspirational speaking path at the age of 19, I kind of thought to myself, because I'm young, that's a disadvantage, right? You have all these speakers who are 30, 40, 50 years old who have already made it. And those are the type of people that schools want them to come to speak to kids because, they were already successful. And I kind of thought to myself, well, that's not going to be me. I'm going to have to wait another 20 years. And then something clicked around the age of 20 where I was like, no, because I'm young, I can actually relate to the kids a lot more. And I also have been trying to do my best lately, just recently, helping parents try to connect with their kids. Because unfortunately, we live in an era now filled with social media and technology. Mm-hmm. And my mom's generation didn't really grow up with that. They grew up with telephones at home, or where you had to use the dialer and use your finger to kind of circle it around.
Don't talk about us. Don't talk about us.
And so I help kids try to understand that you kind of live in this matrix world where there are so many distractions with social media. There's so many distractions with the news, and especially like I really saw it in 2020 when the whole political atmosphere really rose. You had a lot of young people going out and protesting in the Black Lives Matter realm and trying to support that movement. And that's when I kind of saw that there was a huge disconnect between what people are seeing on the news and social media and what reality is. And so that's where I try to come to intervene and try to say, all right, listen, what you may think what your thoughts, how do I explain it? I strongly believe that social media has controlled our thoughts and we don't have our own independent thoughts because algorithms control what you see, what you hear, how you see it, how you hear it. Right. So what you think you may believe your opinion is actually what you're just seeing all over. So I come in, bloopers happen all the time. But that's where I come in and I try to, help the kids understand that there's more to life than what you're seeing on social media. And the minute you start to slow down and try to gather your life and try to see where you're at financially, spiritually, physically, and mentally, because I believe that your mind is the most powerful tool. What you feed your mind is just as important as what you feed your body. Just like Norma was explaining when it comes to health, is what you feed, all the processed foods that we're consuming. Honestly, if you look at the statistics, over 60 to 50% of America is either considered overweight or obese. Mm-hmm. And it's the same thing with our minds. When we're consuming information from TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, and we consider this information to be true, and it kind of goes, and then there's times where it goes against our beliefs, right? When we actually look at actual statistics from the CDC, from FBI.gov, and it goes against what TikTok is teaching us, now we have conflicting beliefs. And so this is where I come in. I try to teach the kids that, hey, in order to kind of seek the truth, you have to be able to slow down and just analyze the world around you.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, and a lot of people don't look to see what's going on behind the scenes to really understand that. And so that's what I appreciate about you. And not just from that perspective, I want you to quickly just share a little bit about you personally and who you are and some of the different things that you've been through from a real talk perspective. You're going to be on a little bit later too, but why you have this mission in your life and what you're going to be doing for 2023. But part of it is in relation to some of the things that you've personally gone through. Do you mind sharing?
Yeah, so I mean, I just like to be open and honest. So I kind of stem from a pornography issue. And I think a lot of kids struggle with, drugs, alcohol, pornography.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of the realm that I came from. My mom growing up, she smoked cigarettes. She still does to this day. So I kind of told myself, I'm not going to smoke cigarettes. I'm not going to inhale anything in my lungs except oxygen, right? And then my dad was an alcoholic. He abused my mom, got a divorce around 7 weeks old, but he left her a bunch of black eyes. There's a lot of police reports. My mom, when I was older, showed me the police reports. So my dad was extremely abusive. I saw what the alcohol did to him. So that's when I just told myself, I'm not going to consume alcohol. But nobody in my family had a pornography addiction. So I said, okay, I'll sign up and be the first one.
Great.
But that's kind of where I stemmed through. And it got me into a lot of sticky situations. And eventually it came to a point where I was accused of something I didn't do. And I was looking at 10 or more years in prison.
Mm-hmm.
And that was I would say that was the tipping point of my life, because I have 7 cousins at the time under the age of 10 years old. And I kind of thought to myself, what's going to happen if I actually do go to prison? And they're asking me, where's Coda? And then my family now has to explain, oh yeah, Coda's in prison for, some odd years. And then I wouldn't be able to have the impact on their lives. I wouldn't be able to, experience their birthdays, Christmas, graduation. So at the age of 18 years old, that's when I had found God. And that's when I committed myself to him. And I said, you know what, this is the type of life that I want to live. And so the past 6 years, a lot of it has just been reprogramming my mind. Again, what you consume is what you become. So if you consume a lot of negative things on social media, you're going to have a negative outlook on life.
Mm-hmm.
So I had to go from a kid who was unmotivated, undisciplined. I had a 2.4 GPA in high school, not because I was stupid, but because I just didn't apply myself. And I basically had to become a completely brand new Coda. So I went from, just spending time on YouTube, watching Call of Duty videos, to I had to listen to a lot of podcasts. I had to read a lot of books. John Maxwell, who's a huge leadership person,
Mm-hmm.
He was the first guy that I ran into when I went to Barnes & Noble. I mean, that was the first step. Is I walked into Barnes & Noble and I said, God, lead me to the books that are going to help me change my life. And John Maxwell was the first. And so I went from someone who didn't read any books growing up to reading 7 books in a course of 5 months,
Mm-hmm.
Which some people that's a lot, some people that's very little. And so through the course of me reprogramming my mind, I started to become a new version of myself.
Mm-hmm.
But one thing I learned really quickly was just because you become a new version of yourself doesn't mean life gets easier.
Mm-hmm.
It actually, in a sense, gets harder, because you do now have to dig and you have to self-reflect and realize, okay, this is wrong, this needs to be fixed, this needs to be adjusted. And that can actually become unmotivating after a while.
So as we close this segment, because you'll be coming on again later, give us a little precursor, not sentences, but just like one word that you're going to focus on for when you come back up.
Confidence.
Confidence.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay. Awesome. Yeah, just leave it there.
Yeah,
just leave it there.
I want to go on.
Just leave it there. I know it's hard. You have a mic in your hand. You're like, oh, I really want to talk about it. Okay. So everybody give it up for Coda. And now we have where Coda's going to give the mic to Angel.
Thank you, Coda.
That was awesome. And after Angel, we're going to have a song by Miss Ruth. And then we will go on to one other thing online to finish up some of Wayne's people. And we have a number of artists, like I said, and he has his own background singers, and I think some other musicians that are here too. So we have a lot that's going to be going on here at the Vision Room. We want to inspire you, but not just inspire you, have where there's impact in your life. And we will be bringing on some more of Linda's authors. I'll have to contact her and see if we can shift some of their times. But we really appreciate everyone being on the Vision Room. Everybody, let's give it up for Angel.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm so happy that I'm able to help you with the impact and the help.
Awesome. Well, you're very impactful, and we've known each other for a number of years, and you've been involved with a lot of our programs, even with Echelon Leadership Institute, which was for the youth as well. And you came in and did some teaching here with the junior high, high school, and college students. So go ahead and tell us a little bit about yourself.
My passion is to help everyone with their confidence, also with joy, and really stepping into the abundance. And that's just not money. It's about really understanding where you're coming from and helping you. And I want to say thank you again for all the programs and all the nonprofits, and even the parade yesterday was just awesome.
Yeah, well, thank you. Thank you. So you have the Shine On movement.
I do.
And you have like one book that has just transformed the world, and you have another book that's coming out. You want to just share about that really quick?
Well, thank you. It is the Ignite book, and you have seen it before. It's where I'm jumping up, and it's about understanding energy and how to step more to really connect to more confidence, joy, and abundance in your life. And it's about the vibrational field of how you show up. We're always talking about mindset. It's really not about mindset. It's not about that. It's how your emotions, because emotions are energy. So what I did is I broke it down and talked about how to have a relationship with relationships of yourself, but others, money, to your health, to mundane tasks, getting off your butt and actually going and taking a shower or cleaning the house, and how to shift that vibrational field, because it will help when you're sitting and you're saying, oh, I don't need to do anything, or where am I going? Because when you experience your energy, as you have experienced mine in person, but when you really experience your energy, it shifts your mindset. It's just a natural order because it's emotional.
Yeah, energy is huge. And I think, you know, some people, when we talk about kingdom innovation, we talk about religion, we talk about God. You know, God is different things to different people, okay? And some people use, you know, the universe and the whatever, you know, like all these different names, okay? I'm a born-again Christian, I'm actually an ordained minister, so I use God. Like God is it for me. But when we talk about energy is real. Frequency is real. And all of that is in relation to how he has created us. And so you kind of break that down in your books, you know, what some of the differences are and how we can use that in our life to align ourselves with our purpose, with the purpose that God has for us. And so I really appreciate being able to experience your books. It's not where you read your books, you experience it, because the first one, you can flip to whatever page and pick out something that you want to focus on for the day. And that really helped with some of our students too. So I hope you all support Angel and her books. And you have any final word that you want to share?
Just to remember that you really do matter in your vibrational field, and this is quantum physics, it matters. So if you're sitting there and you're not feeling very well and you don't feel like you have anything of value to give, you do, because your energy field, quantum physics, your vibration matters in the collective. And everybody's starting to get that. Science is starting to come out with that. It's always been here. So that was what I would leave, because it'll raise your energy, it'll raise your confidence, and it'll raise your joy.
And joy is amazing, and I love to see your joy. I really missed you yesterday, bringing your joy to us in the parade, but it was good. So we'll get you next time. I'll order some better weather. How about that?
Let's do that.
For next year.
Thank you so much, Krystylle,
Awesome.
and for you, the viewers. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Let's give it up for Angel. All right, so now we will have Miss Ruth is going to come over, and if you could help her come, she's going to come sit right here.
Okay.
Let's have a little music while we get set up here. You'll sit right here.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, this mic. Let's give it up for Miss Brooke.
May I have a G above middle C? I wonder as I wander out under the sky, how Jesus the Savior did come for to die for poor unready people like you and like I. I wonder as I wonder out under the sky. When Mary birthed Jesus, it was in a cow stall, with wise men and farmers and shepherds and all. But high from God's heaven a star's light did fall, and the promise of ages it did recall. If Jesus had wanted for anything, a star in the sky or a bird on the wind, or all of God's angels in heaven for to sing, he surely could have it, for he was the King. I wonder as I wander out under the sky, how Jesus the Savior did come for to die for poor unready people like you and like I. I wonder as I wonder out under the sky.
Awesome. So is this still in the frame? Well, that was amazing. Thank you so much. So, so tell us a little bit about yourself, because you don't just sing like here. You do a lot of different things.
I did not expect to speak. Normally, I'm just a singer, and believe it or not, I'm quite a little bit shy. But I am a painter, as well as a professional opera singer and classical music singer. So I had a professional career when I was back east. I'm originally from Massachusetts. And when I came here, I concentrated on my second love, which is painting. So I paint now, but I also sing when called upon. And I want to tell you, I'm glad you asked me to speak, because I have truly been uplifted today. Oh, wow. I just came to sing. I didn't know anything about what your program would be. And I am so energized already. And I have so many books in me, it would have to be one gigantic series. So thank you for having me. Well, thank you. Yeah, let's give her a hand. And all of the different publishers that are online or not online that I work with, like I said, I know like so many, Ms. Linda is waiting behind stage to have where she talks about some more of her authors, is that we can put together that gigantic series for you to get your life out. So you definitely can. Yeah, not just one. Excited, and I have a lot. Okay. Okay. So it's on. Is it on? It's on, yes. Everybody say it's on. Yes, it is on. Yeah. I've been waiting. Okay, all right.
Good. Let's give her another hand. Gentlemen, can you help her, please? Thank you. All right. So we have where there's some discussions going on with our band members. For some of the folks who are here, there's a lot of really great singers that are out here. And if you all could help me get my desk back. Thank you so much, Ruth.
You are very
Watch
welcome.
your step here.
Yes, I just want to get in front of
Okay, this is a live studio experience that's going on right here. So if you can bring the table up, I think I'll just sit right here. A little bit more. Okay, that's fine.
You want it on the center like that?
Let's bring it forward a little bit more because I have to be able to reach it actually. So let's just come all the way up here. That's the arm of my lovely husband. We've been married for 30-some years. He's the sound guy. He's like a lot of different things. Let's give it up for Mr. Ben. He's like, oh my gosh. All right. So we have some comments here. Let me put on my glasses. There's a lot of comments that's been going on. Let's see what we have. Thank you all so much for being a part of the Vision Room. And remember, we are having where we are collecting for Chemo Buddies for Life and Next Gen Innovators. All right, Miss Ruth, you have some fans. They're like, wow, lovely. Sing Sister Ruth. And then that's from Helen. And then wow, lovely is from Sherry. Amen, great job is from Helen as well, Helen Hunter. And then Heidi says, beautiful. You like from all over are just commenting. Wow, that's really great. She should sing the Lord's Prayer. Okay, now we have requests going on over here, okay? Beautiful, thank you for your beautiful voice is from Linda. And it's on, Ruth. So that's one of the publishers. Like you might already have a publisher. And then Jackie. Awesome. So, oh, and then Ben has a fan. Yay, Mr. Ben. That's from Tanvi. She went to the Grand Canyon with him. So that's great. So let me see. Wayne, are you still there? So we can finish up with your authors. He is back. He is ready. And I am going to introduce Tamara. Hi, Tamara. I'm going to say hi to Tamara, Wayne, and then I'm going to bring you back on. Hi, Tamara.
Hello, how are you?
Well, look at you all red and black. Really great. How are you?
I am doing great. And yes, I just loved the rendition of the music has been amazing. What I've seen has been incredible. I'm loving the Vision Room.
Awesome, awesome. Well, thank you. Well, you are the founder of Chemo Buddies for Life. We're going to be hearing from you in a little bit. I'm going to bring Wayne back up with his authors and then Linda with her authors and bring up we'll have some more music and we are going to hear from you. Are you able to hold tight?
I'll make sure. I'll make sure of it.
All right. All right. Thank you. Mr. Wayne.
Hey, how are you?
I am good. I am good.
Great. I think in the back room we should have Ray and Recandius O'Brien. Are they back there?
Yes, they are.
Okay, great.
And they are raring to go. He's getting ready right here. Recandius, here we come. And Ray, here you come right here.
You know, I can talk about this with these two authors. Their religious works, right? Almost. God does all things well. So this pairing of them together here is. Thank you both for your patience. I know you're both actively working right now, so you're like, what the world's going on? Listen, thank you for your patience. So I want to introduce them. I want to start with Ray. Let me just say very simply, Ray does beautiful, God-anointed work around grief.
Okay.
That is, that ain't something that her or I got in seminary or anything like that. She does life work experience from her own space to share with others, and it's a dynamic work. And Ray will explain his whole book to you. He's got a book that's so deep, I can't even try to explain it. But his work gets to the guts and gets to the core of things, and it's also a spirited work. So I'm going to, hopefully you won't have me sit here on the screen this time either. I'll just pull away
and listen as you interview these two dynamic spirits.
Okay, you are officially off the screen, cousin. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Hi, how are you all doing?
Doing well, thank you. How about yourself?
Doing great, doing great. And so your name is Ray, and then we have Recondance.
Yes, ma'am. How are you?
I'm doing awesome, doing awesome. So Ray, go ahead and tell us the title of your book.
The title of my book is called In Lieu of Flowers. And it is a book about effective and efficient grief support. There are plenty of books out there that talk about how people grieve and even kind of give you some ways to grieve. But I don't know that we really know how to effectively and efficiently support people in their space of grief. I am of the opinion that we don't need to hear another person say that God needed another rose for his garden and that the Lord needed to call another angel home because God created the garden. And there are plenty of angels to support the heavens and what it is that they do. And so just in the things that we have good intentions of doing and saying, sometimes we can unintentionally do more harm than good. And so the book helps us to be able to navigate that space of grief support in effective and efficient ways.
That sounds awesome. That really sounds awesome. There's a couple verbalized comments that were said here, and there's head nods here in the studio. And Recondance, what is your book?
Hi, Krystylle. Thank you for having me, first of all. My book is called The Truth I Didn't Tell. And it is a semi-autobiographical book about my childhood, growing up in my childhood again, navigating through life and navigating through some of the hardships that children have to go through. What comes to mind first, one of the chapters is called Stained Glass Windows. And Stained Glass Windows talk about how people wanted my gift, but they didn't want all of me. And so I learned how to leave the parts that were unsavory to others. I would leave that part of me outside and then go inside and perform. When in actuality, I was just broken glass. But it takes all of the glass to create a stained glass window.
Wow. Yeah, that's pretty deep. That's pretty deep. That's one of the chapters?
Yeah, stained glass windows is one of the chapters. So, backstory, I was abused verbally and physically as a kid. And what I journaled a lot as a child because I didn't trust anyone with my truth. I was embarrassed. I didn't think that anyone would hear me. Oftentimes, with all of the people that have spoken today about trauma, most times the hardest part is getting someone to believe that you're actually hurt. And so I journaled a lot. And so the first time I submitted my manuscript, my coach was like, "Oh, that's nice. Maybe you should do a journal." She said, but if you're not going to tell the truth, then don't write the book. And I said, well, it's actually the truth I didn't tell. And that's where the name of the book came from. And when I presented her the second manuscript, she said, "Oh, you meant to tell the story." And so it literally everything changed. The titles of the book, the titles of the chapters changed everything overnight. Because as I began to lean into my truth, the Lord began to deal with me about it. And he was like, if you're not going to tell the story, then don't tell it.
Wow. Wow. We have some and some comments here in the studio. Wow. And then there's someone that's asking for your name, Christoph. He's a speaker. He has speakers competitions and there's some other things. And he's actually asking for your name. Go ahead and say your name again, sir.
My name is Richardson O'Brien. It's spelled Recondius. My middle name is O'Brien, Obrien.
Awesome, awesome. So if you had one word, Ray, to leave with our audience today to inspire them into 2023, what would that one word be?
I would say navigate.
Okay. Navigate and why?
Because the grief journey is not, grief is a journey. It's not a destination, and you have to navigate one step at a time.
Awesome. Recondance?
So you said one word?
Yes.
Wow. Can it be a quote?
See how you are? Go ahead real quick.
Just bring all of you into the room.
Okay. Bring all of you into the room. Okay, and why?
Because you see, the two things are going to happen. When you bring all of you into the room, that is you and your totality. That is you and your truth. If they can't accept it, they'll choke. But if they can't accept it, they'll embrace you. And they will get to know the parts that they don't know about. That's the beautiful thing about showing up fully. When you show up fully, you get people. It's almost like a 360. You know how we're doing the 360 photos now? You see people from all sides. When you show up fully, you give someone the opportunity to see you from all sides. There's some sides that may not be as savory to other people that they are to you, but it's all of you. It's simply all of you.
Wow. So studio audience, as loud as you can, everybody say navigate. Navigate. And then say, bring all of you into the room. Bring all of you into the room. We appreciate you all. Wayne, where are you? There you are. Thank you for having all of these amazing, amazing authors on with us today.
Oh, bless you, and thank you for providing the platform, and to all those in the audience. We hope you were blessed by you'll be able to get these books and even book them and have them on, and we'll be looking forward to hearing from you.
Mm-hmm. Yes, yes. And so we appreciate you all. Hopefully you all can also support the causes we have up in the right-hand corner. It's a give-a-thon for Chemo Buddies for Life. And we will also be looking to support you and your authors. I'll be getting all the information about their books so that it can be on the information for the professional overview of the Vision Room. Thank you.
Bless you.
All right. Thank you all.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you. Thanks. Bye-bye. All right. So we will remove a few people from the studio, and we will get ready for our next speakers. And if our band could let me know what the next song is going to be, that would be great. We can have you all queued up. And as we queue up some of our other speakers, Tamara, are you ready to come on? Do we have a thumbs up from Tamara? All right. Chemo Buddies for Life. And before you come on, let me just play this that you asked me to play. Let's see. It is right here. Okay, do you want me to play that?
Please do.
Okay, here we go. Chemo Buddies for Life.
Life is so fragile, and we're constantly reminded just how fragile life can be, especially when we or a loved one is told we have cancer. Cancer survivor myself, I can tell you, we still feel very alone in this journey.
There's a study that's been shown that patients who are socially isolated have a worse prognosis, have a worse outcome than patients who are socially interconnected.
Buddies for Life is a non-profit cancer support group for those whose life has been impacted by cancer. Humor, hope, heart, and hugs.
Humor, hope, heart, hugs, and a whole lot of love.
Share this with your friends and family and support this community in every way you can. No one should face cancer alone.
I am a Chemo Buddy for Life.
We are a Buddies Network.
No one does cancer alone.
Be a buddy.
And we are all here for you as a community of love.
We are Chemo Buddies for Life.
And if you've heard 3 words, you have cancer, for yourself or someone else, you belong with us at Chemo Buddies for Life.
Healing through connections.
Wow. How many of us in the studio know someone who's gone through chemotherapy? Raise your hand. Yeah, so I think almost everybody has raised their hand. And I don't know if anyone, don't want to get personal and ask who's going through chemotherapy like right now here, but with all the people, it was basically almost everyone raised their hand. So can you tell us a little bit about your story and why you started this?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you. And, one thing I do want to make everybody aware of, we're actually going to be going through a name change because of the fact that it's more than chemotherapy. It's anybody that's been affected by cancer and other life changing health events are who we support. And the reason that I'm so passionate about this and why I get out there and have been doing this for as many years as I have is because I know the story, because I heard those 3 words for not only myself, but for 5 people and 4 generations within my family, all through one family line. And when I went through the cancer journey, I was lucky enough to meet a buddy, to have someone to journey with me. And the doctor that you just saw in that clip was our doctor. And he really just brought it home that when we showed up, we had a nickname, the party bus. And here they come, double trouble. It's like, okay, they're changing it up. We're not here to feel sorry for ourselves. We were there with the energy and the frequency and the healing piece of the journey of life. And he just was like, okay, you got to do something. The nurses, you got to do something. They campaigned huge. And so now years later, we have a community, because that's what we see ourselves as, a community that is healing through connections. And when you were talking about frequency and with Angel Marie, who is one of, she comes in and supports our community a lot. And there's actually, when you were saying that it's real, and there's science behind it. And that was what my doctor was like, are you aware, and others need to be, and I can't go out there. I need to start on my, stay on my end of the whole spectrum. I'm a doctor, I'm healing, but we can have lay people go out there and start sharing this message. Don't do it alone. Your odds of living 5 years or longer have been diminished. That's in medical journals. Don't do alone, because the frequency will diminish. And any scientist will tell you that the healing aspect of the frequency can actually make a huge difference. And so that's what we do. We get out there and we share all of this. And then there's so much more, because the bottom line is that now, after so many years, I have seen miracles, because our bodies are pretty amazing. And Krystylle, you helped write a song with me, and we had another co-writer for our Tour of Love event that we did on E360 TV. Shout out to them all. And about the frequency of the Tour of Love, the love aspect of it, that we are stronger together. And then we share humor, hope, heart hugs, and a whole lot of love, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's awesome. And so you have been so inspiring, and life is about who you surround yourself with. And so there is a comment here about you from Christoph. Let's see what he has to say here. So great to see you. You are a brilliant healing leader. You're just so amazing in how you give of yourself. And even with the give-a-thons that you do, it's really, really great that you're able to be on for so long. Like, you try to beat me with being on for like so long. So we've been on because it's all over the world. And so there's all different time zones. So we're able to support people from all over and getting your message out. People who are on chemo do need help and support. The families of people that have chemo need our support. And some people make it through, some people don't. We just had my husband's, one of his dear friends, one of his coaches that passed away. Just all of a sudden, had issues, and it was on like a 1 or 2 year, I don't even know if it was a 2-year journey, and she passed away. So we need to have people supporting. And we're going to be hearing more about that. And so this is, ladies and gentlemen, one of the initiatives. We are doing a support drive today and for the rest of this year to the end of 2022. So you'll be hearing more from me about Chemo Buddies for Life and Next Gen Innovators. And hopefully we'll be able to give a little or a lot, to the organization because they need our support so that they can support.
Thank you. And all of our buddies, that's what we call ourselves, all of our buddies, thank you. And if you need support, that's really easy to find us. We're cb4l.org. And our community, actually, we piggyback off of Facebook. Why not? And we do. We gather together in there, and we've got so many resources and information that can help anybody that is going through a tough time with health issues and just in life in general. It is all about community, and it is all about supporting each other. So thank you for what you're doing. Yes, humor, hope, heart hugs, and a whole lot of love. And, we are stronger together. We are the ones that will change the world with our hearts. And that's from the song. And so proud of it. And I want to say thank you to all of you, all of our friends, all of those that have supported us over the years, and those that are yet to come, because the bottom line is this: we've got to change our health, and we need to change it together, and we can, because right now, going into 2023, the predictions are dire, and we can turn that around. However, right now, the UN has said that cancer is on the rise, and we need to do something about that. And so the buddies are ever so vigilant to know that we have the power within us to make a difference, and we can do that together. So I want to say thank you so much. And Linda, thank you. Thank you for that. I appreciate everything that everybody is saying. And yeah, what you see is what you get. All of it. And that is what I love too about the program, is that we show up as we are.
Right.
When you can be authentic and show up as you are, then you can actually open yourself up to the healing, to the miracles that are available to us all. So thank you. And, thank you to all of the authors. And I want to recognize also the authors that were on just before me, how important those subjects are, because, the one about, in lieu of flowers, that right there, huge. And each one of these amazing authors that have something of value, we need to be absorbing it, drinking it in, bringing it into our, cellular level, because when we do that, it's amazing the miracles that we can see and the healing that can take place. So thank you.
Definitely. And what you do is healing work, and it is needed. People just sometimes don't understand how much a call, a hug, going to sit with them during treatments, or afterwards, or all of that really does help. Even though people lose weight and they don't really want to be seen, like, you still can see if you can go by or just drop some flowers at the door, do something to support people who are going through chemotherapy. So thank you so much, and I'll be back in touch with you, okay? Because we're going to be doing this support drive through the end of the year. All right.
Well, thank you. And thank you all in advance for supporting our cause with the funds. But also, if you ever want to volunteer, contact me and let me know. We would love to have you volunteer with us also. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Bye, everyone.
Everybody say bye, Tamara. Bye, Tamara. They're all sitting here so quiet. All right. See you, sister.
Okay. See you. I love you. Bye, everyone.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. Our band is going to give us a selection, and I'm going to check in with our speakers that are behind stage, the ones that are here waiting, the singers that are here waiting. They had a meeting with our piano player. We're going to have a lot of stuff going on. And also, people can get some food now, okay, that are here. We need to go ahead and turn on the light back there so they can see. And let's see, what did I make? They're playing Christmas Time is Here. Is that what that is? Christmas Time is Here. I make up my own names to songs, and so I could have just have given it some other name. I made chicken enchilada, And I also made some pasta with ground beef and cheese, and then there's green beans and corn and mashed potatoes and salad and cake and some other things that are back there. So don't rush over if you weren't here already. We're gonna lock the door. Only the people here can eat. I'm just kidding. But I wanted to have a meal for everyone, and so somebody can maybe bless the food back there. Michael can bless the food because I know he's gonna get some food. This Michael right here, he loves to eat. He loves my cooking. So I'm gonna go check on folks. Go ahead and turn that up, and I'll be right back. I'm gonna check on all the speakers. Thank you all.
Jesus will. I know he will. I know he will. He said he will. He said he will. He'll fight my battle. He'll fight my battle. I keep singing. I keep singing. I know that he will. Jesus will. Jesus will. Oh, yeah. Jesus will. I know he will because he said he will. Oh, yeah. Jesus will. I know he will. I know he will. He said he will. He said he will. He'll fight my battle. He'll fight my battle. I keep singing. I keep singing. I know that he will. Jesus will. Oh, yeah. Jesus will. I know he will. He said he will. Oh, yeah. Jesus will. I know he will. He said he will. I know he will. He said he will. I know he will. He said he will. He'll fight my battle. I keep singing. I know that he will. Jesus will.
All right. If somebody can hand me a mic. Awesome. So we have some singers here. They're going to be sharing with us again later. They'll actually be on camera with our band. We are going on with our program, and Miss Linda has people, let's see, that have been waiting. Sherry has been diligent. I need to give her a present and Jackie a present. Miss Linda, here we come. Hey, Miss Linda. See, my turn. You're on mute.
Okay, I'm just going to share. I'm looking for an enchilada somewhere to eat because you made me very hungry, Krystylle, with all the food you listed.
So those of you all, you don't have to wait. You can, Michael, you can go and get some food if you want. Anyone else? It's not just Michael. If anyone else wants to go get some food. He sends me messages like twice a year, like, oh, I just really wish I had some of your macaroni and cheese in here, this and that. He's so funny. So people are now getting up to go get some food. That's good. So you can drive. You still can drive like 8-9 hours here, Linda, to come get some food.
Okay, I'll be there. I'll be right over there in 7 hours.
So we have some dynamic gentlemen in the back, Brother Mark and Mr. Coach Joe. But Sherry, I'm going to bring you up, and I do have to send you something. You've been so patient, and Miss Jackie, you've been so patient as well. A nice big smile here.
Oh, Jackie's festive. I love it. Yeah, if you can just drop your cameras down a little bit, ladies, so we can see your faces, that'd be good.
But I'm going to switch them.
Okay, there we go. I think so. There we go.
There we go.
And Jackie. Okay, go ahead, Krystylle. It's your show.
No, go ahead. I'm just going to take this off so we can see everybody. Go ahead.
Oh, I just want to share because Jackie just hit #1 international best-selling author status. Woo, woo. Let's hear for Jackie. It's so exciting because when you work with people and you're like you read their books and then it actually comes to fruition, it gets out there into the marketplace, and then people start buying it. It's just so exciting for us, but of course for the author too, of course. But it's exciting for me to be part of that process, and that's what I love about the book publishing aspect of it. So congratulations, Jackie, and I love your hat.
Very excited, very excited.
Honoring you on today. Those who are not don't have a fork in your hand, can you clap for Miss Jackie? She just made international bestseller. Awesome. There's a lot of clapping going on over here. Even the drummer clap. He put his sticks down and clap. That's great. Okay, so Sherry, how are you?
I'm amazing. How could I not be amazing? Look at the energy of this square.
Yes.
Sherry, wow. Leopold, is that how you say it?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, so Jackie, let's hear a little bit about this book, and then Sherry, you're gonna hear about you as well. What do you have for us, Jackie?
Okay, so what I'm going to share with you is that, I'm going to share the book first and foremost. So I don't see that, but it's called Believe All Things Are Possible. And what I really want to share with you guys today is this. It has been so amazing for me since this happened. Linda has been absolutely amazing to work with, by the way, but I didn't even know how or what was going on. And it was so emotional for me. Tears of joy and tears of gratitude. It was so emotional and wonderful for me. And there is that the #1 international bestseller, like crazy thing. Believe is everywhere around me. I've got signs up in my office I didn't even notice 2 ago. And earlier this week, we went to the clinic, and here on the wall is this great big believe. And what I understood as I processed that was that there's always, no matter how hard things got, no matter how much I was hurting, there's always been a part of me that believed something else could happen, that something else was possible. And I just had to hold on to my faith. I just had to hold on and keep going and keep doing the right things. And then miraculously, this thing, my God, I'm so blessed, and I'm so being part of that journey.
Awesome. And yes, Linda is amazing to work with. Isn't that right, Sherry?
Yes.
She is. She is totally amazing. I only wish I'd known her when I wrote my first book because I would be able to have that title as well. But my book is Self-Bullying, What to Do When the Bully Is You. And that's what I actually launched my personal book writing career with. And, I really believe that we all have worth, and that finding that worth and believing, as Jackie said, in that worth is paramount to your success as a person in your life, in your relationships, all of it. But the loudest voice you'll ever hear in your entire life is the one that's running around in your head. It's your voice. And you have to be best friends. You have to fall in love with you. And that is really how you combat self-bullying. So much of that is just deep-seated in, somebody else's story or whatever was handed to you or labeled onto you or whatever. But, you've been talking throughout the day about a word, and I think the word for me is choice. You have a choice. You have a choice to accept someone else's label. You have a choice to think, I'm like totally amazing. I don't care what you say. You have the choice. And I'm famous for saying, Linda will know, choices create change. Change your choices and your choices will change.
Wow. Yeah, we do have a choice. And you all had a choice to be very patient. And so I do have here in my bag some gift cards, and Linda, I guess they're here. I'm like, Linda, I'll get their address from you, but we can have where they can give it to me too. But I want to give you all something just to honor you for being on and being patient. And let me get everybody back on the screen here. Linda is going to be asking me for a card. She's like, I want one. That's just how she is. She's just kind of, that kind of person,
Why not? Right? You got to ask. If you don't ask, you don't receive.
Tandy is on here like, I want some food too. It does smell pretty good in here. Hopefully it tastes okay. Everything tastes okay?
Nobody's talking. It must be good.
All right. So Linda, I want you to just give some honor right now. So what is it that you just love about Jackie that other people can take into 2023?
Well, it's interesting because when I first met Jackie, I didn't know what to make of her, right? Because I didn't know her well. And I really love her passion and her drive and her desire to keep believing. And she had a 27-year marriage that just like split like right in front of her face. And she just kept believing that there was going to be something else out there for her. So really having that perseverance, people who have perseverance are those who are going to succeed. And so that's what I really love about Jackie, because she keeps moving forward. And in addition, when she said she was going to publish her book, like she kept on timeline. And that's challenging to do, for people who are getting ready to publish their books. And so I really love that she kept to the promise and she just kept doing it. And there we go, got her book out there. #1 international best-selling author. Hello.
Awesome. Audience participation moment. Please swallow so that you can say this. Everybody say, keep to your promise.
Keep to your promise.
Awesome. And what do you have that you like about Sherry that other people can take into 2023 as well?
Sherry, I met Sherry again, a few years ago. And what I love most about Sherry, there's a lot of things, of course, I love about her. But what I love most about her is that she has this compassion and care and empathy for other people. And when she talks about the self-bullying, she was her own worst enemy, like many of us. But Sherry is one of those who really keeps pushing people forward to have them to excel in their own lives. She's a great connector. She wants to connect you with the right people. She does it all the time. It's just a natural thing for her to do. And I just love having her in my sphere.
Okay, awesome. And so what would be the one succinct thing that we would take into 2023 related to her?
Let's see.
Because
Sherry, yeah, I think what with Sherry is to get your mind right. That's what I would say, is just get your mind right and keep believing in yourself, using Jackie's word, but to just keep believing in yourself. You got this. You can do it. You just got to keep going.
All right, and we have Sally.
I like to say.
Sally is agreeing too. So everyone, here we go again. Everybody say, get your mind right.
Get your mind right.
Yes. So they're so sweet. They're trying to chew and talk at the same time. I don't know if there's any projectiles going on over here with people trying to chew and talk at the same time, but get your mind right. I really like that. So I wrote that down. And so ladies, thank you for being on. And just a last word of inspiration from the new international bestseller. What's your last word of inspiration for everyone today?
She looks frozen.
She's frozen.
Well, she isn't. She is in Canada, so it is pretty cold there.
Can you hear me now?
No, stay back here laughing. Linda, she does not need any egging on. So yes, it is cold in Canada. She's unfrozen all of a sudden. Maybe
we can hear you now.
Linda, that you had on the whole time. Maybe that helped her. Jackie, what's your last words of inspiration for us?
It all starts with belief. And if you can't start with full belief, just start with maybe.
Say that again.
It all starts with belief. And if you can't get there right away, start with maybe.
Okay.
Just maybe.
Believe. Because maybe leaves the door open, right?
Exactly right. Exactly right. It allows for the possibility of other things to come.
Awesome. That's really good. All right, Sherry, what do you have to take us into 2023?
I'm going to tell you that you are an unrepeatable miracle exactly as you are. No qualifiers. You don't need to lose 10 pounds. You don't need to find the right partner, man, woman, whatever, you are exactly as you are meant to be, and that is imperfectly perfect.
Wow, an unrepeatable miracle. Is
One
that
in 8 billion? That's what I'm gonna tell you. You're a snowflake. You're 1 in 8 billion.
And so you can say it and really mean it, like you snowflake, and like it's like a compliment, right?
Heck yes, absolutely, 100%.
I like the unrepeatable miracle though. Is that already in your book? One of your books?
Yes, it is.
Wow.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna say
your DNA isn't anywhere on the planet. I mean, that's the point. It's like, this is why it's so important to fall in love with exactly who you are, because there isn't anybody else like you. That's magic.
That's right. All right. That's really
And I'm going
good.
to start calling Sherry Snowflake just because of that, because Krystylle, I know how you like to name people. So we're going to name her Snowflake.
You cannot name somebody on my show. That is like.
I knew you were going to say that.
I'm gonna get some of those headband with the snowflakes.
Yeah. No, that was good. That was good. All right. Well, thank you so much, ladies. And I am so serious, Linda. Hold me to it. I want to send them something.
I thank you so much for the opportunity, Krystylle. It's been such an honor to meet and hear everyone previously. Yes. So thank you so much. And thank you, Linda.
Thank you.
Could I take 10 seconds? I just want to say Linda Sunshine West is every bit of that sunshine word. I don't want to let us get off the screen without saying she is the ultimate connector, and she is that person who is passionate about helping others. If you don't know her, I'm sorry, you need to fix that.
Thank you. I like how you just speak so point blank, you know. I'm sorry, you need to fix that. Okay.
You need to fix it. Yes.
Sounds like you, Krystylle. Sounds like you, Krystylle.
Whatever. Thanks, Sherry. Jackie.
That was so sweet.
Thank you so much.
All right. Okay, thank you. All right, Linda. Well, we are moving on with some more of our program. I don't know if you're going to hold time, come back on, or what you're going to do, but
I'm going to be hanging out a little bit here, but thank you so much. I'll drop out, Krystylle, so more people can hop into the green room, and then I'll come back for the final person, Kathy, at 5:30 or whatever time that is.
Yeah.
So
no, that's
I'll see you then.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Awesome. Thanks, everybody. Have a good one.
You guys are so sweet. People are like, oh, you too. Yeah. So everybody's happy now. They have like food. So they're like not upset anymore because they're sitting and having to smell everything. All right. So we have some more people in the background, and Mark is smiling because I know he really wants some of that food. Coach Joe, you got to fly over here, man, from Lancaster, Pennsylvania. And I want to just do like a couple things here. And we are supporting Chemo Buddies for Life and Next Gen Innovators. Next Gen Innovators are for age 19 to 29 to help them be business minded, have leadership skills, create their businesses, and do things and learn things that you don't necessarily learn in the regular school system. So we do have where we're working with, we've worked before in Echelon Leadership Institute here in the United States. We'll be working here in the United States again. And so starting in the spring, if you're interested in having your students be a part of that, you can. Earlier, we heard from students from Zambia, Ghana, the UK, China. We have like a number of other countries that we work with people every single week on their hopes and dreams, age 19 to 29. So we would love to have you all have your young people be a part of that. Also, we're in the vision room. So I just want to say, related to that, it's called the vision room because we have what's called the door of opportunity. Everybody say the door of opportunity. The door of opportunity. And it is open every single day. It's open every single day. You just have to realize it and open it and walk through it. We all have a lot of opportunities that come our way, but guess what? Those are ones that were already manifested by somebody else. So create your own door, create your own table, create your own event, create your own whatever it is. I am the Wealth Innovation Strategist. I have the title of Global Ambassador of Innovation through iChange Nations and through several other organizations. actually also knighted as a dame, a lady with the Royal House of Constantine the Great, because of what I do in innovation. And so this isn't to talk about me in different titles, you know, but it is to let you know that some doors I created and walked through them and people recognize that. Others, it's where it was already there and I decided to walk through. You have to make a decision. Everybody say make a decision. Everybody say live with intention. Go into 2023 with intention. Don't just write down goals and don't go back to them. Put them on your refrigerator, put them on the bathroom mirror, put them in your car, put them in your phone, have an alarm where they come up for you, where you can go through those and understand where it is that you want to go, and then hold yourself accountable to go there. There's a thing called KPIs, key performance indicators. So we all have to have a way that we measure what it is that we're doing on a daily basis. And if you don't, then you need to talk to me about how you do that. Anyone and everyone that knows me, I'm about business and getting things done, okay? And sometimes things go as planned, sometimes they don't. But what does happen is that I've set intentions and then I do what I need to do to make it happen. Sometimes it happens the way I want it to, and sometimes it doesn't, but it's going to happen. And why is that? Because I love to pour into people. I love to have where I see people achieve their goals. A lot of what I do, a lot of what my husband and I do is behind the scenes. Some things people are like, oh my gosh, I see you doing so much on Facebook. You have no clue, because there's like twice that, 3-4 times that that's really actually going on behind the scenes. I don't post everything. Don't have time. And even if I was going to give it to like a person to be a social media person, don't have time to go through all that and approve all that. But that's not what it's about. It's about us having impact in people's lives. And so have where your initiatives are not just related to you, have where they are where you can have impact in people's life. And then that is where your life will be impacted as well, okay? So I appreciate you all being here and being on the Vision Room. We're going to hear from some of our other speakers. The piano player, I think, is eating. I'm not sure, but we have to see what song Mike wants to do after we have one of our next speakers. We're going to hear some more music. So I'm going to bring up 2 gentlemen at the same time, and then we can find our musicians and see what's going to happen next here on the Vision Room. We have Mr. Joe, welcome, and Mr. Mark.
How you guys doing? Hello, how's it going?
Great, how are you?
Awesome.
Awesome. So,
yes.
Really, what did you say?
I said, thanks for putting this Vision Room together. It's definitely something that's needed.
Awesome, thank you so much. And I see we still have some speakers in the back, and so we'll be bringing them up after we have some more music. And we have some others that are waiting here to speak. So Mark, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Well, I'm Mark Hopkins. I am an author of a book. What's stopping you? What's stopping you? Basically, I'm a pastor, a motivational speaker, ex-military, Marine and Army, California Army National Guard. So I am a veteran as well. So that's pretty much, I'm here in Chicago by way of Plainfield, Illinois.
Awesome. And I think I played your commercial earlier related to being a part of Merge Media Experience too.
Oh, yeah. That's up.
All right, Joe, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. My name is Joseph Gray from Lancaster, Pennsylvania. I'm a sports coach, a social entrepreneur, youth development specialist, and community worker. I try to strive to make an impact in my community, however that seems fit.
And you do make impact in your community. And I don't know, have we known each other like 3 years now or so? I don't know.
Yes, it's like 3 years, maybe going on 4.
Going on 4, yeah. Mark, what about you?
Yeah, about somewhere around the same, I would think.
Okay.
Around the same time, 3-4 years old.
Awesome. Awesome. So I'm not calling you old, Mark, but you're older than Joe. Okay. So if you were to speak into his life, into the lives of young people going into 2023, what kind of encouragement would you give for young men today?
Well, one thing I'm saying is it basically came from my book, What's Stopping You? What's Stopping You? I had to ask myself that question all the time when I was young, coming up, trying to move into the career that I was wanting to do. I wanted to be an attorney. I wanted to be a lawyer. And I had to ask that question: what's stopping you? Writing this book, I had to ask myself, what's stopping you? But the thing that I wanted to touch on as far as what's stopping you is, who are you? Who are you? That's the first thing you need to know. Who are you? In your life, there's things that you're trying to accomplish. And one thing you need to know, I'm ex-military again, like I said, when we were in the military, we used to navigate. I heard somebody talk about navigate on the conference here today. We did a lot of navigation. And the first thing we did is we found out where we are in order to find out where we are going. So who are you? That's where you are. That's that pinpoint on the map. Who are you? Find out who you are. What's your character? What kind of character do you have? Is your character good? I'm talking about character. When you go into 2023, go in with the right character. One thing about character, building good character is kind of like building a house, building a foundation. What kind of foundation are you going to build for yourself? When a person look at you and they know who you are, a lot of times you don't know who you are by your character, by what you stand for, by what you do. Ways of building good character. Good character. They talked about frequencies. I've been 20 years with the railroad, Union Pacific. I'm a technician. The electronic technician, telecoms, in the telecom field. So I test a lot of, I built communication towers. I've put up microwave dishes. I've built the 300-foot tower. I've climbed the 300-foot towers. We deal with a lot of frequencies, and I've had to test those frequencies. God puts a lot of, resistance. You test for resistance through that cable. There's resistance in that cable that those frequencies go through. There's going to be resistance in your life. There's going to be resistance in your life. When we're testing for resistance in that cable, what is the thing that's causing that cable, that signal not to go through that cable and get from point A to point B? Is resistance. What is resistance? Resistance is the thing that stops us from moving forward. That thing that stops us from moving forward. Sometimes we got to have resistance. You're going to have things that come in your life to try to stop you. Move through. Learn to get through the resistance. Learn to go through the resistance. Do I have more time?
Yeah, you trying to preach, Mark?
Yeah, I definitely have something to say. So.
I was gonna say he was going right there.
He was going in. So we're gonna have to have.
Well, I'm not done. But
I know.
If I was.
Go ahead.
Okay. Are you coming back, or are you gonna?
So you have 30 seconds.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep it to 30 seconds. Okay. Character. Build your character. Build your character. Do the right things. Learn to do the right things. Think things through. Things are going to come to try to mess your character up. Take the responsibility. You make a mistake, own up to it. Own up to your mistake. Clear that plate. Make it a clean slate. Because if you're running around with mistakes and you're trying to hide things, that's how you destroy your character. You can have good character 25 years in the company, and you make one mistake and try to hide it, you tear your whole foundation down. Keep your character clean, own up to your mistakes, and move forward.
Amen.
People clapping and saying some stuff over here about you. So everybody say, think things through.
Think things through.
Yeah. So he was one of our finalists for the Emerge Media Experience. I had you know. So he's on fire. He's definitely on fire from Chicago area. Joe, what do you have to say about that?
That was a lot to follow after. Nah, but I just want to give just some advice going into 2023. If you're anything like me, like I started 22 really hot, coming off a great 2001. 2021. It was really exciting coming into this year until I got hit with a bunch of different adversities out of nowhere, right? And who are you in the face of adversity is the real question. That's the real you. Who are you when adversity hits? Who are you when the times get hard? Who are you when the rubber hits the road? Those are the things that really define you. As my brother Pastor Mark was saying, character is what is important in life. You not what's going on in the outside, not what's you look like, but your character. 2021, it hit me like a Mack truck between the deaths in my family, between losing friends, going through a bad breakup, and just the amount of things that was going on at adversity after adversity after adversity. My vision got very cloudy. And you're talking about a person who's very goal oriented, who's very ambitious, who goes and gets it no matter what. My vision got cloudy, and if you're anything like me, I connect accomplishing my goals with success. So I had to redefine what I seen as success. Because as I said, my vision got cloudy. It separated me from my vision, my goals, and what I wanted to do. Does that mean I had an unsuccessful year? No, because that would discredit everything that God is doing in my life. I'm a totally different person from how I think, how I talk, how I just my decisions I make, the lives that I've impacted just on a daily basis. So when adversity strikes, you got to have some keys. You got to know what to do. You got to reach out to your support system because you can't do this alone. It's hard to be by yourself. Find ways to express yourself because if you don't, you're going to blow up. You're just going to holding things in only makes things worse. And schedules and routines is key. When I was in the midst of all my funks, and in that bad dark place, like what kept me going and keep working and striving was my routine, because I didn't feel like it. So adversity is going to hit, but you got to persevere through it all.
Mm-hmm. And you have truly persevered. I just applaud you for being a young man that has goals, a young man that not just has goals for his life, but for helping the young men. You work with youngsters. What's the lowest age you go to?
I'm now starting to work with early childhood as I created this book for kids that are learning the alphabet. I'm mostly focused on middle school age, so 11 to 14. But I'm now trying to reach the younger age. As the younger you are able to impact and inspire, the more likely we are to have leaders growing up. So.
Awesome. And that's neat. Yeah, you can go ahead and clap. You have clapping from our studio audience here. And Thank so what's I'm going to bring everybody back on right here for just some closing comments on what do you want people to know from you? Just real talk, real concise, Mark, because you'll be preaching. I don't want time to say, keep preaching. Again, the note that she put. But what's something you can say real concise from what you've already said? You can summarize just one.
Again, I would say keep the slate clean. Okay. Keep your slate clean and, own up to your mistakes, like make usable mistakes The dream that I had before, make usable mistakes. That means, mistakes that can be used. That means that you have to be productive, continue to do productive things, keep yourself in productiveness. So when you make those mistakes, they'll be usable mistakes, and those mistakes may wound up make you a very rich person.
Awesome. Everybody give him a hand. Joe?
I would say when adversity strikes, because it will. It's not a matter of if it will or will. It will strike. We all go through tough times. But you just have to put that one foot forward, move with intention, and persevere.
Everybody say persevere. Persevere. Awesome. Well, I thank you all for persevering and being here with us on the Vision Room. I saw you waiting in the back, and we've had some phenomenal speakers and music and other things that have happened on today. And so I really appreciate you all. We will be in touch related to some other things that we'll be doing for 2023. If you're able to help help and support Chemo Buddies for Life and Next Gen Innovators, that would be appreciated. And that is on the Eventbrite. There's going to be some other things that after this, for the people who have registered on Eventbrite, I'll be doing a drawing, not today, but I'll be doing a drawing for people who've registered so that they can win some things going into the new year. Thank you too. Appreciate it.
Of course.
Thank you.
All right. Awesome. Thanks. Bye-bye. All right. Well, we've had some really great speakers. We have another one that is waiting in the back to come on, and we will have her on in a moment, including some other speakers here. And I just wanted to have one moment to have our piano player to come to the piano so we can have a couple more things while the band is still here. They're going to have to wrap up. We do have where there's some other singers. We have some tracks that they'll be singing to, and then I'm going to hop on the keys here in a minute as well towards the end of what we're doing to sing my favorite song in the whole world for Christmas, which is Feliz Navidad, for about an hour. We'll be singing it for about an hour. What song do we have? I Will Bless the Lord. Okay. All right, so we're going to get set up for that, and then we're going to get set up for Michael Taylor to come in and do some music for us. Now, Reggie and Michael Taylor. Michael, can you come back over here for a moment? Let me see if I can move this. I'm just messing up over here. Let me see if I can get you in the screen here. Can somebody help me with the table?
That's me.
Yeah. And if the singers can come over here to get ready to sing I Will Bless the Lord, anyone who knows the song, if you all can come forward, that's fine. Thank you. So, Michael, you were involved when we went the last time, I think, to Kenya, and we wanted to take some music over, and you gave me some CDs to take over there. And so I don't know if you've done anything else international, but they really, really enjoyed your music. So just tell us, how were you inspired to start singing? Did you start like really, really young, or was it something that you started doing later on in life?
Yeah. So I've always sang my entire life, but I'd say really it was after I gave my life to God when I was about 16. Then I really got into worship and contemporary Christian music. But no, that's a blessing of God. And we have more music coming out. So, hope to be a part and be able to share music.
Awesome. And so after we sing this song, and we have Coda here, we have Teresa, we have some other people that are going to be speaking. Miss Heidi is going to be speaking too. What is the name of the song that you're picking to do first, and why?
So the first track we have is going to be Psalms 23. It more or less paints the picture about, how the Lord leads us throughout all of our valleys and our strongholds. And if you just continue to lift up the highest praise, which is hallelujah to the King of Kings, then He will always make a way.
Awesome. Let's give it up for Michael. And so Who's leading? Is somebody leading the song? Michael, you're leading this? I will bless the Lord. No, I will bless the Lord first. Michael, you're leading this?
Oh, you just go sit down?
I'm gonna give the mic over. I'm just trying to ask questions. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Don't you know this song? To sing in the background.
You want to lead it, Michael?
Are you too full to sing? This is being broadcast internationally, and you just sitting there. Okay, all right. You have me asking you, are you too full to sing in an international broadcast? See, now he already knows. He's a young man. He already knows if I'm asking him a question, that's not really a question. It means, Michael, you need to get up here and sing. That's what that means. Okay. Let's give it up for Michael and everybody else is singing right now.
Hallelujah. Magnify the Lord with me. The Son He has redeemed. Clap your hands, rejoice and sing. You are the Lord of everything. You are Lord of everything. I will bless the Lord. Hey, bless the Lord. Bless the Lord at all times. And I will bless the Lord. I will bless the Lord. Say, bless the Lord. Bless the Lord at all times. For the Lord our God is great. For the Lord our God is great. Perfect Lord in all your ways. Perfect Lord in all your ways. God of mercy, Lord of grace. God of mercy, Lord of grace. Holy One, ancient of days. Holy One, ancient of days. Somebody say, I will bless the Lord. Come on, bless the Lord. Bless the Lord at all times. Come on, y'all say, oh God, I will bless the Lord. Come on, bless the Lord. Bless the Lord at all times. Say, bless the Lord. Bless the Lord, oh my soul and all that's within me, bless the name. Come on, this is a real simple song, but you know it, sing with us. Bless the Lord. Bless the Lord, oh my soul and all that's within me, bless the name. Come on, let's hang out right there. Come on, say, I will bless the Lord. 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 It's too good. I will bless the Lord. Just save me. I will bless the Lord. I will bless the Lord. I will bless the Lord. Because He praised me. I will bless the Lord. 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 He has done great things for me. He has done great things for me. So I will. Come on, somebody. He has done great things for me. So I will. He has done. He has done great things for me. So I will. He has done great things for me. So I will. He has done great things. He has done great things for me. 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 So I will bless the Lord. Hallelujah. Come on, give God some praise. Come on. Hallelujah. We invite you to worship with us. No matter where you're watching from, if you will bless the Lord at all times. Come on. His praise will continuously be in my mouth.
Let's worship our God here just for a moment. We were talking about that He is our shepherd. So just think about the difficult situations and what you really trust in God for. Hallelujah. Jesus. Hallelujah.
Check.
All right, we're ready. Ready right here.
The Lord is my shepherd.
He goes before
me.
Defender behind
me.
I won't fear.
I won't fear.
I'm filled with
anointing.
Cups
overflowing.
No weapon can
harm me.
I
won't fear.
Hallelujah. What's the highest praise? Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. I am not alone.
He's my comfort.
He's my comfort. Always holds me close.
I can see clearly now. He always guides me.
He always guides me.
Come on, let's worship Him. From mountains and
valleys.
Oh, His joy is refreshing, yeah.
Joy is refreshing.
It restores my soul.
Restores my soul.
And when I fall in time after time, mercy and goodness.
Mercy and goodness.
Gives me assurance, say.
Gives me assurance.
Then I'll see His glory.
I'll see His glory.
Face to face.
Face to face.
Come on, y'all sound more good. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
I thank you, Lord. Hey, He's my comfort.
He's my comfort.
And He always holds
me
Come on, declare it. Sing hallelujah. Hey. Come on, I feel His presence. He's mine.
He's my comfort.
And He always
holds me close.
See your spirit.
Your spirit lives within me, so I will walk in your peace. Your spirit lives within me,
My victory.
my victory,
My victory.
my victory. Your spirit lives within me, so I will walk in your spirit lives within me,
My victory.
my victory,
My victory.
my victory. Your spirit lives within me, so I will walk in your peace. Your spirit lives victory. Your spirit lives within me. So I will walk in your peace. Your spirit lives within me. My victory. My victory. My victory. My victory. My victory. Oh, my victory. My victory. Oh, my victory. My victory. My victory. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. I am not alone. He's my comfort, always holds me close. One more time. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. I am not alone. Oh, he's my comfort. He's my comfort. Always holds me close. Come on. He always holds you close. Begin to think about the time when he saved you from death. How about the time that he healed your body? Hallelujah. That's how good our shepherd is. Thank you, Jesus.
Awesome. Awesome. So we will have them come back in just one moment. Hopefully they'll be able to stay. I'm going to do my one song before the drummer and the guitar have to leave. My favorite song. I need this set up for me to sing. I guess I don't need to sing. Y'all can sing for me. Everybody say Feliz Navidad. Say that it's the most amazing song ever. They're like, we're not gonna say that. It's just my favorite Christmas song. So we're gonna do this and then we're gonna hear it back again from Coda. Now, does anybody remember the word that Coda said he was gonna talk to us about when he came back? Anybody? Confidence. See, you had an impact on people. Wow. So you need to give some mics to the people back there. They need to sing with me. No pressure. Okay, you all come up here and sing. Don't hit the camera. You're not gonna be. Yeah, come up here and sing with me. Feliz Navidad. Now you all know that song. You can squeeze in here behind me. I don't know that it'll reach. Check. Mr. Ben, will the chords reach over this way a little bit or no? Those chords.
Yes.
Josh, can you grab your camera? Because we don't want to jack you up. And then Coda is next. You guys, the camera's over here. Yeah, try to come through this way. See if it'll come through.
This was more tangible.
Come on over. Heidi, you can sign Feliz Navidad. Come on over.
Yes, ma'am.
Keep coming. Okay, come on. Watch out for the chords. This is real live studio setup right here. They're seeing you all walk through here. It's fine. Heidi, you come over here. You like peace?
Okay, come this way.
Check, 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 check.
Where are you guys? Yeah, keep coming, keep coming. Watch your step. Keep coming. Who has a cordless mic? Mike, you come over here. Miss Jackie, you come over here. You look so pretty. Thank you. This is not your traditional program, okay? Really seriously. All right. I love this song. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Prospero año y felicidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Prospero año y felicidad. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Prospero año y felicidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Prospero año y felicidad. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. I love this song. Feliz Navidad. Prospero año y felicidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Prospero año y felicidad. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. We wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. I wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Awesome, awesome. Thank you all. Thank you all. Go that way so you don't have to walk in front of the camera over there. Awesome. I don't know why I love that song so much, but I do. Because I'm about to say 5, 6, 7. I wish you a Merry Christmas.
Stay up here.
Awesome, awesome. So we may hear from some singers later. I'd like to thank the band for being here. You all really made my day and end of the year. So thank you so much. And we are going to move into some more interviews. We have some more online interviews as well as well as in person. Let me check out this mic, see if it's this mic.
No, it's not.
Hey. Okay. You have your mic?
No, I got it.
Okay, here. Let's get you in here. Thank you.
Let's give it up for our band. Awesome, awesome, awesome. We're just gonna turn this a little bit more so we can see you a little bit better. Kathy, I see you. I see some others in the back. We will be getting to you all in just one moment. Thank you all for being on. And Coda, you gave us a word. What was the word, everybody? Okay, a little bit better. What was the word, everyone? Confidence. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. And so, yeah, confidence, Coda. You have some fans. So what do you want to tell us about confidence? First of all, some people may not have been on from earlier. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Yeah, so I think that's also, that's why I wanted to speak about confidence, because the first time I was on here, I completely lacked it. And I lacked it because I was out of my normal environment. So a little bit about me. I'm 24 years old. My name is Coda Grayton, and there's nothing necessarily special. It's not like I'm a New York selling publisher or anything like that. I'm just an ordinary man trying to make a difference in the world and trying to make a difference to our youth. I do inspirational speaking to middle schools and high schools, and the foundations of my talk is to get kids to be able to gain control of their minds. Because unfortunately, we live in a society where parents are no longer the parents. It's social media, it's TikTok, it's Instagram, it's Snapchat, it's the mainstream media. Everywhere we go, whether we see it on our phone screens or we see it on TV, that's where our minds are adhering to. It's no longer, hey, my mom and dad taught me to do this and that. It's, oh, I learned this from TikTok. I learned this from Instagram. So this is where I decide to come in, and I try to go against, I kind of go into the battlefield and say, what you've been told growing up, what you've been told by social media is a complete lie. So that's kind of what I do, is I just travel around schools, church organizations, and I just kind of allow them to have a different perspective, a perspective of mine, since I'm 24 years old and I'm not some random 30 or 40-year-old trying to tell them how to live their lives. I ask them a lot of questions.
50-year-old.
Yeah, or 50.
You gotta keep go up.
Yeah,
keep going
50,
up,
60,
going up.
whatever you want to say. So that's why I do what I do. I wanted to speak among confidence because I think it's something that today's generation lacks. As we've talked about earlier, suicide has gone up, depression has gone up, anxiety has gone up, and a lot of it is because we do not have confidence in our capabilities as an individual. The reason why is because we play this comparison game. The comparison game is, again, because of social media. What happens is instead of seeing value in ourselves, we look for value through likes, we look through values through followers, we look for value in views. I've been, a slave to this. There have been times where I'll post something on Instagram, I'll post something on TikTok, and if I don't get enough likes or views or what I was expecting out of it, I would delete it. And so I started posting for my own selfish intent, instead of saying there is someone, whether it's one person or whether it's 1,000 people, someone needs to hear what I have to say. But I needed to create that mindset by having confidence in the mere fact that someone out there needs to hear what I have to say. Again, whether it's one person, whether it's 1 million people, I'll get there. But if you don't have confidence in anything that you do, you're not going to succeed. You can have all the business strategies, you can have all the books written out, you can have everything planned, you can have a calendar, you can have all your ideas written on a whiteboard. But if you step on stage, if you go to write a book, if you go to present yourself in any way, shape, or form, and you lack confidence, people are not going to listen to you. They're going to think you're a fraud. And the reason why I know that is because I've been there. There was a time in my life between the ages of 22, or between the ages of 19 to 21 years old, where I was trying to act the part, but I wasn't the part. And people sniff that out really quick. And 2020 really took a hit on my career. And because I didn't have confidence, I completely fell apart. And now I've been having to recover ever since then.
Everybody say confidence. Confidence. And so one of the things that he mentioned, and I want to get a poll here in the audience, is, and those of you all who are watching, you can put comments as well. How many actually agree that there has been a shift from children listening to parents versus listening more to people that contact them on social media? Would you agree that that is something that is happening? That shift has occurred. And so even with people who cook and do other things, like you don't necessarily get things from recipe books and whatnot. It's like, oh, I saw this recipe on Pinterest or on Instagram or whatever, and you try different things, right? And so the youth are doing that as well. They're trying different things based on what they get off of social media. And so they can also get lessons on confidence from there as well. So what do you do on there to promote what you're saying?
So basically what I've done on my Instagram and my TikTok is I ask questions. That's really the number one thing that I try to get people to do, because critical thinking is a huge aspect that I struggled with growing up. And so when I ask questions, they start to really, again, dig deep, and they start to analyze their thoughts. And when they start to analyze their thoughts, and they start to decipher, okay, what is my opinion, and what is my opinion just because I was told something? Again, I feel like social media has taken away independent thought, because some of the thoughts that we have is just simply because an algorithm has constantly pushed that. So I increase kids' confidence by really getting them to ask themselves a big question. What is it that you want to do, and who is it that you want to be? Once you ask those big questions, then you can start to decipher, all right, what is it in my life that is hindering me from that? Is it my parents? Is it my work ethic? Is it trauma that maybe I've experienced in the past? And then once they start to get a hold of being self-aware, then they're like, oh shoot, they start to see their capabilities as an individual. I learned this through basketball. Through basketball, I always struggled kind of making plays. I always struggled scoring points, because I felt like because my coach would yell at me for, not doing the right thing, not making the right pass, it decreased my confidence level. But then it got to a certain point where I started to analyze, okay, why am I not making the plays necessary? Why am I not making the shots? And a lot of it was because of my mentality. Once I deciphered it was my mentality, then I started to work on that. And then I was the best shooter all 4 years of my high school career. And then when I played in men's leagues and rec leagues and so forth, I'm the most dominant person on the court. Now, I'll admit I can't dribble or play defense, but I can shoot the lights out. I've competed with guys who have played Division III, Division II, even Division I basketball. Even though they're better players than me, my confidence level is there because I've been able to decipher what I did wrong earlier.
Your confidence level, but what is your free throw percentage?
Over 90%.
Over 90%. Everybody say, what?
I had the most free throws I've ever made in a row, whether it was just shooting around, was above 40. The most three-pointers I made in a row was 27. The most half courts I made was 6.
Standing ovation, everyone. Because you can have all the confidence you want on the court, but if you can't make those points, like everybody used to razz Shaq, because he had like horrible free throw percentage. It's like, really? Like, did you even practice? And then people like Kobe, they were out there practicing day, night, getting up early in the morning. And so his work ethic. But other people, he's like, why did you even come out on the court? Like, you didn't practice. And so he was inspiration.
Kobe was actually my favorite player growing up. I actually studied Kobe. I did a lot of biographies on him in high school. I know I'm wearing a coat right now, but I have a tattoo of him, of his symbol and so forth after he died. And there's actually a Kobe story that I heard and listened to that actually really kind of got me to think about how I should portray myself in the speaking realm. And I forget who exactly was explaining the story, but he was practicing, getting some shots up, or he was about to, and he walked in there and Kobe was practicing. And Kobe was already in a drenched sweat, and so he'd probably been there for an hour and a half. And so he got some shots up, he practiced, and after he was done, Kobe was still practicing. And he was kind of a little confused at that, so he went, back to the hotel room, they played the game, Kobe dropped 40 plus points on them. And he walked up to Kobe and he's like, Kobe, why were you working so hard? When I came in and got some shots up, why didn't you stop at even, before or after I was done? And he's like, because I wanted to show you that you're not going to outwork me. And so when I enter the speaking realm, granted, yes, don't get me wrong, it's all about impacting kids, and that's what matters to me the most. It's not about the money, it's not about the fame, it's not about the likes and the followers, but also, too, I studied the greats like Tony Robbins, Eric Thomas, E.B. Johnson, Gary Vaynerchuk. I study these guys who, have all, not necessarily the fame, but the power and the influence, because I tell myself, I want to do that, but better, 10 times better. So that way, when I'm 50, 60, 70 years old, a young person will look at me and say, I want to do what Coda did, but better, because that's how society grows. That's how confidence grows. You look at someone who's better than you, you try to beat that, you get competitive, and then you strive to the top.
Everybody say, I want to do that.
I want to do that.
But better. I want to do that.
I want to do that.
But better. Yeah. And for the people that follow us or do whatever they do, and if we have children, we want them to do better than us, right? Like some people think of it as like a competition kind of thing, and other people think of it as being healthy. Like you want people to be able to outdo whatever it is that you've done and help raise up the next generation so that there's something left in this world for us to, to count on. And so moving into 2023, we talked about confidence. We talked about some other things in the other set. Do you consider yourself a leader?
Yes, 100%.
And why is that?
Because my ability to be able to adapt to adversity and analyze problems at a quick pace, and I absolutely love pressure. Put my back against the wall, and that's when I'm going to perform the best. It's situations where it's kind of chillaxed or lazy or not competitive. That's where, that starts to affect my mentality, and I get out of that competitive nature and it throws me off my game. Mm-hmm. But when it comes down to the wire, I'm the first person that looks to myself, and I let everyone around me know. I let the audience know. I let people who are in my, atmosphere, that energy, I provide that energy to let them know I'm the guy you can count on when things need to get done, 100%, without a doubt. And some people will take that as cockiness, which, your perception is your opinion, and I respect that. But at the end of the day, again, you are not going to succeed as an individual if you do not have a leadership-like quality to yourself, whether that's in relationships, whether that's in parenting. Your kids are going to look up to you. Your spouse is going to look up to you. And again, this is why I wanted to talk about confidence, because if you don't have confidence, if you don't have leadership characteristics, then people are just going to walk all over you in life, whether that's work, whether that's, in friendships, relationships. You have to have a backbone, 100%.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so when we look at the door of opportunity, I talked about the vision room, and we're going to go into that some more at the end. I'm going to be doing some other teaching, whether there's still people that are able to stay or not. We're going to go over that. But the door of opportunity and the ceiling portion of the room is basically the sky is the limit. There is no ceiling. So I have when you look at the vision room, there's notes on the ceiling of the fact that there is no ceiling. So just think about what I'm saying, that you're putting it on the ceiling, but there is no ceiling because the sky is the limit. We can do anything we want to do. We can be anything we want to be. And that's what my parents told me in kindergarten with my little blue plastic leather briefcase. That's what they told me. I went in there thinking that and understanding that, but I was met with bullying and it wasn't because I thought I knew the answers. They had homeschooled before I went to kindergarten, so I did actually know answers. And so when we are speaking into young people's lives, what do you tell them about having big dreams?
For anyone who's a parent, tell this to your kids. And if you're young and maybe you haven't had this ideology yet.
Look straight into the camera.
Or maybe when you have kids one day, I will say this. Let this be the biggest lesson. It doesn't matter if you're white, black, Mexican, Asian, doesn't matter if you're straight, gay, trans, life is going to hit you. It doesn't matter. It hits us in a variety of different ways. We may struggle more than others. There are going to be people out there who are born with more opportunity than you, the same way that there are going to be people born with less opportunity than you. One thing, a lesson you should learn is you may not be able to choose where you start, but you can choose where you end. That is it. There is no ands, ifs, buts about it. You get to decipher where you end at the end of your life. So if you want to sit there and claim, because I'm this and that, I'm never going to make it, then guess what? You're never going to make it. But if you sit there and say, you know what? It doesn't matter what's thrown at me. I have God by my side, and that's all I need. You, my friend, will succeed.
Awesome. Everybody say, I have God by my side. So going back to the vision room, I'm like throwing it in here, just various bits and pieces. So it's the door of opportunity. Everybody say the door of opportunity. On the ceiling, say the sky is the limit. Now, a lot of people look out of the window to daydream. And I'm saying we should have where there's Post-its or whatever that we put on that window to have our big dreams. when you look out that window, you need to be able to see yourself as the best speaker in the world. You need to see yourself as the person having the most impact. You need to be able to see yourself not just being the best speaker, but being a paid speaker, being paid to go all over the world and to spread your knowledge as a young man. And as you get older, that you'll be able to continue to do that. Because you stopped at 30 and 40. And I was like, there's people that are older than that, so I'll just go ahead and throw it out there. I'm 58, I'm about to be 59. And I still have life in me. I still have different things I want to do and tell people. I've been to like 35 some countries. How many countries have you been to?
I've been to Spain because my uncle was deployed.
Okay, so how many countries have you been to? One. And so what are you going to do for 2023?
Oh man, how many countries am I going to try to travel to?
What are you going to try to do in 2023?
Well, in 2023, like I was explaining to you earlier, Offset, is one thing I've struggled with is marketing. I have my message down, I have the audience, so I'm trying to get a team together to where I can market myself and be able to reach out and just kind of take that leap of faith and just be like, hey, listen, I'm probably going to get rejected multiple times. I'm probably not going to get emails sent back. I'm probably going to get put off and say, hey, we got more important things to do than to bring someone in for 30 minutes to speak to kids. But one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to stay committed. And I'm just going to push past the limits, take that leap of faith, and kind of get rid of the fear as much as I can, because I think that's what's been holding me
Okay,
back.
so you said a word about 4 or 5 times now. Rich is going to take it out of your vocabulary for 2023. Are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're starting now, 24. Like I said, I'm 58. All of the things that you're going to do, not trying to do, things that you're going to do starting this year being 2023. I want you to say, I am going to. Say it.
I am going to.
Because 3, 4, 5 times you said, I'm going to try to do this and try to do that. No. What did you tell me earlier? Are you a leader?
Yes.
Are you a leader?
100%, yes.
Okay, so let's rewind, and I want you to say all the stuff that you just said that you're going to do for 2023. No try.
I am going to build a team specifically based on marketing, so that way I can get my name out there. I am going to reach out to schools no matter how many times I get rejected, no matter how many times I get ignored. I am going to change the world. My name will be remembered, end of discussion, and all the glory will go to God. I am going to be the best youth inspirational speaker out there. No one or nothing is going to stand in my way, and I am going to praise you because you are going to be part of my journey with me.
Give it up for Coda. Okay, so now for that one, we're going to rewind it. Are you ready?
Yes, ma'am, 100%.
Everybody say speak positivity. Okay, I need to hear it loud. Everybody say speak positivity. If you're online, hi to other people. I want you to write this on there. Speak positivity. Write it into the comments. Speak positivity. So we're going to rewind this again.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Krystylle. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
What's your name?
My name is Coda.
That's really great. So I want you to speak about being accepted, not being rejected. Because you mentioned 4, 5, 6 times now. I'm into numbers, and I've heard, and we can rewind it, and you did. No matter how many times I get rejected, no matter how many. No. Speak positivity. Everybody say it.
Speak positivity.
All right. So hi, I am here with Coda, and we're going to hear about what his journey is going to be in 2023, and what is that going to be, sir?
So I am going to be one of the best youth inspirational speakers out there. I'm going to be accepted by many because my ideas are going to change the world for the greater good of humanity. Because right now we are at a place in time where we are divided, we are chaotic, we have no sense of direction, and I strongly believe that 2023 is going to be the year not only of change, but the year of hope, and most importantly, the year of faith. That's what 2023 is going to be for me. But most importantly, that's what 2023 is going to be for everybody.
Let's give it up for Coda.
Now, one thing I will say, and I know this is a side note,
Go ahead.
is I actually learned this last night because I have been struggling with my career. And maybe that's why subconsciously I've said some negative things such as trying or rejection. Right? It's weird how our subconscious mind works, but I've been struggling, and someone from my church sat down with me yesterday, and he gave it to me real. He said, I don't think you truly have a real relationship with God. And my ego was kind of like ouch,
right?
But I kind of thought about it, and I analyzed it while I was sitting in bed last night, and I think there's a mistake that I made 6 years ago. 6 years ago, as I said earlier today, I said I'd given myself to God. But I think the mistake that I made was I gave myself to the idea of God, not to God himself. And what happens is, ladies and gentlemen, when you give yourself to the idea of something and not to the actual thing, what happens is you think, I give myself to the idea of being an inspirational speaker. I give myself to the idea of being president. So naturally, my mind is just subconsciously going to change, and I'll be better, and then eventually I'll get paid and, achieve my dreams. That's why you're still stuck sometimes in the area that you're in right now, financially, spiritually, emotionally, physically, because you committed to the idea, but you didn't commit to the actual thing. You didn't set the disciplinary things in your mind to actually get where you need to go. And that's why my career hasn't taken off the way I wanted it to, because I submitted to the idea and not to the actual actions and disciplinary things that need to be done to be a speaker.
I'm like, what the world? Yes, I did just take my shoe off and throw it out. I'm like, wow.
So
that was worth the whole vision room right there. That was worth the whole vision room. And so I do want people to think of their door as a door of opportunity. What opportunities do you want? The Post-it is a wonderful thing. I was there when it was invented, okay? It was back in the 70s, and they had a commercial. They just went by and put this paper on the wall and just kept going. Like, they didn't use any words, like the first time that they put it on, and then they wrote a note, and then they did this other thing. It was this whole big launch of the Post-it note. So on your door, if you have any room, it can be a closet, it doesn't matter. Well, that won't have a window of opportunity. You can draw a window on it. But think of the door of opportunity. So what opportunities do you want in 2023 and beyond? What opportunities do you want? And that is different slightly than big dreams, because the big dream is like we have assignments, but then we have our ultimate purpose. So there's going to be little assignments that we do throughout our life, but it isn't related to our ultimate purpose. So everything that comes through, some people say it's a good idea, it's not necessarily a good idea. There's like a lot of different sayings like that, but we have to have where we go into this year with intention. It doesn't have to be a lot of things. So you said your marketing, and I told you when I met you with the message that you gave and just talking about pornography and other things that you've been through, that you touched me. Like you really touched me. Otherwise, you wouldn't be sitting here. I wouldn't have invited you. But you touched me personally, being able to just share like real talk about yourself. And so if you wanted, you said I'm going to be a part of your journey, and thank you for your word, because I want to be a part of your growth. I want to. That's my purpose in life, because you're going to help me as well, because I have a goal. Not try. But my goal is to impact the lives of at least 1 billion people before I die. And how am I going to do that? Through people like you, and you, all of the people that are watching. I've been to all these different countries. You're going to be going to a lot more. Maybe you can go on somewhere with us, during 2023. But Michael's impact, and the other Michael's impact, Heidi's impact, Renasha's impact, everybody's impact. I'm counting those numbers toward my 1 billion.
What are you
so
at
you're
right
a part
now?
of that. What?
What are you at right now?
Well, I never know. There's sometimes people where I get an email or a message from them. It's been 5 years, it's been 10 years, and they haven't talked to me because they wrote me off because I was the only voice that told them the truth or gave them what God told me to tell them. And then they come back and say, you are the only person. And I thank you. So people that are like that maybe won't come back and tell me, like, I don't know, but it's those people impacting other people and impacting other people and impacting other people. So I'm never gonna know, but that is my goal. Out of 7.7 or 7.8, because people still having babies, how many ever people we're at right now, is to impact at least 1 billion people.
Well, hopefully I can give you confidence that out of all the lists that you have or that you don't know that you have, you got one. Right here.
Yay. And you're going to go on to be on numerous international stages. And I'm going to rack up my numbers.
No, absolutely. I mean, and that's the thing. Advice that I can give to anyone, whether you're 40, 50, 60, 70
I am
years
not
old.
60.
58 is don't stop dreaming. What
Right.
happens is people dream, they get to where they're at, and then they're kind of like, now what? And they get burnt out, they get bored. And so for me, for example, just to, kind of put it out there, is I had the ideology of, yes, I want to be an inspirational speaker, I want to impact the youth. But then I kind of asked myself at the age of 22, 23, why stop there? So if I want to impact the kids, what's next? And I thought to myself, the education system. And so for the next 11 to 15 years, I have everything planned out to where then I can put myself in a position to potentially run a presidential campaign and run for president of the United States and change the education system. From there, presidents are given a $200,000 a year pension. If I am elected, I will use that money to then open up my own church and be a pastor until the day I die, and then also open my own schools if I'm not able to make the impacts during my presidency. I have the next 40 to 50 years planned out. But, hopefully I die by then, because after that, I don't know what to do. But don't just limit your dreams to one thing. Always do more and more. And the reason why is because, let's say, for example, you turn 70, 80, 90, and you don't get to finish your dreams. Well, that's what you have kids for and grandkids. They look at your legacy and they carry on. And that's how your legacy builds. That's why Jesus' legacy is the way it is. Because he lived on this earth and it didn't just stop there. He impacted people, and that's why we still worship and praise him even to this day.
Everybody say, wow.
Wow.
So, President, more numbers for me. It's all about me, That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, I'm glad that you were able to stay and hang out with us. Did you eat?
Yeah, I did. A little bit, yeah.
Was it okay?
No, your chicken enchilada was amazing.
Good.
Absolutely. Yeah, very good. And I'm not saying that to be a kiss up. It was really good. You kind of get bored with white people food after a while. So.
Well, I'm brown, so All right. So you left us with confidence, and please raise your right hand. Change your mic so you raise your right hand. I'm so serious. I'm about to get emotional right now. I'm so serious with this. Listen. Some people are against swearing, but I want you to swear. Are you ready?
I swear.
I don't want you to try. I want you to swear for real. You ready? This is whatever day this is. What's today? At 18?
December 18th, 2022.
Okay, say I and then say your name.
I, Coda Grayton.
Put the mic up to your mouth.
I, Coda Grayton.
Solemnly swear.
Solemnly swear.
That I will no longer try.
That I will no longer try.
I will do.
I will do.
Everything that happens.
Everything that happens.
When I do.
When I do.
Will work together.
Will work together.
For my good.
For my good.
Everything that I do.
Everything that I do.
Will work together.
Will work together.
For my good.
For my good.
As a lesson learned.
As a lesson learned.
Or a triumph.
Or a triumph.
As a lesson learned.
As a lesson learned.
Or a triumph.
Or a triumph.
I, say your name again.
I, Coda Grayton.
Am a leader.
Am a leader.
Say it again.
I, Coda Grayton, am a leader.
Say it again.
I, Coda Grayton, am a leader.
All the things that I do.
All the things that I do.
Are not for me.
Are not for me.
Not for me only.
Not for me only.
It's to raise up.
It's to raise up.
The next generation.
The next generation.
Of leaders.
Of leaders.
To be able.
To be able.
To lead.
To lead.
Even better than me.
Even better than me.
And to add to Krystle's numbers of 1 billion.
And to add to Krystle's numbers of 1 billion. And 1 at minimum.
Give it up for Coda. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So after all that solemnly swearing and stuff, I'm so serious. No more trying.
No. Do or do not. There is no try.
I'm going to be watching your social media stuff, and I don't want to hear you say any of that.
Absolutely.
Try stuff anymore.
Hey.
All right.
You have my word.
Okay. So now that you're done swearing, I want you to go ahead and give your personal final comments.
The biggest advice that I told myself at the age of 19 was there are multiple ways to live life. However, you only get to live one. So choose wisely. We live in a world filled with distractions. We live in a world where there's, again, a bunch of chaos, a bunch of division. We live in a world where we're pointing fingers at Republicans and Democrats. We're pointing fingers at white and black people. We're pointing fingers at poverty and the rich. And that's the whole agenda. As long as they get you and me to fight with one another, we cannot unite. And I have a big question that you should ask yourself. Name one relationship that worked out when the spouse and the other spouse were not on the same page. Name one war that any country has won when the military branches were not on the same page. Name one sports team that has won a championship when they were not on the same page. You cannot name one. Unity is the answer. Love, kindness, and peace. But in order to do that, you have to be able to do one thing, which is control your emotions. There are going to be people out there that have difference of opinions. There are going to be people out there that piss you off. That's natural. But it is your job, especially if you want to acquire leadership characteristics, it is your job to keep control of your mind and, most importantly, of your heart. If you keep these two things under control, not only will you be able to change your life, but you can change other people's. And that is what life is about. That is what Jesus put us here on earth for. He didn't put us here so that way we can buy a bunch of Lamborghinis and nice houses and have all the girls wrapped around our arms on Instagram or for the TikTok. He put us here so that way we can be like him. And what did Jesus do? He spread love. He spread kindness. He spread hope. He spread faith. He gave us a reason to live. You are going to be told by multiple people all over that there's no reason to live. I see it on TikTok all the time. The world, like, they'll post videos such as, girls admitting that they cheated on their boyfriends or their girlfriends. And then people in the comments will sit there and be like, love is dead. Relationships are dead. This is why I stay single. It's all an agenda. It's to get you to lose hope. But there are good women out there. There are good men out there. There are good political leaders out there. There are good people out there. Do not believe the lie that social media is constantly telling you day in and day out. Create your own independent thoughts. Have conversations with people. I can't tell you how many times the news has told you that if you're left, you're far left, or if you're right, you're far right. I have a bunch of liberal friends and conservative friends that we have agreements and disagreements with. It's life. Do not let distractions control your mind, but you take control of that for yourself. Thank you.
Yes. Awesome. Have you read this book?
That's crazy. That is my favorite book.
Have you read it along with the audio?
With the audio? No. I haven't. Does Morgan Freeman read it?
No,
oh,
better. So this is Outwitting the Devil, and it's by Napoleon Hill, and it's annotated by Sharon Lecter for the actual book. But she specifically hired on a person to narrate the book and a person to be the devil. So get the book and also look it up on YouTube and listen to it. OMG.
Yeah, I'm on iBooks right now.
Now this is for life, for business, spirituality, family, anything and everything. He talks in here about the church. He talks about a lot of stuff. Like, everybody needs to read this. Religious or not, everybody needs to read this. This is really good.
No, that book resonated with me the most because, like I said, I wanted to change the education system, and there's a quote in there that I actually saved on my iBooks. I don't know if I have 30 seconds to read it, but basically it was kind of an ideology that I already had, and when I read this book, that's when I knew that's why God put me on this earth. I knew right then and there that's what my purpose was, because this was written in the 1930s. It was published, I think, in the late 2000s. And for this to be written almost 100 years ago, and this resonates with me. So the question was that Napoleon asked the devil, it seems that you go out of your way to keep people from thinking, yes. And then the devil answers, yes, accurate thought is death to me. I cannot exist in the minds of those who think accurately. I do not mind people thinking as long as they think in terms of fear, discouragement, hopelessness, and destructiveness. When they begin to think in constructive terms of faith, courage, and hope, and definiteness of purpose, they immediately become allies of my opposition and are therefore lost to me. Napoleon then asks, I am beginning to understand how you gain control of the minds of children through the help of their parents and religious instructors, but I do not see how the school teachers help you in this damnable work. The devil then answers, school teachers help me gain control of the minds of children, not so much by what they teach the children as because of what they do not teach them.
Right.
The entire public school system is administered that it helps my cause by teaching children almost everything except how to use their own minds and independently think. Now, this is where it resonates with me. I live in fear that someday some courageous person will reverse the present school system of teaching and deal my cause a death blow by allowing the students to become the instructors, using those who now serve as teachers only as guides to help the children establish ways and means of developing their own minds from within. When that time comes, and that time will be soon, the school teachers will no longer belong to my staff. That spoke to me. That for me to have this ideology, this mindset that I wanted to change the education system a year before I picked up this book, that was God telling me, Coda, it is you. Now, if it's not me, then the ideas that I have for the education system will be spread onto somebody else, and that person will do it.
It will be you. And it's not that it's you. Like I said, the 1 billion for me. It's not about me. It's about the people that you affect and they affect and they affect. Mm-hmm. So it will be you.
And people should always have this ideology. At minimum, if you are not the wildfire that spreads across this world, you can decide to be the spark that ignites it. End of discussion.
Wow. I think that's a drop the mic moment. Thank you. Don't really drop in my husband. So, Michael, I want you to get your group ready. We're going to have Teresa come up. And thank you so much, Coda.
Anytime. Thank you.
Awesome. See, don't say it to me if you don't mean it. Like you said anytime. So did you mean it?
Anytime.
All right. You heard it right here, right? Anytime.
Yeah, record this. Put this in the records. Energize.
And thank you, Josh, for being patient. Oh, you're voting for him for president already? Oh my gosh, you have like 3 people. You're like a write-in ballot. Okay, so do you know which year?
So I calculated to where I naturally would I would run as an independent, but just strategically that's not gonna happen. Independents don't get any airtime, they get like 2% of the vote and that was it. So naturally, just based on views and based on my family, tradition, and values of God, I will be running as a Republican. However, my mindset is a bit independent. I actually would end up choosing a Democrat as my vice president to show that we can be unified, to show that we can work together, and no president has ever done that. So I've calculated to where if a Republican is either in his second term, then I will be able to run in the year of 2034. I would be 35 years old, so there's a few things that I would actually mark off the list. I would be the youngest president in United States history. I would be the first Latino president, and then I would be the first president that chooses someone from the opposite aisle to work together. So there's a few things that I think that would help me win in a vote. But if a Republican is in his first term of office, then I would have to run at the age of 39. So that would be 2035 or 2038. So I have it all calculated. So in 11 years, I can potentially run, or 14.
Yeah. That's really interesting strategy. I'm all about strategy, so that's really good.
Well,
that's really good.
It just because here's the thing: what happens is political leaders, Trump will say it, Biden will say it, and say, "Oh, I serve the American people." But a true leader sometimes has to go against his moral beliefs to serve other people. There are certain people that I disagree with politically, specifically when it comes to and I'll just be openly honest about it. I believe a man is a man and a woman is a woman. However, I don't believe that you should be discriminated against because you have a different ideology, right? So even though that is my personal opinion, it doesn't mean that I'm going to create policies that go against your beliefs and your morals. It is my job as a leader to compromise with you, compromise with the opposite end, and find a solution. We live in a society that hurdles too much around problems. We need to start hurdling around solutions so that way we can learn to coexist. That's it.
Okay, he said that's it. So I was like, wow, okay. Awesome. Everybody say that's it. That's it. But also say that's not it. Because we're going to have him back. Thank you, Coda. Awesome. Miss Teresa? That way is fine. You can go around that way. And sound man, if you can get some microphones for the people, that would be great. And we have Derek is behind stage. He's going to be next. And then we have Heidi. I don't know if Kathy's coming back. We have a few other speakers to round off our night for tonight. Everybody, just give another clap for Coda. Awesome. Hey. Hello. So what do you think? What do you think? Oh my gosh.
I think that this is a wonderful opportunity for everybody, and we're just so blessed to be able to do this. Like, I feel like I might go write a book or something tonight. I don't know. This is amazing.
Awesome.
And I'm looking forward to year 2034.
2034? Oh, for the presidency. I thought you were going to say 2023. Oh, you have some more people voting for you. Like, this is already working out. Wow.
I'll see the campaign center.
We can make the UpLift Center by that time. One of the campaign centers. He's going to need like a lot of them, right? Yeah. All right, so go ahead and introduce yourself.
Okay, well, I am Dr. Teresa Ayala Uwangwe. I go by Dr. T because that's much easier to say. And I am a double board certified physician, internal medicine and pediatrics. And I'm a mom, I'm a wife, and I'm a human being. And I'm just very happy to be here.
Awesome. Let's clap for her. Now, you told me something very, very special, and I want you to share it with relation to 2023. What is that?
I'm opening my own clinic February 1st. I'm riding this chair, but I'm like, I'm so excited. Yes, so excited.
And you should be. So what inspired you to do that as opposed to continuing on working under or with someone else? And go ahead and hold the mic a little closer.
Yes. Continuing on as I was not an option because I was miserable and it made no sense to be paying to be miserable. Minding that I have wanted to be a physician since I was 8. And so to finally get through high school, then go to college, straight through to medical school, then go straight through residency, that was 12 years of my life that I had paid for. And then to get out here and be working and then be, again, you're still paying for it, maybe not financially, but to be paying for this life that I'm out here working in and be miserable. I'm like, this cannot, did I get the call wrong? Like, did I go into the wrong ministry? Because this is ministry for me. So I'm like, did I get it wrong? Did I not hear? Because I was literally miserable. I was out here in these jobs and it just was not working. And I got to a point, actually, I was looking at a post that I did last year, literally this day last year, where I was smiling at the camera, but I was just so tired. And I made the post about something about my hair. But this day a year ago was the time that I said, I'm done with medicine. I literally, a week later, I wrote my bosses a note and said, I can't. I'm done. I'm too broken. I'm too tired. I can't anymore. I can't even think straight. I need to take off the month of January and refocus and figure out where to go. And I ended up leaving the job. And as I left the job, I'm sitting here saying, well, I still love medicine. I still want to be able to help the people, but what am I going to do? And then I heard, why don't you just do it yourself? And then it came to me, that dream that I had when I was a little girl of owning my own practice, running my own clinic. And I'm like, well, why not? So that's what I've been doing since May. Just going on and doing the research, figuring out how to do it, where do I need to go, who do I need to ask? Because the medicine thing, I got that. Like, you ask me any question, I'm ready. I can answer your question about a medical issue, but business things. So that's what I began to do, is get out here and find somebody who's doing what I want to do, figuring out how they do it, and then I'm gonna jump off of that. And finding resources to be able to get the help so that I can do the best of my ability for the people. So February 1st.
Awesome. Let's give her a hand again. And we all know people that need to have positions, right? So like, we all have different things that are going on. So that's very, very important for us to have. So I want to ask you a question. Or first, I want to just say thank you. So she was one of the ones, I had a number of people that were taking care of me when I had COVID. I had COVID and double pneumonia back in December of 2020. And she would, text me.
In that inbox.
and check on me and send me stuff and ask me questions, and I would take her advice. And then, you know, other people, there were a number of different positions that were helping me. So I just want to thank you for that behind the scenes support. So the question I would say is, if you're talking to another 8-year-old about their dreams going into 2023, like you're never too young to have a dream to want to be a doctor, what would you say to a group of 8-year-olds?
I would tell that group of 8-year-olds to keep that dream, that, like you said, the sky is the limit, and it's really limitless. To keep going, find people who look like you, who are doing what you want to do, and see what they're doing, and don't give up, and don't give in. Like our friend Coda has said so many times, you can't give up. You can't compare yourself. You are your own person, and no one can do it like you do.
Mm-hmm.
No one can do medicine like I do.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody. So that's why you got to keep going, and you can't let the things around you be able to sway you. Keep going. Keep the dream shiny. Keep it in front of you. Write it out. Put it on your message board or wherever you look. But you have to keep that vision in front of you to keep yourself encouraged when you want to give up, like I did December 18th, 2021. You need to be able to have that vision to be able to keep you going.
That's good. That's good. And having that vision, even at a young age, some people think, oh, she's just a child, he's just a child. That's when it starts. Like, since 8 years old, you wanted to be a doctor.
Nothing else.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing else. There was nothing else that I ever wanted to be. And I think literally it saved me, because with everything that was happening in my life through a child, there's so many things that I could have, but I really believe I said, no, God said, I want to put this in you now so that you don't go any other way. I want you to keep your eyes on me. I want you to watch me work. And that's one of the reasons why I believe God gave that to me. He really did. You know, when you're out there and you're going on these medical school interviews, and they always say, why do you want to be a doctor? And, you know, the canned answer, I want to help people. But there's a lot of things you can do to help people.
Right.
But for me, it's the best use of my gifts and abilities to serve. And that's what I'm out here doing.
And you have such a servant's heart. And I just, again, want to thank you for what you did for me personally to nurse me back to health. Because I really thought that I was dying for real. Like,
I wasn't having that.
It was not cool. It was not a cool time. So,
I'm glad I could help you. And we still got to go do our song. There's a lifting of hands. That's that song.
Oh, yeah.
So whenever you're ready to hit the keyboard and go, yeah, we're going to. Oh, Lord. I'm already singing in church.
So we have to rehearse. I'm not one of those who hit the keyboard kind of person. Like, I rehearsed Feliz Navidad, okay? No.
I mean, we want me to, but might be a little scratchy.
You can sing with Michael. I have to rehearse. But yeah.
But we still get to do our song.
So, oh yeah, okay, we will. I was like, what? But that was the song that I played, because when I felt the lifting in my lungs from the double pneumonia, it was really, really thick, and I felt the lifting, and that's the song that I played online. And I had all snotty face because I could feel the lifting. I wasn't better necessarily, like healed, but I could feel the lifting, and I knew then that God was going to keep me alive. So that was you still remember that? You hold me to it. We still got to do it.
I'm holding you to it.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm going to have to write that down. All right. Well, thank you so much for sharing with us today.
Well, I'm glad. I'm just glad to be here. And like I said, if there's anybody out there, if you're looking for, high quality, evidence-based, direct primary care, this is outside of this insurance model, because that's part of what holds up good quality care. Yes, you need it, but it really puts a lot of limitations on us who want to be great. But if you're looking for somebody who can give you the time, who can see you and make a plan for you and help you get excellent, help you to be better in your health, help you to prevent, help you to get better and move forward, let me know. Healing Touch Direct Primary Care is opening February
Healing
1st.
Touch Direct Care. Wow.
Healing Touch. That's what we're doing.
Awesome. Well, we're going to be, I don't know if you have people for marketing and all that stuff, but we're going to get together and get you some stuff out there. How about that?
Please do.
Yeah. All right. Give her a hand. Okay. Well, thank you. You can take the mic to our handsome sound guy over there, Mr. Ben. And I see, I think we have Dr. Tandy and we have Derek on backstage. So we're going to be bringing Derek up in just one moment. And then Tandy, we will bring you up. I think that's who I'm seeing right there. Are you all ready with the microphones already? This has been a very full day. I really appreciate you all being on. There's a few speakers that were not able to stay. And so we will be having the Vision Room Part 2 of a few speakers and going into some more information for you on next weekend as well. I know it's the holiday weekend, but it won't be on Sunday. But we'll have where we can get the other speakers, get their messages out to be included in the full broadcast and as part of our recap for inspiration for 2023. So Derek, go ahead and hold tight. We're going to have, what's the name of your song, sir?
Pulling Me Through.
Pulling Me Through? All right. So Michael Taylor and his group is going to do Pulling Me Through, and Derek, you will be next, you and Dr. Tanvi. Go ahead.
Through all I have gone through, Lord, it was you. Through all I have gone through, Lord, it was you. It was you. It was you. It was you. Pulling me through. It was you. It was you. It was you. Lord, it was you. Pulling me through. Through all I have gone through, Lord, it was you. I'm not ashamed to say through all I have gone through, Lord, it was you. It was you. It was you. It was you pulling me through. Can anybody attest to that? It was nobody but God. It was you. It was you. Lord, it was you pulling me through. We share our testimony when I stumble. When I stumble. When I cried. When it felt like I wanted to die. When my friends turned and they walked away, you were right here to stay. It was you. It was you pulling me through. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. It was you. It was you. Lord, it was you. Pulling me through. Pulling me through. Well, let's testify one more time. When I stumble. When I stumble. When I cry. When I cry. When it felt like I wanted to die. When my friends turned and they walked away. You were right here to stay. It was you. It was you. Pulling me through. You never walk out on you. No, never. No, never. Oh, he'll never walk out on you. Oh, I believe it. Oh, come on, somebody. Say he'll never walk out on you. No, never. No, never. No, never. Oh, you never. He'll never walk out on you. never walk out on you. No, never. No, never. No, never. No, never. Never leave you, no. He'll never walk out on you. No, never. No, never. No, never. Come on, somebody lift your voice. See, he'll never walk out on you. No, never. No, never. No, never. Come on, think about that time. He'll never walk out on you. No, never. No, never. No, never. Come on, somebody. I am a witness. I'm a witness. That he'll never. That he'll never. No, never. No, never. No, no, never. I am a witness. I'm a witness. That he'll never. That he'll never. Oh, never. No, never. Oh, no, never. Everybody sing. Oh, 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 oh. Everybody say. I'm a witness. I'm a witness. I am a witness. I'm a witness. That he'll never. He'll never. No, never. No, never. No, never. No, never. I am a witness. I'm a witness. That he'll never. That he'll never. No, never. No, never. No, never. No, never. I am a witness. I'm a witness. That you'll never. That you'll never. Come on, say no, never. No, never. No, no, never. Everybody sing, oh, oh, oh. God bless you.
Awesome. Let's give it up for them.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you all. And Michael, how can people purchase your music?
Yes, so
Come up so that they can. And then Derek and Tani, we're bringing you on.
Yes, so we have not had the official release of our first project, but you can see the songs that were on our demo as well as our singles. It's going to be Michael Taylor and Company. That's on YouTube, as well as follow us on Facebook as well. We belong to the house Truth Haven, so you can also find us online at Truth Haven PHX. We definitely tailor our work to the real world. We believe in bringing the spirit and the sound into the real world. So that's Michael Taylor and Company and Truth Haven PHX.
All right, thank you. They have been here and Coda, like I said, has some, you can bring it closer. Thank you. He has some presidential votes already from the people that want to vote for him from here. So they're clapping for him still. And that's really, really awesome. Really awesome to hear what he had to say, about his beliefs and how he's going to impact the world. And for us to be a part of that is just awesome and great. So there's 2 other speakers that we have right here who have impacted the world and are impacting the world, have gone through adversity and have basically prevailed and are still prevailing related to some things I'm hoping that they plan on sharing. So I'm going to bring them both on at the same time. Everybody put your hands together for Derek and for Dr. Tanvi.
Hey, how you doing?
I am good. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great.
Awesome. Dr. Tanvi, are you there? I can see you. I thought I put you in. Let me see. No, it's black. Are you there, Tanvi?
Here. Can you hear? Testing 1. Let's see. Testing 1, testing 2. Hello, AC.
Can't see you.
I'll
remove you and add you back one more time. Let's see.
Can you hear me?
Can kind of sort of hear you. Maybe you can call back in. All right, Mr. Derek. How have you been?
You know what? I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. How have you been?
I've been good. I've been good.
I heard you on the piano singing a little bit. You got into it a little bit, huh?
I don't know why I like that song. It just makes me smile, man. Feliz Navidad, you know?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Because yeah, we don't do all the Christmas decorations and whatnot. We have one little skinny tree and that's it. We don't put up a whole bunch of stuff and we don't do presents and all that. We might buy 1 or 2 things for the kids, but but that's the song.
Sure. Well, and it's also nice in Phoenix. So you're in a different space anyways. There's no snow.
That's true. So go ahead and introduce yourself to everyone so they can get to know you a little bit about Unstoppables.
Yeah, absolutely. Derek Bowles, live here in Idaho, have shared a message all over the world. I'm thankful to still be here, and I'll tell a little bit about that story eventually. But and I'm rebranding. I'll be at the Super Bowl in Phoenix. As you know, I'm looking forward to being there, and I got a bunch of friends that I'm going to connect with while I'm there. And so, but, you know, I'm excited to have an opportunity to be here. I'm a servant, probably the biggest thing. And I want to talk a little bit about the concept of care, which is pretty powerful. And so I think it's important because we live in a time right now, as you already know, there's so much adversity, so many challenges, so many things. But when you think about the word care, I want you to put that into an acronym. And the first letter in care is Christ, right? We need to have Christ as number 1 in anything that we do. We need to be referring to him. We need to be talking to him. We need to be having conversations with him, because at the end of the day, if Christ isn't in the center of our relationship or anything that we do, we're going to struggle. That's just me being transparent. The A, which is super important, it's about being activated. Like we have to have Christ, and then we have to have Christ being activated. So both of those are connected, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's powerful because, you know, and I'll tell a little bit about my story because I think it's relevant to what I'm sharing with people right now who are watching or present or listening or being a part of this call.
So before you get into your story, though, Derek, I want you to kind of introduce yourself. We got Tanya here. I want her to introduce herself, and then you can get into your story and her story as well, okay?
Absolutely.
Can you hear me now?
I can see you and hear you, dear. So go ahead and introduce yourself and your tagline that I love so much.
Hi, everybody. Thank you, Krystylle, for allowing me to be a part of this amazing event. My name is Dr. Tandi. I am an eye surgeon and transformational speaker and coach, and soon to be author after watching this show. But I help to improve eyesight and insight, and I'm excited to be here.
Awesome, awesome. So you both have phenomenal stories and backgrounds, and yes, everyone should be an author. Everyone here in the studio needs to be, sharing their story. Doesn't matter how young or how old you think you may be. All of it is relevant. And so, Derek, go ahead and share a little bit about your story.
Sure. Well, mine is simple. Faith has always been at the top of the equation, and me having faith, me having a connection with God has really brought me through to be able to tell this story. Brain aneurysm, cellulitis, 2 strokes, defibrillator in my chest right now, 2 heart surgeries, back surgery L1, L5, blood clots throughout my entire body, and to top it off, COVID-19. And I say that because I think sometimes when we get in these situations, the first thing that wavers is our faith, right? And when you lose your faith, it leads to other things. You have anxiety, you become depressed, you have all these things that show up in your life, which is powerful if you think about what I'm telling you. And, I'm gonna go back to the CARE acronym because I think it's important. I was talking about, I was talking about Christ. I was talking about it being activated. And then I was talking about the relationship, right? So we're talking about the acronym. So the relationship is just as important as anything, but the relationship is with everybody. God, your spouse, your family, people who are important to you. You have to be able to have the right relationship and understand how to honor that relationship. See, people don't want to talk about how do you honor it. Well, you have to know how to honor it so that they understand how important they are in your life. Am I making sense?
Making total sense. Is he making sense?
Everybody,
yeah.
That's good. That's good. And then and then the other thing, which makes it probably the most important, because everything that I'm sharing with you was an experience for me. So the last thing is the E is the experience, right? So I went through everything that I'm sharing with you right now. Like I went through all those feelings, all those emotions, all those things. And the irony of it all is at some point, I had to have a mental health evaluation because I had suicide ideation. Like all those things popped into my mind. And people try to be like, hey, everything's okay. Everybody's doing good. Especially with men, especially with African-American men. Like, you don't want to tell nobody that you got mental health issues because that makes people kind of make you, that people will question you and say, oh, he's crazy now. But that's not what it was. Like, I had some other things that led up to that, if I'm making any sense. Am I making sense?
Yeah, you are. You are. And so we've seen that. I'll just mention again, there is a website, don'tcommitsuicide.com, because mental health is real. And we just saw it with Twitch. And there's other people who committed suicide as well. Famous athletes, actors, game show hosts, like all different people who've been there. And we just don't sometimes really understand what people are going through. And so, we're going to come back to you in just a moment. And so, Tandi, can you just share a little bit about your backstory as well as we lead into this conversation?
Absolutely. But before we go there, I just want to say that if anyone knows anyone or is feeling suicidal, the number to call is 988. Just like you've 911 is if your house is on fire, 988. There are people there 24 hours a day, 365 days a year that can help you. So call, and if it's somebody that you love, call for them.
Right.
I think that's so important. I think we don't talk about it enough, especially in our community. But So I have been through, well, first, I just want to say, like, this has been such a fantastic conference. And if anybody else has been blessed by anything they've heard today, can you put a yes, yes in the chat, or say yes if you're live in the audience?
Yeah.
Yes, I know. I have been so inspired. So thank you, Krystylle, for putting this together. And I'm glad that Derek had an acronym, because I have an acronym too.
Okay.
So everybody in the chat, I want you to write, I want grace, commitment, and movement. I want grace, commitment, and movement. Now, each of those words stands, the first letter in each of those words stands for something, but that's how you remember it. I want grace, commitment, and movement. Does anybody need grace in their life? I know I do. Commitment or movement. So Krystylle asked me to talk about overcoming procrastination and setting goals and meeting goals. And I love what you said about putting it up where we can see it. In Habakkuk 2:2, the Bible says, write the vision down and make it plain. So you've got to write it down. You've got to have some smart goals. But I want to talk more about overcoming procrastination, because I used to be the princess of procrastination, but that was before. Now I'm the queen of getting things done. So I want grace, commitment, and movement. I stands for, these are 5 pearls that can help you to overcome procrastination. If there's anybody else that's ever procrastinated in their life, can you put a I have in the chat, just so I know that I'm not the only one. So the I is for identity. Tony Robbins says, the strongest force in the human personality is the desire and the need to remain consistent with your identity. So you have to decide who you are. Are you going to define yourself as a procrastinator, which is not going to help? Or are you going to define yourself as a child of God? Are you going to define yourself as an unrepeatable miracle like we heard before? Number 2 is W, why. You have to know your why. You have to know why you're doing this goal. Why is it important? Who is this going to help? And your why, it helps if your why is bigger than you. We heard Krystylle talking about her reaching 1 billion. Her why is bigger than her, and you have to know it, and it has to be so clear and written on your heart, because whenever we start a journey, we all have excitement and we've got run, I'm going to get this done. But at some point you get tired. At some point you don't feel like it. And it's those moments where you have to dig deep for your why so you could keep going. Number 3, G, grace. Now, it's so easy to judge ourselves and be harsh with ourselves and critical, but we all need grace, and we need it from ourselves the most. God gives us grace, but we need it from ourselves. And in fact, studies have shown that the more self-compassion that you show yourself, the more likely you are to be productive. Have you ever seen a baby trying to learn how to walk? What do? They take a step and they fall right on their butt. Do they say, I'm never going to do this. I wasn't meant to be a walker. I'm just not the walking type. No, they get back up and they do it again and they do it again until they get it done. So show yourself grace when you don't hit the mark. Number 4 is C, chunk it down. Chunk it down. So if I'm working on writing a book, because we're not trying, right? Book, if I just sit down and say, okay, I have to write a book, that's really big. But if I can chunk it down, okay, maybe I'm not writing a book, maybe I'm just writing a chapter. And if that's still too big for me, then maybe I'm just writing a paragraph. I can write a paragraph. I might not be able to hold the whole idea of I'm writing a book or an international bestseller, but I can write a paragraph. And guess what? If you write enough paragraphs, it becomes a book. So if you're not moving forward, make the goal smaller. If you're trying to exercise for 1 minute, or put on your clothes. Let that be the goal until you move forward. So 1 was identity, 2, know your why, 3, show yourself grace, 4, chunk it down. And then finally, 5, make it hot or make it hurt. Make it hot or make it hurt. What does that mean? Make it hot means give yourself a reward for getting it done. Whether it's a celebration, if you do that minute of exercise, you better cheer for yourself. You better encourage yourself, or tell yourself that you're going to buy yourself. For me, it's like that purse. Okay, when I get this goal, I'm going to get that purse. Or make it hurt. Our two biggest desires in life are to either pursue pleasure or avoid pain. So you can make it hurt. You can create a penalty for yourself. You can tell, I've done this before where I say, oh, if I don't get this done, I'm going to give you $100. And guess what? I've only had to give the $100 once because I was like, I'm not doing this again. Or you can have a coach or accountability group. So identity, why, show yourself grace, chunk it down, make it hot, or make it hurt. And the sentence is, I want grace, commitment, and movement to help you remember that.
Wow. Everybody say wow. Wow. That was good. That was good. The audience participation, they're so good. I'm like, say this, say that, and they just do it. Awesome. And you were here for the Emerge Media experience as well. And so you know how
it was amazing.
So we're going to come back to you in just 1 minute. So Derek, you mentioned that a part of your story has changed. So what do you want to share with us on that?
Well, more than anything, I just realized that, our relationship with God has to be first and foremost, like without any other compromise. Like that's how we need to be thinking. And with everything that we're seeing, and I said this before, we're witnessing prophecies happening right now, stuff that has been foretold in the Bible long ago. And so we need to be thinking about how will we be remembered, and how will our relationship with God be viewed when we have the opportunity to have a one-on-one with God. And that's what's important to me in my journey. And at the end of the day, I want to be a servant to help other people realize that that's really all we have. So that's what I believe is super important right now.
Yeah, and I think it's important for all of us to have like the servant mentality, and that's part of what we've been talking about today. Part of the vision for us for next year is, what can we do for others more than what we've already done already? It doesn't mean that you need to be used. It doesn't mean that you need to be mistreated, but what can we do for others? And Absolutely. So, Tandi, what do you have for 2023 to help us get that servant leadership mindset of what we can do for others? You're frozen again.
Aye, aye, aye.
Okay, I have you now. I heard the yay. Tandi.
Yes.
Yeah, so I was asking you, what can you give us related to 2023 on being a servant leader, like having a mindset of what we can do for others?
If you're living a life that, if you want fulfillment, you have to serve. If you're living a life only for about what you can get for yourself, what you can acquire, you're not going to get fulfillment from that. It's when we give, that's when we truly feel fulfilled. So Martin Luther King said, not everyone can be great because everyone can serve. So, and serving means wherever we are, whoever we're around, just looking for ways to lead with service. If Tony Robbins said, if you help enough people get what they want, you will get what you want.
Yeah, so those are some very good quotes of people that have that servant mindset and how we can live our life, not just reading about that, but also applying that to our life. So that's really, really good. And Derek, you've spoken all over I guess I'd say all over the world. I'm not really sure. I know you do a lot in this country. Have you spoken all over the world?
Yep, I have.
And so what's one of the main questions that you get from youth related to some of the things that you talk about? Really, I know you have the one book called Courage and you have some other things going on. Do you have like a main question that they ask?
I think it, the biggest thing that I think they realize is that they just trying to find out what can they do to move forward and how can they, make a difference in their community, in their school, in their environment. And I guess the biggest thing that I've always told them is they need to have just a little bit of courage, just a little bit, not a lot, just a little bit, so that they can speak up, share their ideas, share their thoughts, share their, concepts, so that people around them can get influenced. Because if you, you had the young man on there who was talking about confidence. If you don't say what you need to say, and if you're nervous how people are going to respond, and you just keep it inside, you will never make a difference. You will never make a difference. So you got to be able to have the courage to stand up and say what you need to say, so that people can respond to what you're communicating. So it's always been about the word courage.
Right. Awesome. And Linda Sunshine West is in the background right here. I want to bring her up to ask you like one of the final questions for this evening as we lead into 2023. So Linda, I'm going to bring you up.
Before Linda starts, you've been giving people nicknames. I came up with a nickname for you, Krystylle. Do you want to know what it is?
Oh my gosh. I don't know if I want to know it or not. What is it?
I don't have to say.
Okay, what is it?
Lady Krystylle Light. Because I see you as someone who shines light in dark places.
Oh.
Okay.
So Krystylle Light?
Lady Krystylle Light.
Lady
That's powerful. That's powerful.
I like it.
Okay.
It does. You might have a copyright infringement going on there, but something to think about.
Different spelling.
Because in sign language too, like a deaf person has to give you your signing. You can't just have your own signing. So my hair, was long at the time. So this is Krystylle. The signing that they gave me, Heidi, was Krystylle like that for my hair. So now you just given me Lady Krystylle Light. I'm gonna have to think about that one. I'm gonna go off screen right here, and Linda, go ahead and just what do you have for us today for our amazing speakers?
Thank you so much, everybody. This has been an incredible event.
No,
and
just cut off.
What are we looking at there? What are we looking at there? I don't know, Derek. So Tandi, first of all, it's always great to see you. I'm glad. I haven't seen you in about a year or so it's great to see you again. I'm just curious for you, what do you see for your future? Let's say the next year, by the end of 2023, where do you see yourself being, and how can we utilize what it is that you're seeing, into helping us to just become better people? You're absolutely amazing.
Oh, thank you, Linda. Actually, now that I've been in this seminar, I can now, and I love the idea that you don't have to, if you can't believe, start with maybe. So I'm working on a book right now, which is one of the reasons why I had to learn how to overcome procrastination. And I never thought of myself as an international bestseller. And I don't know if I can be an international bestseller, but maybe I can. Maybe I can. And then the other thing that I'm working on, that I plan on working on for 2023, is a podcast. And I think that it's good to know where you want to be and come up with a plan to get there step by step. One of the challenges that I had before was trying to do too many things at the same time and not doing any of them well. So I've dropped everything, and now I'm focused on the book, and everything that I do, I judge it. Is it going to help me gain traction with the book, or is it going to be a distraction from the book? If it's a distraction, I don't do it. And if it's traction, that's where I put my focus and energy.
And you know what I love about that is I did the same thing last year. It was about September of last year where I decided to dump everything else and focus on one thing. And it really has just catapulted me. It's almost as if I was on one of those medieval catapults, and it just like flung me forward, you know. And that's what's cool is we don't really know, you know, what the future holds, but we can put our sights on it, and we might hit it sooner than we think. We get the right people in our corner, the right people, you know, that are surrounded by us, that want to support us and to see us succeed. And so that's what I love about, you know, the environment that Krystylle creates, because she definitely creates that, like you said, you know, the crystal light, Lady Crystal Light. So, and the last thing I'd like to ask you then, what is your word for the year? Do you set a word for the year? Did you guys already do that?
Well, I usually set 3, and for this past year, it was surrender, self-compassion, and service. And given that this is the vision room and I am an eye surgeon, I have to choose my word for this conference for today is vision. Vision.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Linda. And Derek had some technical difficulty. He had messaged back, so not sure if you had some questions for him. But Tanya, I really appreciate you coming on. We have lots more to do with Women of Impact and International, our logo here. And what we will be doing, we have to get Linda involved in that as well. So we'll be hearing more about the women's organization. But thank you, Tanvi, for providing, you said impact. What's your tagline again?
Eyesight and insight. Helps you improve eyesight and insight.
That's good.
And you do it beautifully and elegantly. You're just so beautiful. So thank you for gracing our stage here. And we have to get you back to Arizona, and Linda too.
I know. Y'all have the best spas in the world.
Definitely. We'll do it.
Awesome. Thanks, Marty.
Okay. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here.
You're welcome. Thank you. Well, Linda.
I don't know how you do it, Krystylle. I don't know how you do it. You're like a machine.
Well, there's one more on the machine that's going to speak, Miss Heidi. Have you know Heidi?
I know Heidi, yeah.
Yeah, so Heidi's here, and we're going to have her up, and then I was checking with a few more people that didn't get on, and I know next Sunday is actually Christmas. We're not going to broadcast on Christmas, but I'll have something for them on either Friday or Saturday, because I have to also announce our winners. There's people who did log in and register. I've seen even some more registrations coming into the event, right? And so we'll be doing the drawing for them, and then plus the 2 ladies that you had, I was going to give something to. But what do you think about what happened so far as we get Heidi up here? What do you think?
Well, you know, I just for me, when I'm surrounded by positive and uplifting people, it helps to uplift me. And hopefully I'm giving the same energy back. And that's what we have only so many hours in a day. And what we choose to do with them is what's going to help us to move forward or not, right? And so for me, just being surrounded by the people that you always are surrounded by, Krystylle, that's why I always want to be in your sphere of influence, because you always bring very positive, uplifting people. And that's my mission, is to spend the rest of my life hanging out with positive and uplifting people who are making a positive impact on the planet. So for me today, as from a personal, selfish reason, is just to be able to be surrounded by those people that are really making an impact on the planet, making a difference, and knowing what their vision is, knowing what their mission is, and just going after it. I love being surrounded by that, because it reminds me that this is who I am. This is what I want to do. And it helps to keep me moving forward as well. So Krystylle, absolutely amazing as always. And yes, I'm bummed I couldn't be there today in person, but for the next one, I will make sure I'm there for sure. That means I have to do it.
Yes, definitely. We have to make sure that you're here. Oh, they're clapping for you in the audience as well. They're such a great studio audience. Okay. Hi, Heidi. And so, Linda, we have a Heidi here, and you can ask her some questions as well. Go ahead and get your microphone. And let's turn it on. Let's turn it on. Everybody said yay, Heidi. Okay, let's go ahead and clap for Heidi. Her fan base in the back, she's been doing political strategies in the background too, related to the presidency. It's just gonna have to see what goes on with all these presidencies going forward. Oh wow! And so, you know Linda, right?
Yeah, I'm Linda.
Hello there. I keep muting myself because my dog's going crazy back there. So.
Oh, no problem. No worries. So Heidi, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Okay, my name is Heidi D'Angelo. I'm the publisher of 4 different magazine companies. I hope everybody could hear me, understand me.
Yeah, they can hear you.
And also a news site. What I wanted to do is to create more positivity to the world and giving more positivity and plus exposure and marketing people and branding them out, because I noticed that there's so many people, they want to get out there, they want to be known who they are. So I created 4 different magazines. At first I started off with 2. And I started off with Influential People magazine because, and also later, within that same month, I started Business Fashion magazine. And what happened was I used to be a speaker since 2006. And I gained a lot of followers and all that, so I used that followers to help me to boost my magazine business. But at first I was scared because I was working for Vogue and Cosmopolitan and Fashion Basis magazine. Everybody said they love my design and everything. They keep pushing me, go start your magazine. No. And my friend said, yeah, you can start it. Go ahead and start it.
So what year was that? What year did you start your own?
I finally started in 2009, then I backed away, then it came back in, I think, 2014.
Mm-hmm.
And this time in 2014, it boom, overnight.
Awesome. So I have been able to be featured on the cover of Influential People, and so that's been awesome and amazing. And then, thank you. And then also, what was the name of the other one?
Business Marketing Magazine.
Business Marketing Magazine was what I do to help people with their marketing strategies, of which, Linda, I'm sitting here, we're talking about all the books and everything, but every person that has come up here, they've been talking some about, needing marketing things done. And we already have some things going on with some of them, but I can't wait for 2023 to be able to help people just get their visions out as you help with books. And I help from my way, and Heidi helps from her way. And so this is really going to be a really great year. And we have our magazines that are launching for 2023. Not magazine, but magazines. Yes. And so really extremely happy about that and excited. And you do have really great designs. You and your team do great work.
Yes,
You really do.
Thank you.
Really do. And so, Linda, what question do you have for our special guest here?
First, I'm thinking I should do an Action Takers magazine. I don't know, it's something to think about. Okay,
yeah,
I will think about that. Yeah, so Heidi, I'm curious, like what was it that inspired you to get into the magazine business? Because there are a lot of different magazines out there, but what was it that inspiration that made you say, you know what, I'm going to do this? And congratulations on the longevity. I mean, that is amazing. Congratulations.
Okay, I'm trying to grasp the whole question.
So what inspired you to do that? You were working at the various places and you were like, oh no, I'm scared, but then you went ahead and did it. So what inspired you to just go ahead and take that step?
It started out to be one of my friends. She kicked me in the butt.
Ouch.
Well, because first I was scared. She got me my first client because she said, everybody loves your design. You're so good. You'll be great with your magazine. Even my high school friend started supporting me. I'm like, are you sure about this? So I finally decided, okay, I'll try. No, not try. Just do it. So And finally I did it, and how it felt that way, it was because I was working on the magazine, then I was also a caregiver, and I was had my own cleaning business, and I was working so much. And finally I said, God, you know the answer to this. You know I need more sleep. I don't know what to do. I do not clean people's houses. I need to retire from this. But what can I do that I still enjoy? I enjoy helping people. I enjoy my cleaning business. I enjoy helping people with my magazine and all of that. You know the answer. And the next day I was in a car accident. And I didn't have any anger or bitterness because of the accident. It was because God gave me the answer. He said, magazine. Focus on that.
Wow. There's your answer, Linda.
I love that. Yeah, you really, you listened, which is very important, right, for us to do. We're spoken to by God all the time, but if we do the wrong things or we don't take his nudgings, we don't know what's going to happen. So congratulations on doing that, for listening and hearing that message and doing it. But that success that you have, how does that feel to have 4 magazines? I mean, it's not like you just did one. You've got 4, and now you're going to be working with Krystylle and possibly with me to create the Action Takers magazine, something for me to think about. And, there might be other people coming up, around the pike, but how does that feel to have that success that you have so far? Because there's lots more out there for you, right?
Okay, I'm trying to think of the biggest message. Is that what led me up to here to this point? First, I was a public speaker. I did enjoy it. Then I would say an author, and I also have my own publishing company. I was doing that for a while, but that wasn't my nature. And then I decided to retire from that. Then I started my own cleaning business. I loved it, but it was so stressful because I was like a hat rack. And I was doing all kinds of responsibility, hiring, firing people, training people, getting clients. I knew I was good at it, but the whole thing wasn't fire everything. Let God own your business. That's the whole thing that led me up to now. Even with my magazine, I still want God own my business. The same way how God helped me with my cleaning business, it became $1 million business because you allow God to control. And just ask God for advice. He'll give you the answer.
Everybody say, let God own your business.
Own your business.
And I don't know what happened to Linda. Maybe she had technical difficulty as well. Because I looked up to ask her something and say something that she got. But as I was going to say, that's actually the name of a book. Isn't that a good book name? Let God own your business. That's really good. And it's just amazing. Like, I don't necessarily plan it this way. Like on my shows, everybody's always talking about God. I mean, it's just because of who he is, right?
Yeah.
And that's, we talk about who we surround ourselves with. And sometimes it's not even on purpose, and people that I don't even know believe in God that end up talking about God. But I think that that's really a good name of a book. Let me see what happened, because she needs to work with you on that book.
Well, can I add something? There is a book called God Owns My Business by Stanley Tam.
Mm-hmm.
I really like that book. And the way what he did was that he started his business, he let God take care of it. Mm-hmm. He just put all of his profit, gave it all to God. And in my cleaning business, it was no different. Because God would tell me, okay, go do this. Mm-hmm. I go do it.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's good. That's good. So what is one word you want to leave people with to focus on for 2023?
Okay, for the main things, I know I have big dreams.
Big dreams.
The biggest dream right now, that I have about 3 of them. Okay, one is my magazine and the news site launched to take it over the hill. I want it to be over 1 million viewers.
Okay, over 1 million viewers.
And more possible.
Okay, what else?
And the other one is, as a dream is because I'm more involved with health and nutrition and the natural path. I was thinking of integrate medicine and naturopath together to own my own integrated medicine.
Okay, integrated medicine.
Yeah,
And
what am I doing?
Okay, and you said one more?
Okay, one more is like what you call a leverage company. It's where we help other people to get back what they lost.
Awesome, awesome. And all of them, it sounds like, are ones that are service-based. You know, she's a servant leader, and a lot of people that I guess I surround myself with are servant leaders. And that's the purpose of the Vision Room too, is to give people who don't necessarily normally have like a lot of different platforms, or even if they do have platforms, to be able to just come together and share. This was a free experience. We wanted to have where people donated to Chemo Buddies for Life and to Next Gen Innovators. So I hope people donate, even if it's $5, $100, $200, $2,000, $5,000, how much ever you can donate. We will be splitting that between the two organizations. And so, you have any final words that you'd like to say?
There's one thing I forgot to mention, the fourth one.
Okay.
To own my own TV show.
On your own TV show. Okay. Well, you'll be able to even consider, launching with us, because we are launching. I just got done speaking with the network company this past week. And we already have lots and lots of footage, lots of people who've already filmed their shows related to LIG TV. So Life Innovation Global TV is next. It's coming the end of January, and February is when we're launching. So we can talk about that. We definitely can talk about that. So.
And one, any motivational?
Yeah, one last motivational comment.
Okay, I would say, number one, let God own your business. Two, do not focus on the problem. Focus on the solution. There's always a solution for every single problem.
Yes. Awesome. And you have people here saying yes. Come on, audience, give her a hand. Well, I really appreciate you being on, and thank you for being with us. You can go ahead and give your mic to the sound guy as we get ready to close for today. She's waving bye to everyone. And if you could bring the camera up, we're going to go ahead and give some closing comments. And you've been working hard. I need to give you some props as well. Thank you for helping out today. So thank you all for being a part of the Vision Room on today. And we see Linda is back for the closing comments. And people are making their plates to go for the food that was left. So we can ship one to you, Linda.
What was that?
We can ship a plate to you. People are making
okay. Make sure you keep it on ice, okay?
So let's see. You already have a subscriber. Tondi wants to let's see, where is it? Let's show this.
So she's gonna subscribe to the magazine. Awesome. She might be even writing articles in the magazine.
Yeah,
definitely.
So I didn't think about that.
Yeah, it's funny. I have to, we had Sally Green on here earlier, and she's the vice president of Action Takers Publishing. And she's always like, why are you thinking of new ideas? We got to keep focused on what we're doing. So it might not be this year, 2023, but possibly 2024, we'll go for a magazine. I just don't know. I don't know what's going to happen.
Right. We don't. Well, this has been a very full day. I really appreciate everyone. And I want to just talk to you a little bit about the Vision Room. But before we do that, I want to just give a shout out to Reggie, who was on earlier. He has some CDs. It's Gonna Be All Right is a great song that he has. I've Got Joy. A lot of these have hit the actual gospel billboards, Linda, where he's been at the top 5 with some of these songs that he have.
That's awesome.
And so, yeah, we just want to thank him for being here today. And Michael has CDs out as well. And Sally is saying something here to you. What is Sally saying? I'm trying to give some remarks, and she's still talking about the magazine.
Yeah, move on, Sally. Move on.
2024 versus 2023.
There we go. 2024.
Yeah. So we can manifest that. We can say that. So one of the things that we mentioned we were going to do, and we'll be doing that on our next segment because I'll be coming on Friday or Saturday to complete the vision room. But I just want to touch on it here real quick, just while you're here, is on wealth mapping. And so people talk about their visions and their plans and their business, and people talk about money and cash, but I talk more about wealth. I am a wealth innovation strategist because it has to do more with a total lifestyle as opposed to only having where we think about money. So I'm going to put you on the spot here and ask you, what is the difference to you between money and wealth?
Oh gosh, I had never been asked that question before, Krystylle. So to me, wealth is like you said, to me, it's rounded. I have wealth in my spiritual walk, in my financial, in my mental, in my physical. And so wealth is all encompassing, whereas money it's a thing that we use in order to be able to exchange products, services, whatever it is that we're doing. So money is just one very small aspect of overall wealth, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's very good. That's very good. And in Outwitting the Devil, he talks about various aspects of life, of success, of how money is used and not used, and the things that block us from getting to where we're supposed to go. And part of it, we can say all that we want to say about mindset, but mindset is real, and our motivations, our intentions are all very real. And so as we go into 2023, looking at life from a wealth perspective, it's how we use those tools. So money is a tool. Money is a tool that can help us to have the wealth, to have that lifestyle that we want and need in order to have the impact that we deserve in this life. And not just for us, to have it for our offspring, our relatives, whoever we're leaving, whatever we're leaving to, because we're not going to live forever. And then also establishing businesses that have systems in place so that we can have continued impact. So one of the things with wealth mapping that I talk about is the cash flow quadrant. Everybody say cash flow quadrant.
Cash flow quadrant.
Let's try that again. Everybody say cash flow quadrant.
Cash flow quadrant.
Yes. And so, there's 4 areas of that. You can be an employee, you can be a business owner, an investor, you have where you put systems in place. And so as we live our life, and what you did is you put systems in place to launch your publishing business. And now, I'm not sure what your revenue numbers are, but there's also things that you continue to do from a continuous improvement perspective. And so as we look at our businesses, it is about understanding finances, but it's also about understanding systems and really getting into the mindset of wealth, not just having money, but having wealth and mapping that out. And so what we will be doing this year is doing more in relation to having people understand where they are. Are you a W-2 employee? It's nothing wrong with doing that and having that, but you have so much more in your brain, so many different things that you can create, so many things that you can manifest, that you can do that was only put in you uniquely. Now, there's a lot of people that have podcasts, that have shows, that have books like you do, publishing companies, but nobody can do it like Linda. Nobody can do the different things like I do. There's, and people's like, oh, wow, I wish I had your life, or I wish, this, or you actually really don't, because, there's a lot that goes into what you do, goes into what I do. But it is where we have a certain type of freedom of mindset that other people don't have, because we just go for what we want. And we just go out there and do it. And sometimes there is fear, but I say that fear, F-E-A-R, is fresh energy awaiting reset. And there is an Amazon Prime talk that I do on that. I was on that, several years ago, but FEAR, fresh energy awaiting reset. So we have to reset our energy. That's why I love Angel and how she talks about energy, because resetting it into a way that can help us and help other people is what I think 2023 really needs to help. And so many people that have so many dreams, like bigger than what I've talked to people about before, because as we went through COVID, and I'm gonna have you give some comments on that. As we went through COVID, that just took us all by surprise. That was 2020, and then we were trying to figure things out in 2021. 2022, some people were like, okay, I think I got few things figured out, maybe yes, maybe no, but I'm just gonna maybe try to go for it. And they were using try, but 2023, it is on. It is on. That cannot hold us back any longer. And even if we end up getting sick, we have to have where we have in our mind, what is it that we're going to allow that sickness to do? Are we gonna allow it to hold us back? Or are we just gonna go ahead and continue to go forward with what God has placed in us? So what does fear mean to you, and how have you used it to your advantage?
Well, as you know, Krystylle, in 2015, I broke through one fear every single day for a year. So I experienced this fear every single day. And one thing that happened during that year, there's a lot of different things I discovered and learned. Actually, I think that might be the year I met Krystylle as well. It might have been 2016 with her. But, one of the things that I learned in that is that, because I came up with my own acronym too, and that is that faith erases anxious reactions. Because fear is nothing more than some sort of like anxiety that's going inside of us. It's energy, right? It's just this energy that's going on. And so I realized that when I tap into my faith, that my fear subsides. It doesn't maybe disappear completely, but it will, dissipate or subside. And so every time I'm experiencing fear now, one of the things I ask myself is, how strong is my faith? I'm experiencing fear. How strong is my faith? My husband and I recently, we were almost homeless. And it was right around the time of COVID started, about 3-4 months into it, we almost became homeless. And did we have fear around that? Yes, we did. And we also had faith. So I tapped more into my faith than my fear. And I said, I know we will be provided for. I know things are going to be taken care of. And that, we have to take the actions, of course, to make it happen. But we didn't let that fear stop us, or we didn't let that fear control us. And I think that that's really something that's really important for us, is that when we recognize we're experiencing fear, because it's nothing more than an experience, when we're recognizing that we are experiencing fear, what you can do is you can tap into your faith. That's your faith in yourself, your faith in your surroundings, people in your life like Krystylle, and then also your faith in God. We have 3 different areas of faith we can tap into to say, I got this. They believe I got this. They can help me. And he has this. He's got me. So really tapping into that faith. Again, that's that faith erases anxious reactions. Tap into your faith.
You weren't going to blurt out to me that time, but yeah, I was just saying that's really awesome, because part of we need to have, and what I feel we need to have, is where we do an eviction. And so erasing eviction, I have different cards related to eviction notices, and that's something that's really important for us to do, is to have that purging process. So that's really good. Really good.
I like that. Fear evicted, right? Let's evict that fear. Yeah, it's just really important for us to recognize that it is a fearful moment that we're experiencing. Because that was the thing, is I oftentimes didn't know it was fear. I used to have different reasons why I didn't do things, but they were more like, I thought of them as excuses. I didn't think of that, I'm actually scared. And if I'm scared, guess what? I can shift that around and turn that into something that's powerful. So now what I do now, Krystylle, is when I'm experiencing fear, I say, that is just fear. I'm going to do this because I'm scared. Now, if I didn't have that mental attitude, if I'm going to do this because I'm scared, then I never would have met Krystylle. Never. Because I would have been too scared. But no longer. I don't let that fear control me anymore. We all have that power and that ability to do that.
Right. And just for you all to know, Linda was going to be here in Arizona as one of the co-hosts. And so, yes, she has, where there's been extra time that she's been on and whatnot. And part of facilitation and different people we were supposed to have on. I was trying to navigate the schedule. So we did have some people that we were not able to get on that I will be bringing back on next week if they're available. And so I do want to apologize to them, people that had to wait longer in the back room, but there was like a lot to navigate. There was another person flying in, Linda, too, that caught COVID and couldn't come in. So a number of things didn't work out as planned, and that's fine, because, God has his plan and we were still able to have a great day, but there were some people disappointed that they could not get on. So we will be making sure that we have where they can still be a part of the final vision room footage. So I appreciate you still spending time today, even though you're going through some things in your family and whatnot, that you were able to provide some impact for us going into the new year. So some of the other vision room lessons that I was saying that I was going to do on this, we will have another broadcast, and most likely it will be on E360 Central Live again, so that everyone can tap into that would like to, wherever they may be located. But Linda, I know you have already given some inspiration, but I want to know from you personally, not just in relation to other people, but what is like one big thing that you're going to focus on for yourself that is not, maybe it's related to a fear, maybe not, but one big thing that you're going to focus on for yourself for 2023?
Yes, I do the 1 word a year thing, and I've been doing it for a couple of years, and it's been amazing. This year's word was expansion. And, Krystylle, I haven't shared this with you yet, but I 4x'd my income this year once I got that focus, because last year's word was focus. The year coming up, it's kind of interesting because it might not make sense to people who look at me and say, she's doing a lot of stuff, she's making a lot of progress and all this. But my word for 2023 is implementation, because I'm one of those, like probably many of you listening, who I buy courses or I join programs and then I don't go through them all the way or what have you. And this year is all about implementing, because I know that, like you mentioned, systems, right? I know that because we have great systems already, but I want to improve our systems. So it's like constantly working on what we're doing to make it work more efficiently, so that we can create more stories, put more stories out there into the world. So implementation is my big word of the year.
That's awesome. Implementation.
Everybody say it. Implementation.
Everybody say implementation.
I love how she does that.
I can type that for us. We do have still have people that have been on with us the entire time. It's been 6 hours of nonstop inspiration and impact. And it's I don't know about the machine part. Oh, did we have somebody type it? Yay! Is it Denise? Type implementation. Let's see.
There we go.
Hey, there we go. Hey. So with the various people that have been engaged and the people that have gone on and registered on Eventbrite, please do. And go on Eventbrite. You can also make your donation. We want to have as much money as possible to split between Next Gen Innovators and Chemo Buddies for Life. And Linda, you have once again been shiny and amazing, and I just really appreciate you. And here we go with a number of different comments. Let's see. Tony says, knowledge is nothing without implementation. Yes, definitely. And then Sally. Oh, thank you, Sally. Thank you, Krystylle. This has been amazing. Thank you. I just love her picture. That's a really great picture. I already said it earlier. I'm just going to say it again. I really love that picture. But yeah, implementation is huge. And so what I am going to do is have where, there was various things that were not done and completed, having long COVID, having some brain fog, having some other things, and it attacked my liver. So back and forth to the doctor, for various things related to that, and even some muscular things. And so people, that I've talked to, it's like, you may see me smiling on Facebook or doing this or doing that, but I'm really going through some things. So don't take the smile as being that everything is okay, because it's not. It's just, I choose to smile through my pain. I choose to smile through, the things that I forget or the things that I, told people, and I need to try to go back. It is try to go back and either apologize or reschedule or do whatever. It's been like the struggle is real for these past several years. And so do whatever I can do, and the things that I can't do, I just have to give it over to God, and hopefully, the people accept my apology and are kind with grace. But some people have not been graceful and not given that grace, and other people have. And so I just have to continue to do what I know that for what I was placed on this earth to do, and it's to help people to have a better life and to help people to be better in their own lives. And so help people to have a better life has to do with the giving portion and the servant leadership portion. And then the other part has to do with, there's a lot that people have in their brains and in their hearts that they want to do, that they can have impact and they can monetize if they just had the right systems, if they just had the right motivation, the right coach, the right words spoken to them, and they implement them. Because you can have word that it is done all day long. People can preach to you all day long, but if you don't implement it, then there's nothing. So that is a huge word, implementation. And I might have to steal that for several things that I'll be talking about in the future, because it's a huge word. And what's her name? Isabel has a book. Finishing is what? Finishing is something. It's a book about finishing.
Important.
No. That's it's David Fagan's wife, Isabel. Finishing is something I can't remember. It's a little book, very little book, but it's a good book about finishing. So we're going to be implementing and finishing some things this year.
Yes, definitely. This is a big year for everybody. I think, like you mentioned earlier, Krystylle, the COVID, when it first hit, as you mentioned, like when it first hit, we didn't have any idea. Then the second year, we had an idea about it. By the third year, we're looking at it like, you know what, this is not going to stop us anymore. But now we're moving into that, that next stage. And what are we going to do, just to keep ourselves moving forward instead of letting the fear, that's out there. There's a fear mongering out there about, COVID and different things also. But what are we going to do? Are we going to let that stop us from moving forward? Are we going to let that? No, we're not. We're going to implement and we're going to innovate, right? And we're going to just make it happen. Right. And it is your year to implement, Denise, for sure. Bam.
That's it. So Linda has been involved with the Emerge Media Experience. There's going to be some mini like little docuseries things coming out related to that. There's other things that she's been involved in, and some that we have footage of her from a while ago, and some that's going to be new footage that we're going to be talking about related to LIGTV. So can't wait to give you more information about that, Linda, and how we'll be moving forward with our SPC, which is short, powerful content. And nice. So as we get ready to close, we have some books we're going to do with you. This is from another publisher. And the foreword was by Don Green, The 51 Powerful P's of Public Speaking. So that just came out, and we are hoping that everyone goes out and buy this book, and not necessarily just to be a bestseller, but to have impact in your life. It is a book that gives you tips, 51 tips about public speaking, and then there's ways that you put them together to study on them and to use them no matter what level of speaker you are. So that's the beauty of it. It doesn't matter if you're a new speaker or if you just want to have better conversations with your family or at work or on a stage. You can use that book. So
and I want to give a plug. I want to give a plug for Krystle's book because I did read it, before it went live. I'm so honored to have that opportunity to do that. And it is amazing. I've been speaking now for about 7 years. And, I love speaking. I love getting on the stage, but we can always learn something new. And even if you are a seasoned speaker, trust me, you will learn something by reading Krystle's book. Trust me.
Thank you. Thank you. So I want to just thank everyone who was in our studio audience today. Some of you have been here for almost the whole time, and the band was here. I got to play my favorite song, and we had some food and some laughs and technical difficulties that we just went ahead and went through. I wasn't supposed to have to carry my computer around for you to see people. But you know, it is what it is. But hopefully somebody got some kind of vision, some kind of hope for 2023 and beyond. And the conversation with Coda, you see what words he used. We rewound it and had him take out try. We rewound it and had him take out the negative, like, you know, I'm going to be turned down, I'm going to be this. Like, no, but you're also going to be accepted. So if we watch our words, that also creates wealth, because that creates confidence based on the words that you use, and getting through all those fears. What, 365 days a year with Linda, you maybe need to even get that book to see what she went through. And so it is important for us to learn from other people's experiences. And you can do that through reading their books or watching their podcasts, and maybe even becoming a client of theirs related to being a coaching client. So this was not a program to get coaching clients. I don't really work with a lot of individual people necessarily, unless it's something that's really going to be really, did I say that enough times? Have a real big potential to be very impactful, because I do have a number of initiatives that I'm working on myself related to life innovation in the 7 areas of life innovation. So you'll be hearing more about that in January, February, and beyond, including I'm having the meeting in the morning with the King again, because we're talking about some things that are going to be happening at the United Nations in Kenya and in the UK and in Turkey. So there's a lot of things happening at the beginning of this year that I'm just really excited about. And I can't wait. So I thank you, Linda, for being such a positive influence in my life, and Mark and Condi and like all the people that were on. And I can't wait to give away some things on the Vision Room Part 2. It's going to be short. It's just going to be like maybe an hour, not 6 hours. We're like over 6 hours right now, but I can't wait to give away some things to you all and just pour into your life, continue to pour into your life. So any final comments from you, Linda?
Just decide what you're going to do and go do it. Decide and go do it.
Decide and go do it. Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you, Tamara Hunter, for starting Chemo Buddies for Life. We're hoping that we collected at least something to give to you and your organization. Linda, we're going to be collecting for her up through the end of this year. So,
nice.
So if there's something that you can, I might hit you up to have like a little something that you say that I can put on there, like a post, because I'm going to hit up a few people so that I can do a little bit of marketing for her.
Okay, fantastic.
Funds. Yeah, she just had the give-a-thon, but it takes money to do what she does to help support.
Yeah, definitely. I'll do what I can to support as well.
All right. Thank you, Linda.
Thank you, everybody. Have a great one. Happy 2023. Let's call it in.
Let's call it in. Well, we thank Linda for being on with us. We thank all of the people who have been here. Thank you to the beautiful sound man, my husband, that was here to support for this initiative. And what I want to say is that I've already said it, and I want to reiterate the fact that we all have creativity. We all are unique. We were all made for a specific reason on this earth, but only something that we can only fulfill. Everyone cannot do what you can do. And so hopefully you were able to get some inspiration from all of the speakers to have where they inspire you to do something maybe that you've never thought about doing before. Some people are going to want to start magazines. Some people are going to want to write books. There's a Mark on here put awesome job in, thank you. And Tandi said thank you. But there's people who know you. And this is something I want to make sure that you hear. There's people that know you, they know what you've done. What they don't know is that once you tap into your greatness and awaken your greatness, that there's not going to be where they're going to be able to follow what's going to happen in your future. The people who have seen maybe and heard transformation in my life didn't know that those things were going to occur, but it was because I said several years ago, I said 2 words. Those 2 words were no more, no more. So there was a specific personality type that I allowed to talk to me any kind of way. And that personality type blocked me, meaning that I allowed them to block me from achieving certain things in my life. Now, I had already been to like numerous countries, spoken and led, various company, like corporate initiatives, nonprofit initiatives, started a number of companies, making great money, having impact. But with that, I was meant for more. And I want to say you are meant for more. You are meant for more. You are meant for more. So when we get into the specific lessons related to wealth mapping, when we get into the specific lessons related to mindset reset, and specific lessons on how you can communicate that better with the 51 powerful pieces of public speaking, it doesn't mean that you want to be a public speaker. It means that you need to be able to share your ideas with people at the right time. And there's various ways to do that, and in the right voice, in the right setting, based on personality types even. Because depending on the personality types, depending on what the situation is, sometimes you need to have contracts in place before you speak to people. Other times it's where you have to have where it's just a candid conversation, or it's one that is a higher level situation or elevator pitch. There's like all different kinds of ways, and it depends on what countries that you're in or what countries the people are from, because there's various ways that you communicate. So we have to have where we step it up for this year. I'm on a mission to help people do that in various ways and share some lessons related to wealth and share some messages related to innovation with a number of the books that are going to be coming out, magazines, TV shows, TV networks, and what have you. So I'm really looking forward to this year. If God says the same, is to allow me to see January 1st, 2023. It is on. It is on. And if you want to put a hashtag, all of those that I see, whether you see the original right now or the replay, the first 3 people that write this, you'll be put in a drawing to receive a cash prize. But other people, if you put it on before midnight tonight, you'll also be in a drawing as well, but not the same one as the first 3 people. So there are still a few people that I see that are watching. It is hashtag 2023 starts with me. Hashtag 2023 starts with me. I'm going to see who the first 3 people are that type that, and whether it's live or whether it's later, I'll check the notes, and you will be put in a special drawing for a prize. I really appreciate you all. I love giving back, and a lot of what you do. And here at the UpLift Center, we are here to help people and to give back to people and to have a place where people can come and be of service, making boxes, making whatever for the homeless, and having where we teach at-risk youth, and having where we train up the next generation of business leaders with Echelon Leadership Institute and Next Gen Innovators. There's a lot that we do here at the UpLift Center in Mesa, Arizona. Also, if you'd like to rent this space and have where you do some studio work here, we would love to have you here, and we will have the proper cameras and lighting and everything that was in the background that you did not see that we do have. But like I said, we had some technical difficulty. So Denise said, 2023 starts with me. Mark said 2023 starts with me, and Tondi said 2023 starts with me. So they will be in a drawing, and I'll let you know on Friday or Saturday when we will pull those names. So congratulations. Mark has already won a little something, from what we've done here before. Tondi and Denise, good to have you on. So remember, everyone, to keep rising. Remember that you were uniquely made, wonderfully made, and you just need to tap into what's inside of you so that you can have the most impact possible. We were all put here to impact one another. And creativity creates, and creativity breeds creativity is one of my quotes. Creativity breeds creativity. And that creativity can be monetized. Mark is working on some copyrights and patents and some other things, and so we need to continue to work on that. And a lot of you all have those inside of you. It's a long process sometimes. Mine's like 18 months to 20 some months. I'm at the end of the term for that, so probably within the next month, my trademark is going to be out related to what I'm doing with innovation. So really, really happy to be able to announce that. And I'm just looking forward to 2023. The focus is on innovation. There's various areas of innovation, but the focus is on innovation. God bless you all. Keep rising. Thank you, Sally, for being here. Thank you, Linda. Thank you, everyone. And remember, 2023 starts with me, and it starts with the vision room. Thank you.